Hello bankers, a very good evening to all of you. Welcome back. So welcome to JAIIB CAIIB Prep. So guys, in this particular session, we are going to discuss and decode our Module D BFM, which is all about balance sheet management. All right. So this is our final module, and in this particular marathon session, I'm going to deliver unit-wise MCQs and application-based questions from Module D itself, right? So if you talk about the Module D, and one important thing, guys, I have already delivered you the Module A, B, and C. Hope you guys are watching those particular one on regular basis. तो पहले आपका A, B, C follow that same sequence. ठीक है, do not directly jump to final module or others. ठीक है, तो you have to follow that sequence. And in this particular marathon session, we will be talking around or practicing number of MCQs and application based question around component of assets and liabilities in bank balance sheet, capital adequacy, Basel norms, asset classification and provisioning norms, liquidity management, interest rate risk management, and RAR, OC, and profit planning. So these are the major units, or this is the list of units which are generally part of your module D. So in this one short video, we will be covering all the units. And with this, your 70% preparation will be completed for this BFM subject, right? So the game is all about concept things. So the 50% weightage that generally goes to concept classes. If you are skipping those particular thing, तो बहुत बड़ी गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं, ठीक है. This is not something like JIIB examination. Here you have to watch these particular thing on regular basis. So I have done with concept summary things as well as your unit wise MCQs, and that's why this is the final compilation. ठीक है. Now I'll start with ABM classes first. ठीक है. So next 1 month I'll be completely working around the ABM subject, and weekly basis I'll share case studies. There are around 15 to 16 units where we do have case studies. Out of these 15-16, I have already done for 2 units. Now I'll continue that particular series of case studies one, right? Then I'll provide you one full-fledged compilation for case studies also. But see, 70% preparation is done. Now you have to go through the unit wise practice and module wise practice and all, and you can access to BFM batch also. I'll show you just after this particular one. Okay, so we will start with unit number 26, आपका component of assets and liabilities in bank balance sheet and their management. So balance sheet, if you talk about the banking company, so banking company in India, they have to prepare their final accounts as per the section 29 of Banking Regulation Act 1949. So BR Act 1949, where RBI have given the format for these particular one. Okay, so we have majorly two areas. One is Form A. Okay. So Form A, which is deal with your performa balance sheet, where we have 12 schedules. Okay. And Form B, if you talk about the Form B, so which is related to your profit and loss accounts. Okay. So these two accounts which generally comes under the balance, like the final accounts of a banking company, ठीक है, as per this particular section. ठीक है. So कैसे इनका formatting होगा, what will come first and what will come last, ठीक है, और different जो heads आपके हैं, ठीक है, entire 18 schedules. तो जिसमें 12 शेड्यूल आपका बैलेंस शीट से संबंधित, 6 शेड्यूल आपका इंक्लूडिंग नोट टू अकाउंट्स, ठीक है, जो आपका प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस. तो पहले इनके अराउंड आपका अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनाते. बट फर्स्ट थिंग, आई होप यू गाइस रिमेंबर, लाइक बैलेंस शीट, like whenever we talk about the balance sheet, the equation is assets equal to, ठीक है, assets equal to liabilities plus owner's equity, right? So this is the equation. I hope everybody knows about this thing, ki why assets are always equal to liabilities, because from taken liability itself we generally create the asset, right? And if you talk about the sources and application of funds, so this side is generally part of the sources of funds. These are generally sources of funds. This is sources of funds, and this is application of funds. So बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स के साथ हमने इनको डिटेल में डिस्कस किया है. अगर कोई डाउट होगा तो प्लीज बताइएगा. ठीक है. सो सोर्सेज ऑफ फंड्स मीन्स इट इज दीज आर लाइबिलिटीज in the bank balance sheet, ठीक है, which include capital, reserve, deposits, borrowings, other liabilities and provisions. ठीक है. So these are the sources of funds. ठीक है. Application of funds, ठीक है, these are the assets in bank balance sheet, the cash in hand and balances with RBI, balances with bank and money at call and short notice, call which is payable within 24 hours or overnight, ठीक है, and short notice which is receivable, these are the receivables within 14 days. ठीक है. So this is the one. Investment including gold or the other type of investment of bank, advances, loan given to other parties, ठीक है, fixed assets, property, plants, equipments and all these, ठीक है, other assets and the total one. ठीक है. So these are the assets of the bank and these are the liabilities of the bank. ठीक है. Assets are always equal to liabilities because from taken liability itself we generally create the asset. ठीक है. तो ये basic fundamentals हैं आपके accounting के. I hope you guys remember these particular one. ठीक है. So now with the help of MCQs, this is all about the basic introduction. ठीक है. So with the help of numerous MCQs, we will be practicing these particular thing in detail. ठीक है. So under the Banking Regulation Act 1949, the financial statement of bank are presented in which of the following format? So here it is section 29. ठीक है. So as per section 29, it can be like if you talk about the section, so Banking Regulation Act 1949 section 29 which define where RBI had defined how bank will prepare their final accounts. ठीक है. So they have given two formats for performa form A performa balance sheet and form B performa profit and loss account. ठीक है. So third schedule of Companies Act, no. So what will be your correct answer? Form A performa balance sheet which include 12 schedules, ठीक है, and form B performa profit and loss account which includes 6 schedule including note to accounts. ठीक है. So according to section 29 of Banking Regulation Act 1949, bank in India must prepare their financial statement in form A balance sheet and form B profit and loss account as prescribed by RBI in this particular one. Okay? So for companies, it is Companies Act 2013 Schedule 3, and they have to like whenever you talk about the final accounts of a company, which include balance sheet, profit and loss account, and cash flow statement also, right? So the format is given under section 129 of Companies Act 2013 itself. So section 129 for a joint stock company, but for banking it is defined by RBI under section 29 of Banking Regulation Act 1949, and this is the exact format. If you'll open balance sheet of any banking company in India, so you'll see in this particular format. Okay? So this is very important one. Third schedule of BR Act 1949, Form A, form of balance sheet as on 31st March 2024 or 2025. Okay? So first it contains liabilities, capital and liabilities, where we have 5 scheduled here. First one is capital. Then we have we will be discussing all these one by one in detail. Okay? Capital, reserve and surplus, minorities interest, deposit, borrowings, other liabilities and provision. Okay? Schedule Schedule 1, 2, 2A, 3, 2A, which is minorities interest, 4 and 5. Okay? Assets आपका asset, that total of all these. Assets, if you talk about the assets, cash and balances with RBI, Schedule 6. These are the assets. Balances with bank, and money at call and short notice, Schedule 7. Investment आपका Schedule 8. Advances आपका 9. Fixed asset 10. Then we have other asset 11. And then the contingent liabilities आपका 12. So these are the like overall आपका 12 schedules, ठीक है, जिसमें से 5 schedules which generally belongs to capital and liability side. ठीक है. Capital means the money contributed by the promoters and owners or the shareholders money. ठीक है. And the other one, ठीक है, and then the other part is आपका एसेट के लिए we have 6 to 12 schedule, that is 7 schedule. ठीक है. तो ये 7 schedule आपका यहाँ पे काम करेंगे. Then if you talk about the Form B, performa profit and loss account. So this is the sequence. So where we have first income, we have two major sources of income: interest income, other income. Then 13 and 14. Then we have expenses, interest expended on liabilities and the other liabilities, operating expenses and all. So income 13 and 14, which include interest earned and other income. Expenditure 15 and 16, interest expended, operating expenses, provision and contingencies. Profit and loss, then as per schedule 7, we decide our profit and loss. Then we prepare profit and loss appropriation account. So appropriation account, which is comes under this one. So net profit for the years in this, that generally comes under this. So after that, we have the schedule 18, which is something related to note to accounts. Note to accounts means note on explanatory note on these particular heads, or these particular schedules. Let's say if we are showing investment worth 20 crores. So how we have valued that 20 crore investment. If we are showing depreciation on asset, so which method we have opted in, all these kind of things. So these all explanatory notes are part of that particular one. Penalties imposed by RBI, or even dividend distributed, or even anything which is required for the understanding of the stakeholders, which generally which is not given in these two forms, which will be part of your note to accounts. that is schedule 18. So ये आपका overall format जो आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगा. Now with this particular question we will be discussing all these 18 schedule in detail. थोड़ा सा टाइम टेकिंग होगा, बट इट इज लाइक वर्थवाइल. ठीक है, ये आपको कहीं ना कहीं आने वाले समय में बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प करेगा. दो वी हैव डिस्कस दिस पर्टिकुलर वन इन आवर कॉन्सेप्ट क्लासेस आल्सो, सो आई हैव कम अप विद सम कंटेंट रिलेटेड टू योर मैकमिलन बुक आल्सो. ठीक है, सो नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज which of the following statement correctly explain the significance of capital as a component of liability in bank. ठीक है, so capital, so it is something related to capital. ठीक है, so it can be capital is a short-term liability that bank must repay to depositors at the end. No, it is not a short-term liability, first of all. So this is wrong. Capital act as proactive cuisine for depositors and creditors, serve as long-term source of fund. 100% true. So capital is basically money contributed by promoters or the shareholders and all. So that generally comes under this particular one. Okay? So option B, without any doubt, it will be right answer for this one. Okay? So capital represent owners stake, shareholders fund basically in bank, and serve as a cuisine for depositor and creditors in case of losses. कि if they make losses, so we will contribute from our pocket, जो आपका जिसको हम लोग बैंक बैलेंस शीट के अंदर जानते हैं एज अ कैपिटल के फॉर्म में. ठीक है, so ये these are the explanation. This you can study with the PDF itself. ठीक है, so now we with the help of these now with the help of back to back 4 to 5 slides, I'll go through the entire 18 schedules, especially like the 17 schedule. 18 is note to accounts. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा यहाँ से अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलप करनी है, बिकॉज आने वाले जो क्वेश्चंस होंगे दे विल बी बेस्ड ऑन दीज पर्टिकुलर वन इटसेल्फ. ठीक है, सो कंपोनेंट ऑफ लायबिलिटीज, इट इज कैपिटल. कैपिटल रिप्रेजेंट ओनर्स स्टेक in a bank. It serves as a cuisine for depositors and creditors to fall back in case of losses. Okay. It is considered to be long-term source of fund. Minimum capital requirements for domestic and foreign banks is prescribed by RBI by the capital adequacy requirements. Okay. Second one is reserve and surplus, which was your schedule 2. This was your schedule 1. This is your schedule 2. If we talk about the component of liabilities, so the component under this include statutory reserve, capital reserve, share premium, revenue, other reserve, and balances in profit and loss account. Okay? So reserve and surplus is something, let's say during a period we make a profit of 50 crores, okay, and we transfer that entire money to our balance sheet. So that will be part of this particular one. We issued shares worth rupees 500 and the face value was 10. So 490 is your premium that will be part of this particular one. So these are the these are some major components of your reserve and surplus. ठीक है? Deposits आपका, the main source of fund for a bank is deposit, which we generally accept from the market itself. ठीक है? The deposit are broadly classified as deposit payable on demand liabilities, current deposit, overdue deposit, call deposit. Second is a category of saving bank deposit, and lastly term deposit, which are repayable after a specified period. Okay? So demand deposit, term deposit, and all these are the basic categories. Okay? Borrowings. So bank, they can borrow majorly from three sources. Now, the major categorization is two: domestic and international. Domestic is from borrowing from RBI, borrowing from other bank, interbank borrowing, borrowing from other institution like DFIs. Okay? And international borrowing. So this is the overall categorization. Okay? Borrowing in India consists borrowing or refinancing obtained from RBI, other commercial bank, and other institution agencies like this. Okay? Or it can be from international borrowing also. The other part, other liabilities and provisions. The bank other liabilities and provision, which include bills payables. So this include a draft, telegraphic transfer (TTs), traveler's check, mail transfer, payable pay slips, banker's check, and other miscellaneous item. Inter-office adjustment, the credit balance of the net inter-office adjustment. Interest accrued, the interest accrued but not due on deposit and borrowings, and other liabilities like provision for income tax, tax deductible at source, and interest, tax, and others. Okay? So these are the five head. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Achha, one is missing in this case. One is missing from this particular case. Okay, I'll go back. Reserve and deposit, borrowings, other liabilities, and provision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what was missing in that case? All we covered, I guess. Okay? There is these. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Achha, okay, 5. Sorry. Okay? The calculation was error. Okay? So these are the 5 schedules. Okay? This is schedule 1, schedule 2, schedule 3, schedule 4, and schedule 5. Aapka, okay? Now the next one, component of assets, schedule 6 to schedule 12. Okay? So which include assets, cash, and balances with RBI. Okay? So all cash assets of bank are listed under the others account, and form most liquid accounts held by any bank. Cash in hand, okay, balances with RBI, balances with bank, and money at call in short notice. Okay. So these two comes under this particular head. Okay. It is schedule 6, and this is part of schedule 7. Okay. So this comes under the schedule 7. Okay. Bank. So if you talk about the balances with bank and money at call and short notice. Call notice, which is payable within 24 hours overnight, and short notice, which receivable basically. If your bank have issued short notice on any other bank, so it will be payable within 14 days, and if you have issued call notice, it will be receivables. Both the cases receivables within 14 days. Okay? The bank balance include amount held by bank in current accounts and term deposit. This under call money market funds are transacted overnight, and for notice it is आपका up to 14 days. Okay? So this is the one. So cash in hand and cash with RBI, including आपका CRR and all. Okay? So they generally comes under this. Then we have Schedule 8, investment. A major asset item in balance sheet of a bank is investment in various kind of securities, like it can be government bonds or SLR securities, or investment in golds and all. So these investment in government securities, approved securities, shares, debenture, bonds, subsidiaries, joint ventures, and other investment. Bank in various government and other securities as part of their compliance SLR of the Reserve Bank of India. Okay? Then we have 9 advances. Okay? The most important one, okay, basically these are the major or the primary source of earning for the bank itself. Okay? Advances. So a loan given by bank to the customers. The most important asset on bank balance sheet is advances. These advances which present the credit expended by bank to customers from a major part of the assets for all the bank thereby become the major source of income for the bank. Yes, it can be credit, cash credit, overdraft, loan, repayables on demand. It can be term loan, bills purchased and discounted, secured, unsecured loan. Okay? So then it is also आपका secured and unsecured advances, secured by tangible asset, covered by government guarantee, unsecured advances and all. Okay? So आपका 8, this is your 8, this is your 9, then 10th is आपका fixed asset. ठीक है? The next schedule is fixed asset. So all fixed asset or immovable premises or furniture or fixture, hardware, vehicles and all, they generally comes under this particular head. ठीक है? Property, plants and equipments. ठीक है? Then 11 is okay, we are missing one point somewhere. ठीक है? 7 balances, cash and balances with RBI. 6, 7, 8, 9 advances. Then we have 10 fixed asset. One is missing, I guess it's from this list also. Yeah. So we have other asset. Yeah. So it is remaining from that particular one. Inter-office adjustment, interest accrued, tax paid in advances and tax. Then we have stationery and stamps, non-banking asset acquired in satisfaction of claim and others. So these are the one. Okay. Yes. Some one component is missing. I just want to check this one. Take it from this slide itself. Advances, balances. This investment was 8, advances, fixed asset, other asset. Acha, contingent liabilities was missing from that particular one. Okay, now I realize this. Okay. So contingent liabilities is missing from this other asset. Okay. Contingent liabilities is missing from this particular one. This. That is the missing one. Okay. Otherwise, rest are fine. Okay. Now, these are the components of your profit and loss account. Okay. So, profit and loss account, if you talk about the profit and loss account, okay. So, with this, we get to know about the net profit or net losses. Okay. So, the components under this particular one was 13 and 14. Okay. 13 and 14, it is related to income. Okay. Income. And 15 and 16 is related to expenses. Okay. Expenses. So this is the one. This is interest income, other income, interest expense, other expense. ठीक है? Then 17th one is profit and loss account. All right. So अगर हम लोग इसको देखते हैं, ठीक है? Interest income means 13, schedule 13. ठीक है? So interest income from a bank is a major and most important revenue for a bank. Now it is about the profit and loss account. ठीक है? So interest income which we generally have based on our एसेट्स आपका, ठीक है, जो हमारे एडवांसेस थे उससे, ठीक है. सो इंटरेस्ट एंड डिस्काउंट ऑन एडवांसेस, इनकम फ्रॉम इन्वेस्टमेंट, देन वी हैव इंटरेस्ट ऑन बैलेंसेस विद आरबीआई एंड अदर इंटरबैंक फंड्स, ठीक है, एंड अदर्स आपका, ठीक है. देन अदर इनकम इज all other type of interest discount income which is not included in this particular one. ठीक है. So this is आपका income, interest income, schedule 13. Other income आपका schedule 14 of BR that particular one. ठीक है. So other income, then it include आपका income from other than interest. ठीक है. So which include commission, exchange and brokerage, profit on sale or investment. ठीक है. Profit on revaluation of investment, profit on sale of land, building and other asset, profit on exchange transactions, income earned by way of dividend and miscellaneous income. So these are the major sources under your other income. Please do remember these particular one. ठीक है. इनको रिवाइज करने का इकलौता मोटिव ये है कि एग्जामिनेशन के अंदर आपको अभी जब हम लोग प्रैक्टिस करेंगे उसमें भी आपको ये देखने के लिए मिलेंगे. Now interest expended which is schedule 14, 13, 14, 15 आपका schedule 40, 15. ठीक है. So interest expended on our liabilities majorly. ठीक है. So since bank have to mobilize funds regularly to meet the credit demands, The major expenses of the bank arise from the interest expended on deposits on borrowers, interest on deposit like saving और उनके ऊपर, ठीक है, और FD RD, interest on RBI और interbank borrowings if any, ठीक है, and other आपका, ठीक है, discount interest on other borrowings apart from this particular one, ठीक है. Operating expenses which generally comes under Schedule 16, ठीक है, so Schedule 16 which deal with the operating expenses to run the business. We have to like office rent, employee salary, electricity bill, or the other one. They all generally comes under the operating expenses. Okay? So payment to provisions for payment to and provision for employees, rent, taxes and lighting, printing and stationery, advertisement and publicity, depreciation on bank property, director fee, allowances and expenses, auditor's fee and expenses, law charges, postage, repair and maintenance, insurance, other expenditure. So these are the major head under the operating expenses. Okay? So then we get to know the net profit and net losses borne by bank during that particular accounting period. ठीक है, तो ये आपके total 17 schedules. 18th one is आपका note to accounts, which is explanatory note on the previous 17 schedule. If like which we generally disclose for the for the transparency purpose and all, ठीक है, तो जिससे जो भी उस डॉक्यूमेंट्स को आपका देख रहा हो, दे गेट टू नो द एग्जैक्ट थिंग्स अबाउट दैट पर्टिकुलर वन. ऑलराइट, तो ये आपका पूरा. अब थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन प्रैक्टिस करते हैं बैक टू बैक, देन वी विल बी एंटरिंग इनटू द एएलएम पार्ट. सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइज, अब ये बनते जाएंगे. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट कंसिडर्ड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ कैपिटल एंड लाइबिलिटीज इन बैंक बैलेंस शीट. सो बोरोविंग इज पार्ट ऑफ दिस, ठीक है, एंड deposit is part of this, reserve and surplus part of this, investments are classified under the asset category. ठीक है, तो investment कहाँ पे आता है आपका asset category के अंदर. ठीक है, so investment are classified under assets like आपका जैसे shares में या bonds में या golds या others. ठीक है, which of the following currently defined money at call? Money at call means it is receivable overnight. ठीक है, overnight आपका, and money at short it is receivable within 14 days. ठीक है, so ये आपका कहाँ तक होगा 14 days तक. ठीक है, so funds that lend for this particular period. So option B, without any doubt, it will be right answer for this one. ठीक है, next one, which of the following item is not a part of interest earned category in profit and loss account? So interest earned, ठीक है, so interest on deposit, yes it is. Income from investment, interest discount or interest on deposit, it is liability. ठीक है, interest it is not part of the assets. आपका पहला ही गलत है आपका. ठीक है, इंटरेस्ट ऑन डिपॉजिट इज बेसिकली लाइबिलिटी, ये हमारा लाइबिलिटी साइड में रहता है. ठीक है, इट इज इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंडेड. ठीक है, इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंडेड मींस योर शेड्यूल 15 आपका. ठीक है, शेड्यूल 15 में इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंडेड सबसे पहले रहते हैं. ठीक है, income from investment, interest discounted advances, interest from this. So A only will be right answer for this one. ठीक है, so interest earned which include interest on loan and advances, discount on bill, income from investment, interest on balances with RBI. Interest on deposit is an expense for the bank and included under the interest expended schedule 15 of that pro forma balance sheet. ठीक है, next one. So now we will be entering into ALM portion. ठीक है, which of the following primary objective of asset liability management? तो ALM हमने पिछले मॉड्यूल में बहुत डिटेल में डिस्कस किया है. ठीक है, I hope everybody will be able to answer this. ठीक है, so it is like managing your assets and liabilities, simple terms में. ठीक है, so maximizing fluctuation, no, minimizing होता है actually. Increase the risk exposure, decrease the risk exposure, liquidity risk, interest rate risk. Managing risk related to interest rate risk, liquidity and credit, 100% true आपका. ठीक है, so C will be right answer for this particular one. ठीक है, next one. So एक थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन इस पार्ट का भी देख लेते हैं. Asset liability management is concerned with strategic balance sheet management involving risk caused by changes in interest rate, exchange rate, credit risk and liquidity position of bank, with profit becoming a key factor. ठीक है, it has now become imperative for a bank to move away from partial asset management, credit and non-performing, and partial liability management toward the integrated balance sheet management, where all the components of balance sheet and its a different maturity mix will be looked at the profit angle of that particular bank. So basically, the question is same. What we want? We want solvency with liquidity. For that one, you have to manage you have to perfectly manage ALM. Okay, asset liability. ठीक है? So objective of ALM is so we have three core objective: to increase our NII, to balance or to improve our NIM, and to maintain good equity ratios, long term prospect about that organization. ठीक है? So ALM techniques so designed to manage various risks, primary aim to stabilize the short-term profit. Short-term profit, stabilize short-term profit means NII. ठीक है? How we calculate NII? Interest inflow minus outflow. ठीक है? Long term earnings, how you calculate long term earnings? Through NIM. ठीक है? How you calculate NIM? NII divided by average asset of the bank. ठीक है? लॉन्ग टर्म सब्सटेंस और क्वालिटी ऑफ द बैंक. ठीक है? इट इज आपका शेयर होल्डर्स फंड्स आपका. इट इज समथिंग रिलेटेड टू योर शेयर होल्डर्स फंड्स. ठीक है? शेयर होल्डर्स इक्विटी एंड ऑल. ठीक है? हाउ वी आर मैनेजिंग दैट वन. ठीक है? सो वी हैव थ्री मेजर पैरामीटर्स: एनआईआई, ठीक है, आपका एनआईएम एंड इकोनॉमिक इक्विटी रेशियो. सो एनआईआई, so how we calculate this? Interest income minus interest expenses. ठीक है? In order to stabilize short-term profit, bank have to minimize fluctuation in NII. ठीक है? First thing. Second one is NIM. So it is NII divided by average assets. ठीक है? So net interest margin can viewed as a spread on earning asset. ठीक है? So it is a kind of like how we are generating, like if you are creating new asset, how they are contributing to your overall NIM and overall growth. And the third one is economic equity ratio, the ratio of shareholders fund to total asset, measure the shift in ratio of own funds to total funds. ठीक है? This fact assess the substance capacity of the bank. How we calculate shareholders fund divided by total asset. Okay, so these are the three ratios. One is like NII, which is something related to short term आपका measures or profitability. NIM and आपका economic equity ratios, they generally shows the long term prospect about that particular company. ठीक है? So this was a nice chart कि जो आपको ALM और आपका बैलेंस शीट का कोऑर्डिनेशन रिप्रेजेंट करेगा. ठीक है? ALM as coordinated balance sheet management. ठीक है? The asset liability management function can be viewed in term of two-stage approach of balance sheet, stage 1 and stage 2. ठीक है? So stage 1 is specific balance sheet management function of ALM. So asset side management and liability side management. Asset side management means management of reserve position management. Okay? We have liquidity management, investment and security management, loan management and fixed asset management. Okay? So ALM as coordinated balance sheet management. Okay? Liability side management by ALM is liability management, reserve position management, long term management and capital. The second is आपका income and expense function, which is related to your profit and loss account. This is something related to your balance sheet. Okay? So profit is equal to interest income minus interest expense, provision for loan losses plus non-interest revenue minus non-interest expense minus taxes. Okay? Bank are required to formulate policies to achieve following objective of ALM, asset liability management, spread management, loan quality, generating fee income and service charges, control of non-interest operating expenses, tax management and आपका capital adequacy management. So these are the kind of like with the help of ALM आपका या जो ट्रेजरी आपका है उसके थ्रू भी काइंड ऑफ वी डील और द टीम ALM और एल्को कमेटी, asset liability management committee, they contribute or they work on these particular areas. Like these are the key areas which they generally perform through the balance sheet, and these are the key areas which they generally perform through the profit and loss account. Okay, so in brief, ALM is concerned with strategic balance sheet management, match between asset and liability balance sheet, risk like credit, market, interest rate, stem from the mismatch between asset and liability stem. तो उसको balance out करना, which we have discussed a lot in our previous module. ALM is not to avoid risk, but to manage risk, sustaining profitability. Periodic monitoring of risk exposure involving collecting and analyzing information, ability to anticipate, forecast, and to act so as to maximize bank business profit, altering asset liability portfolio in a dynamic way to manage risk, involve judgment and decision making. ALM involve planning, directing, controlling the flow, mix, cost, and yield of the consolidated funds of the bank itself. So these are the kind of responsibilities, or like we can say, it is a linkage between ALM and your balance sheet. ठीक है? So कहीं ना कहीं that ALCO committee which is हैंडलिंग ऑल दीज पर्टिकुलर एरियाज, जो जिनको हमने आपका बैलेंस शीट के हिसाब से क्या क्या है एसेट साइड में और लाइबिलिटी साइड में, और प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट के अंदर हाउ टू कीप दैट बैंक सॉल्वेंट, सो दैट इज ऑल्सो टेकन केयर बाय दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, चलो अब कुछ क्वेश्चन और प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हैं. व्हाट डज इकोनॉमिक इक्विटी रेशियो मेजर इन अ बैंक? तो क्या होता है आपका शेयर होल्डर्स फंड डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट. ठीक है, या आपका जो कैपिटल जिसको आप बोल सकते हो. ठीक है, द रेशियो ऑफ नेट इंटरेस्ट मार्जिन, नो, द परसेंटेज ऑफ ओन फंड टू टोटल एसेट. ठीक है, आगे जाने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको, बी विल बी राइट आंसर. ठीक है, शेयर होल्डर्स फंड डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट. ठीक है, which of the following best define NIM? So, how you calculate NIM? It is NII divided by your average asset. ठीक है, so total interest income earned by bank, no, the spread between interest earned and interest paid, that is equal to NII. ठीक है, डिवाइडेड बाय टोटल एसेट. तो आपका आंसर ये हो जाएगा. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे पहले NII को डिफाइन किया गया है, देन आपका अगर हम उसको डिवाइड करते हैं किससे, आपका एवरेज एसेट से, सो दैट इज कॉल्ड योर NIM. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटीज इन बैंक बैलेंस शीट. लाइबिलिटीज मतलब कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटीज क्या होते हैं, दे मे अकर और मे नॉट. ठीक है, जैसे लो गारंटी प्रोवाइडेड बाय बैंक. ठीक है, लेट्स से LC इशूड बाय बैंक. ठीक है, ये सब चीजें आपका, इवन डेरिवेटिव्स आल्सो. ठीक है, अगर वो काउंटर पार्टी रिस्क फेस कर सकता है नहीं कर सकता, दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. ठीक है, या हमने जिसके अगेंस्ट में LC इशू कर रखा है, मे बी वो डिफॉल्ट कर सकता है और मे नॉट. ठीक है, दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. सो लाइबिलिटीज दैट आर नॉट रिकॉर्डेड इन बैलेंस शीट, ट्रू, but are disclosed as footnote. 100% true. A only will be right answer for this particular one. Okay, so contingent liabilities are off balance sheet item, meaning they are potential liabilities that may arise in the future, like bank guarantee, letter of credit, pending legal disputes and all. They generally comes under this. Okay? They are disclosed as footnote for the transparency purpose also. ठीक है, तो contingency, हाँ, दिस वॉज मिसिंग दैट टाइम. ठीक है, शेड्यूल 12 आपका. ठीक है, तो दिस इज शेड्यूल 12 आपका, दैट वॉज मिसिंग फ्रॉम दैट बैलेंस शीट वाला सीक्वेंस. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे आपका ये है. सो कंटिंजेंट लाइबिलिटीज, बैंक ऑब्लिगेशन अंडर इशुएंस ऑफ लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट, गारंटी, एक्सेप्टेंस ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ constituent and bill accepted by a bank on behalf of its customer are reflected under contingent liabilities. Other contingent liabilities include claim against the bank not acknowledged as debt, liability for partly paid up investment, liability on account of outstanding forward exchange contract, other item like arrears of cumulative dividend, bill risk rediscounted, underwriting commitments, estimated amount of contract remaining to be executed on capital account and not provided for. So these all are generally comes under your आपका contingent liabilities. Schedule 12 of the परफॉर्मा बैलेंस शीट और फॉर्म में. ठीक है, प्लीज ध्यान रखेंगे. चलो कुछ और क्वेश्चन. व्हाट इज द प्राइमरी फंक्शन ऑफ रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस इन बैंक बैलेंस शीट? सो they serve as this we have discussed, I guess. They serve as a cuisine for depositors and creditors, in case of losses. ठीक है, रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस, ठीक है, रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस विच इंक्लूड आपका जैसे शेयर प्रीमियम है या जो प्रॉफिट हमने ट्रांसफर किया था बैलेंस शीट में अदर्स, ठीक है, बिफोर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन दैट बिफोर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग द डिविडेंड इटसेल्फ, ठीक है, एक रूल मैंने आपको बताया था ना कि लाइक बैंक बिफोर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग द डिविडेंड्स दे हैव टू ट्रांसफर 20% ऑफ देयर प्रॉफिट टू द बैलेंस शीट या रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस के अंदर ही आता है, ठीक है, तो लाइक दिस इज एज सिंपल एज दैट इन योर बैड टाइम, इन योर गुड टाइम यू आर सेविंग मोर मनी फॉर योर बैड टाइम, अगर कभी ऐसा होता है तो वहां यू कैन यूज दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. In balance sheet of a bank, other liabilities and provision include which of the following? Other liabilities and provision: interest accrued but not due on borrowings, unclaimed dividend, ये सारे ही हैं आपका, ठीक है, इंटरेस्ट accrued but not due on borrowings, ठीक है, unclaimed dividend, inter office, ठीक है, so all D will be right answer for this particular one, ठीक है. Other component in bank this category include outstanding expenses, provision for income tax and contingent liabilities, ठीक है, so that is the one. A mismatch between asset and liability in bank balance sheet primarily lead to a which type of risk? It can lead to liquidity risk, ठीक है. So आपका क्या होगा, like bank won't be able to meet their short term liquidity position if there is a maturity mismatch, or you won't be able to liquidate your assets which you have planned for your liabilities and all, okay. So liquidity risk arise when bank liabilities such as customer deposit are short term while assets are long term. If a large number of depositor withdraw funds at once, the bank does not have sufficient liquid asset because you have already given that money to the borrowers for longer period. It may face liquidity risk. Okay? And ALM will help you to sort out this particular problem by raising funds from other market like money market or using derivatives, okay, to hedge the situation. Which of the following statement is true regarding the treatment of investment in bank balance sheet? So all investment are classified as fixed asset, no. Held to maturity, STM, held to maturity investment are marked to market, no, they are not marked to market. Okay. आपका हेल्ड फॉर ट्रेडिंग, जो हेल्ड टू ट्रेडिंग आपके होता, अगर ये ट्रेडिंग होता तब आपका सही होता. इन्वेस्टमेंट रिक्लासिफिकेशन इज परमिटेड ओनली एट द बिगिनिंग ऑफ द financial year. This is 100% true, ठीक है. So we have held for trading and held to आपका held to maturity, held for trading और आपका सेल, थ्री कैटेगरीज ऑफ एसेट, ठीक है. बट ये कैटेगराइजेशन यू हैव टू डिस्क्लोज एट दी, लाइक जैसे अगर समथिंग इज पार्ट ऑफ योर हेल्ड फॉर ट्रेडिंग, if you want to shift that particular one from held to trading to held for sale or held to maturity to held for sale, this is allowed at the beginning of the financial year, ठीक है, प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा. So bank classified investment into three categories as per RBI guidelines. This is very important one, guys, ठीक है. So please do remember this. First one is held to maturity. Investment held till maturity, subject to frequent valuation changes, not subject to frequent valuation changes. Available for sale, सब्जेक्ट टू आपका M2M वैल्यूएशन, जब भी आप उसको बेचोगे उसका वैल्यूएशन, आपका बुक वैल्यू क्या था और आपका सेल वैल्यू क्या है, ठीक है. हेल्ड फॉर ट्रेडिंग, आपका शॉर्ट टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट मार्क टू मार्केट बेसिस, M2M बेसिस पे, लाइक इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट और डेरिवेटिव्स एंड ऑल, दे जनरली कम्स अंडर दिस. Reclassification of investment between these categories is permitted only at the beginning of the financial year, ensuring financial transparency. If you want to shift this to this, so this is allowed at the beginning itself, ठीक है. So please do remember this one, ठीक है. What is the impact of sudden rise in interest rate on bank balance sheet under fixed rate lending scenario? So interest rate, sudden rise in interest rate क्या होगा, जैसे customers जो borrowings है, ठीक है, they like earlier it was on an average 7%, it increased to 10%, ठीक है. So it will make a negative impact on our NII, ठीक है, क्योंकि हमने जो lending कर रखी है that is in fixed rate, ठीक है. Fixed rate lending scenario के अंदर आपका क्या होगा, so customer will shift from here to here. तो आपने आपका 12% पे, जैसे let's say you have landed at 12%. So earlier it was your NII was how much, 5%. ठीक है, now it will only 2%. ठीक है, so this is the one. The net interest income increase, no, it will decrease because your NII will decrease. The market value of fixed income securities decline, affecting profitability. बिल्कुल सही. ठीक है, so this is also जो fixed income securities हैं वो मतलब that inversely related वाला जो point है that also prove. Loan repayment capacity of borrowing improve. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं. The bank benefit from loan. No, so option B should be right answer. Yes. So the interest rate rise, market value of fixed income securities will fall due to inverse relationship. ठीक है, तो अगर आप इसको बॉन्ड के केस में देखते हो, फिक्स इनकम सिक्योरिटीज के केस में, तो दिस पोर्टफोलियो में दिस कैन ऑल्सो हैव सर्टेन इम्पैक्ट, ये भी हमारा इम्पैक्ट आ सकता है. ठीक है, बैंक होल्डिंग अ लार्ज इन्वेस्टमेंट पोर्टफोलियो इन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज एक्सपीरियंस depreciation in asset value affecting profitability. NIM may remain unchanged or decline if deposit rate also increase. Which of the following scenario can lead to an increase in NSFR of a bank? Increase in NSFR of a bank. So a high proportion of short-term wholesale borrowings. क्या कह रहा है? Which of the following scenario can lead to an increase in NSFR? ठीक है, NSFR आपका मतलब सोर्स बढ़ रहा है आपका. हायर प्रोपोर्शन ऑफ शॉर्ट टर्म होलसेल बोरोविंग्स, नो. इंक्रीज इन रिलायंस ऑन इंटरबैंक बोरोविंग्स. A shift from short term deposit to long term deposit, yes. Expansion of credit, no. So option C will be right answer for this particular one. Okay. So net stable funding ratio ensure bank maintain sufficient stable funding relative to liquidity profile of their asset. Long term retail deposit provides stable sources of funding, improving NSFR. ठीक है, जैसे FD हमारे पास ज्यादा आ रहे हो तो. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. What happened to a bank capital adequacy ratio when a significant portion of लोन पोर्टफोलियो बिकम नॉन परफॉर्मिंग? ठीक है, तो आपका क्या होगा? CAR कम पड़ जाएगा आपका ऑटोमेटिकली. ठीक है, सो जो आप लेट्स से यू हैव मेंटेन आपका 10 करोड़ रुपीज CAR. ठीक है, अब क्या हुआ? NPA एकदम से बढ़ गए तो आपका CAR जो 10 करोड़ अभी तक आपने मेंटेन किया है वो कम हो जाएगा. ठीक है, यू हैव टू increase that particular one. ठीक है, so an increase CAR increase because NPA generate additional interest income, no. CAR decrease मतलब current status का. ठीक है, later on मतलब to maintain the regulatory one they have to increase the CAR, that means. But current situation आपका जो इस पे आएगा that CAR decrease as risk weight asset increase due to higher provisioning. So option B will be right answer for this particular one. So tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital divided by risk weight asset, that is the basic formula to maintain this, and it is linked with the risk weight asset, so you have to increase your CAR portion. ठीक है, cash reserve ratio impact on a bank ability to lend. ठीक है, तो क्या करता है? उसको आपका हार्म करता है. ठीक है, अगर if RBI will increase CRR from 4 to 5%, it will automatically impact the banking और banks lending capacity. ठीक है, 1% से सीधा सीधा कम हो जाएगी. So it increase lending capacity, no. It reduce lending capacity by blocking funds with RBI. ठीक है, तो without any doubt this is right. ठीक है, the percentage of bank total deposit that must kept with RBI in the form of cash, and even RBI does not pay any interest on this. A higher CRR means less liquidity available for lending as a portion of bank funds are locked. Next one. In the bank balance sheet, which category of investment is not subject to frequent M2M? तो M2M frequent M2M का पार्ट कौन नहीं होगा? Held to maturity. ठीक है, held to maturity means आपका ऑप्शन C. ठीक है, आपका held for trading ये क्या होगा? M2M होगा. This is also M2M, but this is not a subject matter of आपका M2M. ठीक है, so held to maturity investment are securities that bank intended to hold until maturity, so they are not frequently marked to market. ठीक है, आपका held for trading and asset for sale investment are subject to M2M valuation, meaning they are reevaluated based on the market price fluctuation. So unit number 27, which include basic introduction to capital adequacy requirements, scope of applications. Then we have pillar 1, pillar 2 and pillar 3. So these are the three pillars of Basel. During the Basel 2 we introduce these three pillars, and even they are part of Basel 3 also. So Basel 3 के अंदर आपका इनको और ज़्यादा strength provide किया गया. And pillar 1 which is all about the capital requirements, minimum capital requirement. Pillar 2 which is all about the supervisory review process where we have 4 principles, and यहाँ पे आपको capital का bifurcation मिलेगा. Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3 capital, the entire capital base of the bank. And the third one is market discipline, which include disclosure on liquidity or the other one also, right? So for that sake we have 5 principles. तो ये सारी चीजें जिनको हम लोग आपका वन बाय वन डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे, एंड we'll be discussing this entire topic in 2 parts, right? So we will start with very basic one. ठीक है, इंट्रो आपको बेसिक से चीजों को लेके चलेंगे, then we'll be coming toward the pillars of Basel. ठीक है. So what is the primary reason for establishment of Basel Committee on Banking Supervision? I hope you guys remember this particular one. ठीक है. So 1974 there was one bank called Hersted Bank here, and there are numerous bank who generally issued DOS mark regarding that particular bank. ठीक है. Hersted risk आपका वहीं से निकल के आता है. ठीक है. It is also known as settlement risk. ठीक है. So जो Hersted Bank था आपका फ्रैंकफर्ट जर्मनी से, बेसिकली दे हैव टू मेक पेमेंट्स इन डॉलर्स, बट उस समय आपका जो सेटलमेंट लाइक जैसे फॉरेक्स का जो सेटलमेंट होता है, तो उसमें कई बार क्या होता है कि सेटलमेंट डिलेज की वजह से आपका, ठीक है, लाइक टुडे इटसेल्फ वी हैव T+2 फॉर स्पॉट एंड फॉरवर्ड आपका फ्यूचर डेट में सेटल होते हैं. ठीक है. सो कहीं ना कहीं हर्स्टेड बैंक हु जनरली फेस सम सॉर्ट ऑफ liquidation, or like at a time they have to make the payments, German regulators, they generally liquidate that particular bank here. So there was a delays in payments and all thing, तो जिसकी वजह से number of banks they generally issued a mark regarding that particular one. ठीक है. So वहां से then we approach BIS, Bank for International Settlement, and BIS form a 5 different committees to study and to analyze the similar issues, and jointly these 5 groups are generally known as BCBS. ठीक है, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. ठीक है. So what is the objective of this particular one? To strengthen regulation, supervision and risk management of banks globally. That was the primary objective. ठीक है. So Basel Committee was formed to address banking regulation and risk after financial crisis, such as collapse of Bank Hersted in 1974. It provides guidelines to ensure financial stability through capital adequacy norms and risk management principles. So now let's discuss this particular one in detail. So on 26th of June 1974, a number of banks had released DOS marks to Bank Hersted in Frankfurt, Germany, in exchange for dollar payment that were to be delivered in New York. Due to differences in time zone, where there was a lag in dollar payments to counterparty banks, during which Bank Hersted was liquidated by German regulators before the dollar payments could be effected. ठीक है, तो ये एक ऐसा इशू आया, तो उसको समझते हुए we approaches BIS, one of the oldest financial institution in the world. So जिसने आपका they generally form like 5 different committees, ठीक है, like policy development group, supervision and implementation group, Basel consultative group, micro prudential supervision groups, and accounting expert group. ठीक है. So these are the 5 core groups which are generally part of BCBS, and we have number of task forces and subgroups under these particular groups. ठीक है, तो ये jointly मिलके आपका बनाते हैं BCBS को. So 5 committee groups report directly to BCBS chairman and form part of permanent internal structure. Within each group within each group are working groups which support specific technical work, and task forces which undertake specific task for a limited time. ठीक है, तो like to study that particular area or specific area, like issues like global financial crisis 7-8, or the issue like COVID-19 pandemic. So what can be the major challenges which our bank may face in near future? क्या क्या challenges हमारे पास आ सकते हैं, ठीक है? And what will be the best action to combat those particular challenges or to mitigate the risk or to minimize the risk? तो ये analysis आपका जो BCBS के द्वारा provide किया था. So BCBS they have released their guidelines, ठीक है, time to time, ठीक है, जिसमें से 3 गाइडलाइंस आपका 3 सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइंस दे आर जनरली नोन एज BCBS, Basel 1, Basel 2 and Basel 3. So for the very first time they released their guidelines in 1988. So they are generally called Basel 1, then 2004 Basel 2 and then 2010 Basel 3. ठीक है? So let's have a look around Basel 1. So if you talk about the Basel 1, it is all about the it was centered on capital adequacy, ठीक है? If banking supervision, ठीक है? Then capital requirement for credit and market risk. Basically, market risk we included in 1996 amendments. I hope you remember this, ठीक है? So credit risk was part of the at the time of when we released these guidelines in 1988, but market risk we generally added with the amendments of 1996 in Basel 1 itself, right? So capital requirement for this. Then we have setting capital requirement, one method only, that was CAR, and that was 8%. Okay. And India also adopted with 8% with the recommendation of Narsimham Committee 1, 1992. And with Narsimham Committee 2, which is 1998, we increase our CAR or CRAR to 9%. Okay. So earlier it was 1%, 8% only. Okay. Risk weight and height of the capital requirement for a credit dependent on client type and independent from the endured risk. Risk measurement tool by market risk only. Then we have administration cost and motivation to the risk management quality. So it was low and bank are not motivated with this one. Basel 2, this came in 1988. Basel 2, which came in 2014. So there was 3 pillars of banking supervision. One is like Basel 2 is basically a reformed and refined version of Basel 1. ठीक है, जो चीजें Basel 1 में थी उनको तो रखा ही गया और इम्प्रूव किया गया और कुछ नई चीजें आपकी आई. And all the guidelines are categorized under 3 different pillars. Pillar 1 is a minimum capital requirement. Pillar 2 was your supervisory review process, and third one was market discipline, right? So we added credit, market and operational risk also. Okay, so we have multiple methods depending on riskness of clients or the portfolios. Market risk, credit risk and operational risk, they get included in this particular one, and we do have different methods to calculate this particular one. It is high cost for the bank. Bank are motivated to risk management quality. They can reach for a lower capital requirements. Then Basel 3 2010, which was a reformed and refined version of Basel 1, Basel 2. So Basel 3 की अगर आप बात करते हैं, gradual, now if you study these particular one, what we generally did, we have same 3 pillars, but we increase the capacity. ठीक है, जो risk bearing capacity है, that we generally increase by certain extent. ठीक है, तो जैसे आपका strengthening financial stability and resilience, minimum capital requirements आपका जो इसमें भी था, ठीक है, liquidity standards, capital buffer, further development, risk weight asset approach. Then we have continued recognition with the refinement in calculating capital and operational risk, focus on extended to overall bank resilience and risk management, maintain transparency, focus, but introduce additional measure for capital buffer and liquidity. Introduce multiple capital buffer, including capital conversion buffer (CCB), and then we have counter-cyclical buffers, आपका systematically important banks and all. Introduce liquidity coverage ratio (LCR) and NSFR, net stable funding ratio. Introduce leverage ratio to prevent excessive borrowings. So there are few new things which we generally introduce time to time, or even there are some sort of principles like post this post the analysis of this global financial crisis. So in September 2008 onwards, we come up with the liquidity principles, 13 principles, or even to manage the operational risk, there are 11 principles. तो ऐसे बहुत सारे एड ऑन जिसमें कुछ नए टूल आपका ऐड किए गए, एडिशनल line of kind of we can say additional आपके जो ratios maintain करने के लिए, earlier it was only CAR, now we have CCB of 2.5%. So that's why we have to bank, as a bank we have to maintain 11.50% of capital buffers. Okay, so apart from that, there was counter cyclical buffer. In your good time we will save more for our bad time. Okay, so these are some kind of additional line apart from your core CAR things. Okay? If something happened bad in the market, first these जो आपके outliners हैं, they'll get breached. Till that time, we'll get time to come out with that particular problem and we'll come up with some suitable solutions. ठीक है? To manage the ultra short-term liquidity requirements, we come up with LCR, high quality liquid assets. I hope you remember that one. And NSFR to manage the stable sources of funds and all. And there was leverage ratio, especially while we make our position in derivatives. तो कैसे आपका होगा and what will be the buffer for that particular one. So these all get introduced in Basel 3 आपका, ठीक है? तो Basel 1, Basel 2 and Basel 3. I'll share this particular one. So this is a kind of reading things which we have discussed. I took it from RBI website. तो ये आपका एक comparison है. जैसे आपका पिलर 1, पिलर 2 एंड पिलर 3, ठीक है? सो पिलर 1 इज ऑल अबाउट योर आपका कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट. पिलर 2 इज अबाउट योर, पिलर 2 स्टार्ट फ्रॉम हियर, ठीक है? So pillar 2 is all about your supervisory review process where we have 4 principles that we will discuss in this particular class itself. Okay? Then a market discipline that we are going to discuss in our coming session, or some portion we will discuss in this particular one only. Okay? So these are some areas which generally part of this particular one. Okay? So आपका to protect or to prevent bank from any kind of financial or stressful situation. ठीक है? So let's practice some question based on this. Which of the following is not one of the 3 pillars? This is a very basic question. So liquidity risk coverage will be right answer. So we have only 3 pillars. So our minimum capital requirements define how much capital bank must hold against risk. Supervisory review process ensure bank evaluate their capital adequacy and risk management. And we have 4 principles, and it is also guided to supervisors or the regulators of that particular country, how they'll monitor the position of the bank. If any bank let's say if any bank fall below the minimum requirement, so what will be the suitable action? And the market discipline is something enhance transparency through public disclosure, ठीक है, on the liquidity position and other tools. ठीक है? तो जैसे वेबसाइट पे आपको अपनी बैलेंस शीट पब्लिश करनी होती है, और you have to submit, there are 7 type of report which you have to submit with RBI, 5 different liquidity reports and others, they generally comes under this one. ठीक है? So first, if you talk about the minimum capital requirement, so it is constituent of capital, how you will form your capital. Capital for credit risk, capital for market risk. Then we have capital for operational risk. Capital for credit risk, where we can use a standardized approach or IRB. IRB, we have foundation and advanced approach, right? Then capital for market risk, we have standardized approach and internal model base. So capital for market risk, which standardized approach have 2 approaches, maturity and duration. Capital for operational risk, which include 3 major method: basic indicator approach, standardized approach and advanced measurement approach. ठीक है? We have discussed these particular one in our past also. ठीक है? तो हमने past sessions में बहुत बार इनको आपका डिस्कस भी किया हुआ है. ठीक है? तो we are going to discuss these particular one in detail because जितना ज्यादा आप प्रैक्टिस करोगे उतनी ज्यादा आपकी एक्सपर्टीज बिल्ड होगी. ठीक है? चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं आपका प्रैक्टिस को. Which of the following statement best describe the objective of Basel 3 frameworks? So to impose strict and uniform capital requirement to strengthen the soundness and stability of banking system by improving risk management practices and capital allocation. So this option is right if you talk about the Basel 3. Okay. So Basel 3 framework was designed to revise the 1988 Accords and enhance banking system stability. It emphasizes the stronger risk management, greater use of risk assessment, and capital allocation for operational risk, unlike the other one. Okay? So these were the three pillars and all. Okay? Now, according to Basel 3, how does the revised framework incentivize bank to enhance their internal risk management capabilities? Okay? So by mandating bank to allocate a fixed percentage of capital for all risk categories, regardless of internal assessment, no. See, यहाँ तक सही है, but this statement is wrong. ठीक है? So with internal risk assessment, they can use their internal assessment also. By allowing bank to gain capital reduction if they improve risk management and increase transparency in risk disclosure. Okay, this seems fine. By imposing penalties on bank that fail to lend aggressively, maximize shareholders' return. No, that's disclosure bank. Sorry, by discouraging bank from using internal risk. No, internal risk models are suggested in this one. Okay? So option B, which is the best fit for this particular one. Okay? So Basel 3 encourage bank to disclose more risk information and enhance risk management process. By improving internal risk assessment model and risk control, bank can achieve a reduction in capital requirements, making lending more efficient and increasing returns also. Okay? So I have given why other options are wrong in explanation part also. Okay? So while you go through the PPT or the explanation part, please go through these particular one also. Okay? मैं इनको बार बार इसलिए डिस्कस नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि they have a kind of similar set of thoughts, but if you get confused with any option, so you can check from these particular one also, right? Which of the following correctly pair capital requirements by capital requirement type, which is an appropriate risk calculation method under Basel 3? Now tell me. Okay, we have discussed this particular one with that screenshot twice. Okay. So credit risk आपका we can use IRB, पहला is correct. ठीक है. Market risk आपका basic indicator approach, no, it is for आपका basic indicator approach for operational risk. ठीक है, this is wrong. Operational risk आपका so that means this is the operational risk. ठीक है. Maturity method and duration, these are applied to your आपका duration. ठीक है, so credit which we have this one. ठीक है, so only option correct is option A. ठीक है, तो एक चार्ट हमने देखा था ना, I'll check that soon. ठीक है, so option A is correct. IRB approach is generally used for credit risk under Basel 3 with two subcategories. One is foundation, another one is advanced. ठीक है, B was incorrect. Basic indicator approach used for operational risk. ठीक है, and maturity method used for market and duration is also used for market risk. ठीक है, so एक चार्ट हमने देखा था, उसमें ये सारे आपके थे. I'll just show you. ठीक है, this one. ठीक है, तो आपका अगर हम लोग बात करें, sorry, if you talk about the credit risk, ठीक है, so credit risk we have standard approach and IRB. IRB we have foundation and advanced. ठीक है, capital risk for market risk, capital charge for market risk, standardized method, maturity and duration, and the internal model of the bank. Capital for operational risk आपका BIA, ठीक है, बेसिक इंडिकेटर अप्रोच एंड स्टैंडर्डाइज अप्रोच एंड एडवांस मेजरमेंट अप्रोच. ठीक है, AMA जिसको हम लोग आपका बोलते हैं. ठीक है, सो न्यू एडवांस मेजरमेंट विच इज लाइक विच बिकम इफेक्टिव फ्रॉम 2023 itself. ठीक है, जो हमने पास्ट में भी आपका डिस्कस किया था. ठीक है, चलो, सो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस, अंडर बेसल 3 pillar 2 means supervisory review process. Which of the following risk is not explicitly covered under the regulatory capital adequacy ratio, CRAR? ठीक है, बट स्टिल नीड एडिशनल कैपिटल कंसिडरेशन। तो कौन सा नहीं आएगा? CAR में किस में होता है? CAR लिंक विद द रिस्क वेट एसेट एंड इट इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, ठीक है। तो लिक्विडिटी रिस्क आपका, ठीक है, सो ऑप्शन बी मस्ट बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है। सो लिक्विडिटी रिस्क इज नॉट एक्सप्लिसिटली कवर्ड अंडर द रेगुलेटरी कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी ratios CAR or CRAR, but included in Basel 3 Pillar 2 supervisory review processes itself. Okay, next one. Which of the following is not a key principle under Pillar 2 of Basel 3? Which of the following is not a key principle under Pillar 2? Pillar 2 means आपका supervisory review process. Okay, हाँ. So as I said कि we have 4 principle. अब उन 4 principle में से कौन सा नहीं है, ठीक है? Very important question. We will be discussing this particular one in detail, ठीक है? तो आप क्या है आपका? Bank must assess their capital adequacy and maintain appropriate level. It is part of the principles, ठीक है? Supervisor must ensure bank comply with the regulatory capital ratios, ठीक है? तो जो CAR है, like first one is about कि they have to maintain CAR to their आपका risk weight asset के against में capital charge. Then जो भी लेवल है, like let's say in case of India it is आपका 11.50%, ठीक है, इंक्लूडिंग CCB, या CRAR इज 9%. तो बैंक आर मेंटेनिंग दोज पर्टिकुलर वन एंड नॉट, तो दैट इज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ सुपरवाइजर्स और RBI, ठीक है, इन केस ऑफ इंडिया. बैंक मस्ट डिस्क्लोज ऑल फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजेक्शन पब्लिकली. नो, दिस इज रॉन्ग, ठीक है. आपको सारी ट्रांजेक्शन्स को दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है, ठीक है. यू हैव टू पब्लिश योर फाइनल रिपोर्ट्स और लिक्विडिटी रिपोर्ट्स एज पर दी एज लाइक विद डायरेक्शन ऑफ RBI itself, ठीक है. तो जो रिपोर्ट्स आपको बोली गई वही आपका, ठीक है. सुपरवाइजर मस्ट इंटरवेंस if capital fall below the required level. तो if any bank is not maintaining adequate capital adequacy, ठीक है, जो भी आपके requirements हैं आपका, ठीक है, like 9% या 11.5%, so obviously RBI will interface in that particular case and they'll take the action, ठीक है. So option C will be right answer for this particular one, ठीक है. So pillar 2 supervisory review process focus on capital adequacy assessment, regulatory compliances, supervisory intervention, and ensuring bank maintain required capital level. So these are the 4 principles. ठीक है. Now let's have a look in detail also. Okay, that is missing, that will come. ठीक है. तो हमने चारों उनको आपका रखा हुआ है. I don't know वो कहाँ पे मिस हुआ, but it will come. ठीक है. All the 4 principles we are going to discuss in detail. ठीक है. Under Basel 3, which of the following approach is not classified under capital charge for operational risk? ठीक है, तो ये आसान है. IBA is part of operational, ठीक है. Standardized आपका standardized approach is also part of this one, ठीक है. IRB is not part of this, it is for credit risk, ठीक है. It is generally used for the credit, ठीक है. Credit risk आपका आएगा, ठीक है. Advanced measurement AMA is also part of this, ठीक है. So option C will be option C will be right answer for this one. IRB is related to capital charge for credit risk, not for operational risk. Under Basel 3, operational risk is managed using basic indicator approach, standardized approach, and advanced measurement approach. Okay, these are the 3 approaches which we have discussed in that particular one also, right? Next one. According to Basel 3, which of the following statement about tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 capital are correct? So is correct. So it is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 equal to capital base of the bank. Tier 1 is your core capital. Tier 2 and tier 3 are calculated based on, or bank they generally manage tier 2 and tier 3 based on their capital, tier 1 capital. ठीक है. तो core capital है आपका tier 1, वहीं से आपका calculation होगा, या tier 2 और tier 3 कितना होगा, that will be totally depend on your tier 1 capital or core capital. ठीक है. So tier 1 capital consists mainly subordinated debt. No, it is tier 2 capital. This is wrong. ठीक है. Tier 2 capital can be more than tier 1 capital. ठीक है. Tier 2 capital can be more than tier 1 capital. Tier 1 person is 100%. Tier 3 capital primarily, it is wrong आपका, because tier 2 capital is 100% of that particular one. It cannot exceed that one. Tier 3 capital is primarily for covering credit risk. No, it is tier 1 capital. Tier 3 is generally for the exposures आपका, जो market exposures होते हैं उनके लिए हम इसको आपका use कर रहे होते हैं. ठीक है. Tier 3 capital is limited to 250% of Tier 1 capital requirement of market risk. Yes, 100% true. So option D should be right answer for this particular one. Okay. So Tier 1 capital, core capital include common equity, आपका disclosed reserve, forming the primary financial cuisine. ठीक है. Tier 2 is supplementary, ठीक है, include subordinated debt, loan loss reserve. However, cannot exceed 100% of tier 1 capital. ठीक है, clear cut आपका है. ठीक है. Tier 3 capital, it can be 250% of your tier 1 capital. ठीक है, was introduced in Basel 2 for covering market risk and include the cap of 250% of tier 1 capital. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से इनको थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, बिकॉज while we'll solve the numericals. ठीक है, कुछ न्यूमेरिकल्स में आपको आपका इसी के साथ कराऊंगा, बट वी विल हैव अ डेडिकेटेड सेशन ऑन केस स्टडीज ऑल्सो. तो वहां पे भी, क्योंकि अभी आप इनको पढ़ रहे हैं रेफरेंसेस में, थोड़ा सा याद रहेगा, बट वंस जब आपके पास ये रेफरेंसेस नहीं होंगे, यू मे फेस सम सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम. तो प्रैक्टिस से आपको थोड़ा सा हेल्प आएगी. ठीक है. सो मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट, दैट मीन्स टीयर 1, थोड़ा सा इसको और डिस्कस कर लेते हैं. Capital base is a combination of tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 capital. Here, the sum of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 elements will be eligible for inclusion in capital base subject to the following limits. Tier 2 capital, which is known as supplementary elements, that is limited to maximum of tier 1 maximum 100% of tier 1 capital elements. अगर आपका tier 1 is like let's say 100 crores, so it can be 100 crores or less than that. ठीक है. दूसरा आपका subordinated debt आपका, which is your tier 2 capital. ठीक है. Sorry, tier 1 tier 2 capital elements आपका. ठीक है. So subordinated debt, secondary debt इसको हम लोग बोलते हैं. ठीक है, which get secondary preference at the time of liquidation. ठीक है, over the primary debt. So will be limited to a maximum of 50% of tier 1 element. Means आपका जो टीयर 2 कैपिटल होगा उसमें सबऑर्डिनेटेड डेट कैन बी मैक्सिमम 50% ऑफ योर टीयर 1 कैपिटल. जैसे लेट्स से देयर इज अ बैंक हुज टीयर 1 कैपिटल इज 100 crores and their tier 2 capital can be आपका लेस देन इक्वल टू 100%. ठीक है, लेस देन इक्वल टू 100 crores. ठीक है, तो आपका ये, अब इसमें से सबऑर्डिनेटेड डेट कैन बी लेस देन इक्वल टू 50 crores. इससे ज्यादा ये आपका नहीं हो सकता. ठीक है. Tier 3 capital will be limited to 250% of the bank tier 1 capital that required to support the market risk. ठीक है, जिसका इंक्लूजन आपका बेसल 2 के अंदर किया गया. ठीक है. इसके अलावा आपका जनरल प्रोविजन लॉस रिजर्व रेशियो include amount reflecting lower valuation of asset and asset revaluation reserve, which take the form of latent gain on unrealized securities, will be subject to discount of 55%. These are some additional guidelines toward your capital requirements. Next one, guys. Under Basel 3, which of the following instrument qualifies additional tier 1 or AT1 capital? So AT1 capital किस में आएगा आपका? Perpetual bonds. ठीक है, unsecured perpetual bonds with discretionary coupon payments. ठीक है, redeemable subordinated debt with a fixed maturity 10 years, preferred equity no, senior secured no. ठीक है, ये दो नहीं होंगे. ए और बी में से इट शुड बी आपका ऑप्शन ए. परपेचुअल बॉन्ड्स आर पार्ट ऑफ 81. ठीक है, क्योंकि दे हैव एन ऑप्शन. आई विल गो विद दिस. ठीक है, सो परपेचुअल बॉन्ड्स आर बेसिकली these are bonds with no maturity. ठीक है, perpetual bonds क्या होते हैं? These are bonds with no maturity. Usually we have a maturity date for bonds, but यहाँ पे ये क्या होता है? prep. ये kind of equity की तरह है, but the difference is equity के केस में there is no fixed return, but in this case you will get a fixed rate of return, right? So now here we have a option also कि like at that, like अगर बैंक is facing some sort of issues, ठीक है, आप डिपॉजिटर का पैसा देने के लिए आपके पास पैसा नहीं है, so they जो lenders हैं, they can convert it into equity and all, so they have that particular right. So that's why option A should be right answer for this one. ठीक है, so Basel 3 define additional tier which is AT1 capital as first one is perpetual, ठीक है, no maturity date. Discretionary coupon payments, bank can choose not to pay. A loss observing can be written down or covered. converted into equity during the financial distress. ठीक है, so that's why these are generally part of your additional tier 1 capital, right? Next one, मतलब they are helping bank to build their loss observing capacity. ठीक है, what is the primary focus of principle 1 under pillar 2 of Basel 3? Pillar 2 means supervisory review process. ठीक है, now we officially enter into the pillar 2. तो अभी हमने pillar 1 का डिस्कशन किया है, ठीक है, कुछ क्वेश्चन पिलर 2 के ऊपर भी थे, बट हाँ मैक्सिमम डिस्कशन वाज अराउंड द पिलर 1. ठीक है, सो नाउ पिलर 2 विच इज योर आपका सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस, एसआरपी प्रोसेस इट इज नोन एज. ठीक है, सो पिलर 1 आपका प्रिंसिपल 1, सो वी हैव 4 प्रिंसिपल्स. ठीक है, तो जिसमें आपका ensuring bank hold a capital above the regulatory minimum level, requiring supervisor to intervene capital level for, this is 3, encouraging bank to assess their capital and maintain this. ठीक है, see this is principle 1, this is your principle 2, and this is your principle 3. Expanding market disclosure and transparency, this is not part of this one, I guess. हाँ, this is not part of this one, this is part of the market discipline. So option C should be right answer for this one. ठीक है, so pillar 1 state that banks should have a process for assessing their overall capital adequacy in relation to their risk profile and should also have a strategy for maintaining their capital level. ठीक है, so now we'll discuss all the 4 pillars, 4 principles of pillar 2, which is supervisory review process. Principle 1, ठीक है, very important one. Bank should have a process for assessing their overall capital adequacy in relation to their risk profile and strategy for maintaining their capital level, which we have discussed. Pillar 2, supervisor. So basically this प्रिंसिपल बिलोंग्स टू बैंक. ठीक है, इस प्रिंसिपल को फुलफिल करने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बिलोंग्स टू बैंक. दिस इज आपका बैंक एज वेल एज आपका सुपरवाइजर. ठीक है, सो सुपरवाइजर, ठीक है, सुपरवाइजर शुड रिव्यू एंड इवैल्यूएट बैंक इंटरनल capital adequacy assessments and strategies, as well as their ability to maintain and ensure their compliance with regulatory capital ratios. Supervisors should take appropriate supervisory action if they are not satisfied with the result. So principle 1 which belongs to bank, principle 2 which belongs to supervisor. Next principle belongs to both, I guess. There is one principle, supervisor should expect bank to operate above the minimum regulatory capital ratios and should have the ability to require bank to hold capital in excess of the minimum. This belongs to both. So supervisor as well as your aapka bank. The fourth one again supervisor. Okay? Supervisor should seek to intervene at early stage to prevent bank capital from falling below minimum level requirements to support the risk characteristics of the particular bank and should require rapid remedial action of if capital is not maintained or restored. ठीक है, तो दिस इज द फाइनल स्टेज आपका, जहां पे सुपरवाइजर दिल और द मार्केट रेगुलेटर्स और द बैंकिंग रेगुलेटर्स, इन केस ऑफ इंडिया इट इज आरबीआई, so they'll take their actions against that particular one. ठीक है, so these are the 4 principles. So Basel committee has also laid down the following 4 key principle regard to supervisory review process. ठीक है, under pillar 2. So principle 1, principle 2, principle 3 and principle 4. ठीक है, bank should have a process for assessing overall capital adequacy in relation to their risk profile. ठीक है, supervisor should review and evaluate the bank internal capital adequacy assessment and strategies. Supervisor should expect bank to operate above the minimum regulatory requirement like CRAR of 9% or CCB of 2.5%, or they are maintaining overall 11.5% buffers or more than that also. ठीक है, even the other tools like LCR, NSF are greater than equal to 100% or the others one. ठीक है, leverage ratio more than 3%. ठीक है, so these were the requirements as per the Basel 1, pillar 1. तो pillar 2 के अंदर आपका कहीं ना कहीं कि like they all are interlinked. pillar 1 के अंदर हमने बोला कि you have to maintain these things. pillar 2 के अंदर आपका आप उसको मेंटेन कर रहे हो या नहीं कर रहे हो, दैट वी आर जनरली मेकिंग श्योर, ठीक है। एंड अगर नहीं करो सो सुपरवाइजर विल टेक, मतलब इट इज सजेस्टेड टू सुपरवाइजर दे शुड टेक अर्ली रेमेडियल एक्शंस so we can prevent that particular bank or the interest of depositor also, right? Supervisor should seek to intervene at early stage to prevent capital from falling below the minimum levels, जैसे जिसके लिए आपका RBI come up with the PCA guidelines. I hope you remember those particular one, ठीक है, prompt corrective actions team. अब तो अभी किसी पे है नहीं, but earlier they were also part of this particular one, ठीक है. That is something, an action which is taken by the supervisor to protect their banks, those who are below the minimum levels and all, ठीक है. So that is the one. So these are the four principle, very very important one. Please do remember these one, ठीक है. तो I'll give 2 star to this one, ठीक है. So आपको ये help करेगा आने वाले समय में. Next one guys. Which of the following is not one of the guiding principle for bank pillar 3 disclosure as per the Basel committee, ठीक है. So disclosure should be clear, meaningful, confidential नहीं है, meaningful, आपका comparable, ठीक है. So there are 5 guiding principle toward the disclosure norms or the principle 3. 5 guiding principles for the pillar 3 include the disclosure should be clear, comprehensive, meaningful, consistency over the time, and comparability. So confidentiality is not part of this particular one. Again, this is very very important one guys. Please do remember these. बहुत सारे पूछे जाते हैं इनका सेट आपका, ठीक है. So principle 1. So Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has agreed upon the following 5 guiding principle on the principle 3 pillar 3 disclosure. Disclosure should be clear, comprehensive, meaningful to users, and it should be consistent over the time, and comparable across banks. So these are the 5 guiding principles regarding the disclosures. Okay? Next one. A bank is calculating a liquidity coverage ratio LCR if it has 2000 crore rupees high quality liquid asset and projected cash outflow is 1500 crores over next 30 calendar days. So what is LCR? क्या होगा इसका LCR आपका, ठीक है. So if you calculate this particular one, what will be LCR? 133, ठीक है. सो 133% आपका परसेंटेज में पूछा गया, ठीक है. सो हाउ वी कैलकुलेट LCR? सो LCR इज इक्वल टू हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट डिवाइड बाय नेट कैश आउटफ्लो, ठीक है, नेट कैश आउटफ्लो इन 30 कैलेंडर डेज, ठीक है. सो इन 30 कैलेंडर डेज. तो दिस इज द फॉर्मूला, ठीक है. सो अगर आप इसको देखते हैं 2000 डिवाइड बाय 1.5000, ठीक है, into 100 percentage में, so it will come 133%, ठीक है. So 133% आपका, that will be right answer for this. That means this bank is at good side, ठीक है. तो अगर हमें जजमेंट लेने के लिए बोलता है कि as per the regulatory requirements that bank is maintaining right capital LCR or not, ठीक है, तो it is right, it is yes, ठीक है. क्यों yes है आपका, ठीक है. So bank, it is like जो हमारा LCR है, it should be greater than equal to 100% as per the regulatory requirement, and this bank is maintaining 133%. that means it is good, ठीक है. तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ठीक है. So Basel 3 mandate a minimum LCR of 100%, meaning bank must hold sufficient HQLA to cover 30 days of outflow. Since 130%, 33 above this requirement, the bank is in a strong liquidity position. तो ऐसे कई बार ना वो जजमेंट के लिए आपको क्वेश्चंस भी दे देगा. So where you have to apply these particular one. All right, guys. Next one. A bank calculate its risk weight asset under Basel 3 if it has following asset, what is the total risk weight asset? तो total risk weight asset हम लोग कैसे निकालते हैं आपका, ठीक है. So it is basically आपका अगर हम लोग risk weight asset की बात करें, so ये तो बहुत ही आसान क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है. वैसे आपका tier 1 plus tier 2 डिवाइड बाय आपका risk weight asset, ठीक है, टोटल आपका निकल के आ जाएगा. बट दिस क्वेश्चन आपका कैश रिजर्व है 1000 करोड़, रिस्क वेट इज 0, तो इसका 0 रहेगा, ठीक है. एंड गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज, अगेन आपका रिस्क वेट इज 0, ठीक है. सो अगेन इट विल बी 0. कॉर्पोरेट लोन्स आपका 3000 करोड़, ठीक है, रिस्क वेट इज 100%, दैट मीन्स इट इज 3000 करोड़, ठीक है, एंड मॉर्गेज लोन 4000 करोड़, रिस्क वेट इज 50%, दैट मीन्स 50% ऑफ 4000 करोड़ इज आपका 2000 करोड़, ठीक है, तो टोटल कितना हो गया आपका 5000 करोड़। सो बैंक नीड टू मेंटेन रिस्क वेट, आपका इसका जो रिस्क वेट एसेट है दैट इज हाउ मच 5000 करोड़, ठीक है, और इसका आपका सीआर अगर आप कर देंगे तो ये दैट इज द कैपिटल दैट दे need to additionally maintain, ठीक है, so 5000 crore means option B will be right answer for this particular question. We are going to practice these type of question, ठीक है, so question is about ICAAP, ठीक है, so which is a basic, it is basically it is an internal model which is developed by bank itself, ठीक है, to manage or mitigate the risk and to maintain proper capital or quality capitals toward any kind of financial losses and all. Okay. So what is the primary objective of internal capital adequacy assessment process of banks? To focus only on current capital adequacy requirements? No. To take forward looking approaches considering future constraint and macroeconomics factors. 100% true. So option B. So with this particular question, first we will be discussing what is ICAAP and uses and all. So ICAAP is described as forward-looking process that consider strategic plan, macroeconomics factors, and future constraint on capital availability and the utilization also. Okay? So internal capital adequacy assessment process, which a crucial internal process for a financial institution to determine and maintain amount and quality capital they need to observe potential losses and manage risk effectively. Okay? So basically, like if we talk about the risk management, okay, so for bank or financial institution, this is one of the most crucial tool or important tool, okay, which generally help बैंक टू डील विद दीज काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन, ठीक है, इफ एनीथिंग लाइक कोई भी ऐसी आपकी सिचुएशन होती है, कोई स्ट्रेसफुल सिचुएशन या कोई भी ऐसा फाइनेंशियल कंस्ट्रेंट अगर मार्केट में आता है या सिचुएशन लाइक ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस एंड ऑल, ठीक है, या अदर कोई भी आपका फाइनेंशियल या फिर आपका इकोनॉमिक डाउन टर्न्स आपके होते हैं, सो दिस मॉडल आपका जो हमें प्रोटेक्ट करता है और विच विल हेल्प यू टू मिटिगेट दैट पर्टिकुलर रिस्क एज वेल एज like जैसे it is part of the board approval policy itself, so it should be regularly tested कि अगर ऐसी situations होती हैं तो ये मॉडल आपका इफेक्टिव है या नहीं है, that kind of things, ठीक है, so it has two key components or it is a key components of pillar 2 which is SRP process within the Basel frameworks which focus on supervisory review and evaluation of bank capital adequacy, ठीक है, so it include these many areas, ठीक है, so risk management, capital and liquidity management and business management. In case of risk management, identification, appetite, measurements and forecasting, ठीक है, so risk identification, risk appetite, risk measurement and risk forecasting. So these are the ways where this model help a bank to in their overall risk management. Capital and liquidity management, how much it is required, contingency planning and all. Then business management, it connect ICAAP to business lines and budgeting and forecasting and monitoring and reporting, ठीक है, so overall आपका कहीं ना कहीं एक ओवरऑल जो आपके लाइक अपार्ट फ्रॉम दी रेगुलेटरी कंप्लाइंसेस, ठीक है, और विच इंक्लूड द रेगुलेटरी कंप्लाइंसेस ऑल्सो, ठीक है, सो जो रेगुलेटरी रूल्स आपके हैं उनके अलावा व्हाट other scenarios we can face and what is the planning of bank to mitigate or to observe those particular losses itself, right? So key elements आपका comprehensive risk assessment, team ICAAP involve a thorough assessment of various risks including credit risk, market risk, operational and strategic risk. Then capital planning, it helps a bank to plan their capital need or capital charge against these many risks, both in the short term as well as long term, and identify potential success of the capital itself. Stress testing, team which we generally use for the abnormal market condition. ठीक है. So ICAAP include stress testing to evaluate the impact of adverse scenarios on bank capital position, monitoring and reporting. ठीक है. It require ongoing monitoring of risk exposures and capital need with regular reporting to management and regulators. ठीक है. Internal control review. ICAP include a review of internal control to ensure their effectiveness in managing risk and maintaining capital adequacy. So these are some key elements of your ICAAP. ठीक है. So ये मॉडल आपका ओवरऑल लाइक बेसिक आपका अगर हम लोग बात करें तो बैंक की जो ओवरऑल रिस्क मैनेजमेंट है या जो भी डिफरेंट डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ रिस्क हम लोग आपका फेस कर सकते हैं टू डील विद दोज पर्टिकुलर रिस्क और टू कम अप विद अ प्रॉपर प्लान और by the regular testing so we can assess the bank capacity to absorb the future uncertainties. Okay, so documentation and submission. So the ICAAP process must be documented and submitted annually to the central bank for review. Okay, so every bank they have to submit like they have to, it should be documented कि क्या structure है and it should be submitted to RBI itself in case of India. So RBI will also check the effectiveness and efficacy of that particular model. ठीक है. So benefit आपका improved risk management. ठीक है. So help bank to identify and address potential weakness in their management strategy. Enhance capital planning, facilitate better capital planning and resource allocation. Regulatory compliances, ensure compliances with regulatory capital requirements. ठीक है, जैसे इंडिया के अंदर आपका CRAR is 9% और आपका CCB is 2.5%, for leverage ratio is 9% और 3%. So ये सारे जो tools हैं ये आपका परफेक्टली मीट कर पा रहा है बैंक या नहीं, या उनके अलावा एडिशनल जो आपके प्रिपरेशंस हैं टुवर्ड एनी काइंड ऑफ फाइनेंशियल डाउनटर्न. सो कहीं ना कहीं this model that generally take care about that one. Stronger capital position by proactively assessing and managing risk. ICAAP contribute to stronger capital position for the bank itself. ठीक है. So this was our very first question. Like there are lots में बहुत बार आप लोग देखेंगे. ठीक है. So हर बार आपका एक क्वेश्चन आपको ICAAP मॉडल के ऊपर देखने के लिए मिला है. ठीक है. So that's why I included the detailed summary of this particular topic. Now we will be practicing back to back 3 to 4 questions based on same model. ठीक है. So how does ICAAP ensure that bank maintain adequate capital level in the face of future uncertainties by strictly adhering to past capital adequacy ratios without considering future risk? No, with considering future risk. Okay, this is wrong. Okay. By developing a dynamic strategy that align capital planning with bank risk profile, macroeconomics factors and business complexity. 100% true. Okay. By focusing only on balance sheet, no, on and off balance sheet both. By setting a fixed level, no, it is dynamic, it is change like as per the economic scenarios we are generally changing or maintaining that one. Okay. So ICAAP is a forward looking process that require bank to create a flexible and adaptive strategy to manage capital base on expected future constraint, macroeconomics conditions and the complexity of their operation. It consider both on and off balance sheet risk rather than setting fixed capital levels also, right? Next one. What is the primary focus of testing and adoption of ICAAP sections? Okay. So why we generally do the testing things? Okay. So to check the relevancy or efficacy of this particular model. कि अगर कल के डेट में like we generally do the testing with the different simulation methods and all. ठीक है, कि अगर ये situation होता है तो हमारी जो मॉडल है इट इज गोइंग टू वर्क और नॉट. ठीक है. सो व्हाट विल बी द आउटकम इन ऑल. ठीक है, डिफरेंट सिनेरियोज के साथ हम इसको टेस्ट कर रहे होते हैं. तो बेसिकली जिससे हम अपनी रिलायबिलिटी बढ़ा सकते हैं मॉडल के ऊपर एंड वी कैन चेक द एफिकेसी ऑफ दिस मॉडल कि इसकी प्रभावकारिता है, अगर सिचुएशन ऐसी होती है ये ऑब्जर्व कर पाएगा लॉसेस को या नहीं, दैट इज द वन. ठीक है. टू डिस्क्राइब द वेरियस सोर्स ऑफ बैंक कैपिटल, नो. To outline the testing, validation and review process of ICCV model calculations, it can be provide summary of bank profit to explain how ICAP is implemented without requiring board approval? No, no, this is wrong. Okay. So option B will be right answer for this one. Okay. This section ensure that ICAP undergoes rigorous testing, validation, and review the senior management or the board before approval. It also maintain external consultant and the requirement to the to submit to the RBI itself. Okay. So, okay, this question was actually about the testing and adoption of ICAAP section. Okay. So this section which generally deal with these particular areas. Okay. So testing and adoption of ICAAP. So this section would describe the extent of challenging and testing that the ICAAP has been subjected to. It would thus include the testing and control process applied to ICAAP model and calculations. It should also describe the process of review of test results by senior management or the board of directors of the bank, along with their responses could be attached to the ICAAP documents sent to the RBI. Okay. Detail of the reliance placed on any external service providers or consultant in the testing process. For instance, generating economic scenario could also be detailed here. In addition, a copy of any report obtained from an external reviewer or internal auditors should also be sent to RBI. Okay, so about the reporting and the documentation of ICAAP model. Okay, now next one. Which of the following is not one of the guiding principle for bank pillar 3? Pillar 3 means आपका disclosure requirements. So market discipline and disclosures as per the Basel committee. So disclosure should be clear. Confidential is wrong. Meaningful आपका comparable. ठीक है. So clear, comprehensive, meaningful and comparable. ठीक है. So these were the areas. ठीक है. So the disclosure should be, there should be clarity, comprehensive, meaningfulness, consistency and आपका comparability. ठीक है. So these are the 5 guiding principles under the pillar 3 disclosure requirements of Basel 3. ठीक है. So these were the guidelines. So guiding principles for bank pillar 3 disclosure. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has agreed upon the following 5 guiding principles. One is disclosure should be clear, comprehensive, meaningful, consistent over the time and the comparable across the bank. ठीक है. तो ये इस फॉर्म में you have to submit और basically this is the kind of a format कि how bank will disclose their लिक्विडिटी पोजीशंस, किस तरीके से किस फॉर्मेट में वो आपका जो स्टेक होल्डर्स होंगे उनको आपका उसको रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे. ठीक है. बेसल 3, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सिनेरियो वुड ट्रिगर द एक्टिवेशन ऑफ CCB capital conversion buffers. ठीक है. So CCB bank they have to maintain one additional layer beyond the CAR capital adequacy ratio that is generally known as CCB. ठीक है. कितना है आपका 2.50%. ठीक है. So now why we are creating this? We are creating one additional layer कि अगर कल के डेट में if there is some adverse market condition, first it will got breach. ठीक है. तो अगर ये breach होगा then आपका यहाँ तक चीजें पहुंचेंगी. So this is 9% as per it is known as CRAR RBI के हिसाब से. Basel के हिसाब से it is 8%. ठीक है. So in total bank are maintaining 11.50% additional capital cushion toward with reference to their risk weight ऐसे. तो इतना additional capital अगर कल के डेट में जैसे if there is like कुछ sudden economic crisis होते हैं तो first this will got breach, then आपका ये आएगा. ठीक है. यहाँ तक पहुँचने में so will get time. ठीक है. So now the question is scenario would trigger the activation of capital conversion buffers. ठीक है. Bank common equity tier 1 fall below 6% of the risk weight asset. ठीक है. A bank leverage ratio नहीं. A bank capital adequacy ratio drop 9%. No. A bank CET fall below regulatory minimum plus the buffer आपका. ठीक है. हाँ, this is the exact solution आपका. ठीक है. So it is मतलब जैसे आपका 11.50% है, it came down to let's say 11%. ठीक है. तो this shows the trigger trigger will activate about this particular one कि हाँ now your CCB got breach in this case. ठीक है, तो ये these are the later situation scenarios आपका सबसे पहले आपको यहीं पे इंडिकेशन मिलना स्टार्ट हो. तो D must be right answer for this one. Yes. So CCB is an additional capital requirement on top of the minimum CET1 requirements. Basel 3 mandate CCB at 2.5, making the effective minimum CET requirement 7%, 4.5 plus 2.5. Overall it is 11.5, but ये CET1 के साथ link है. And bank they have to in India they have to maintain CRAR of 9%. तो वो आपका जो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है CET1, CET2, AT1 ये सारे 9% पे प्लस आपका CCB आपका 2.5. तो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज 11.5 आपका जहां पे ये जाएगा. ठीक है, सो दैट इज द केस आपका. ठीक है, एक चार्ट मैंने आपको दिखाया था ओवरऑल कैपिटल का, सो वहां पे ये एक्सप्लेनेशन आपको सारा मिल जाएगा. ठीक है, इफ बैंक हैज आपका ASF ऑफ 8,000 करोड़ and basically it is available source of funds, and required source of fund is how much 10,000 crores. What does it indicate? पहले तो ये आपका it has a negative outcome. ठीक है, negative outcome क्यों है? आपका available source of funds are less than the required. ठीक है, that means हमने क्या पढ़ा था आपका NSFR जो आपका net stable funding ratio. ठीक है, so it is आपका ASF डिवाइड बाय आपका RSF. ठीक है, RSF इट शुड बी ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 100%. ठीक है, बट हमारे केस में क्या है आपका वी हैव अवेलेबल सोर्सेज आर हाउ मच आपका कितना है 8,000 करोड़. सो 8,000 करोड़ एंड रिक्वायर इज 10,000 करोड़. ठीक है, तो ये कितना है आपका 8%, 80% हो जाएगा आपका अगर आप इसको इंटू 100 करते हैं तो 80%. तो बेसिकली ये कितना है आपका 80% है, बट इट शुड बी कितना आपका ये होना चाहिए. तो दिस इज लेस देन 100%. दैट मीन्स दिस बैंक मे फेस द लिक्विडिटी रिस्क इन द in the coming time duration. ठीक है, the bank meet Basel 3 NSFR requirement. No, bank is not meeting this one. This is the requirement. It should be greater than equal to 100%. Bank has the NSFR shortfall and may face liquidity stress. बिल्कुल सही. ठीक है, bank is in a compliance but must maintain leverage ratio. No, it is not in compliance. The bank risk weight asset will increase due to no. So what will be your correct answer? B will be right answer for this one. ठीक है, so Basel 3 minimum NSFR is 100%. Net stable funding ratio is 100%. It should be like bank they should maintain it at greater than equal to 100%. ठीक है, so remaining the bank available standing stable funding should be at least equal to required stable funding. So in this particular scenario it was 80% only. So since 80% is below the required, the bank has a liquidity shortfall, increasing its vulnerability to a funding stress आपका. ठीक है, ऐसे क्वेश्चन बहुत बार आपका these are basically application based question. तो इनके chances you like दो कुछ नहीं है, if you know the concept you can easily solve these one also. ठीक है, under Basel 3 which of the following asset would typically have हाईएस्ट रिस्क वेट. ठीक है, इनमें से आपका हाईएस्ट रिस्क वेट नो मतलब ए प्लस है. ठीक है, आपका रेजिडेंशियल मॉर्गेज, अनसिक्योर्ड कॉर्पोरेट लोन, BBB माइनस है वो भी. ठीक है, सो ऑप्शन सी विल बी राइट आंसर. ठीक है, कैश ये आपका नहीं होगा. ठीक है, सो आपका ये लीस्ट है, देन दिस मतलब कैश बैलेंसेस विद सेंट्रल बैंक लीस्ट, देन दिस वन. अगर आप इनको क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर में डालते हैं, ठीक है, तो लीस्ट रिस्क की में आएगा 1, 2, 3. और अगर आप इनको इस मतलब रिस्क वाइज देखते हैं, सो दिस इज द हाईएस्ट रिस्क की, देन आपका दिस. ठीक है, बेसिकली इनके और इनके अगेंस्ट में यू डू नॉट हैव टू मेंटेन एनी कैपिटल बफर आल्सो, राइट. सो सी विल बी राइट आंसर. ठीक है, सो गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स AA+, लो रिस्क 0 to 20%. ठीक है, रेजिडेंशियल मॉर्गेज आपका दैट इज मॉडरेट रिस्क. ठीक है, 35 to 50%. अनसिक्योर्ड कॉर्पोरेट 100% और 125% भी हो सकता है. कैश इन ऑल 0 रिस्क आपका. ठीक है, तो दिस इज सबसे कम रिस्क की आपका ये था और सबसे ज्यादा रिस्क की आपका था ये. ठीक है, सो ऑप्शन सी दैट्स व्हाई इट इज अ राइट आंसर. A bank is calculating liquidity coverage ratio if it has 2,000 crore in high quality liquid asset and projected net cash outflow is 1,500 crores over next 30 calendar days. So you have to calculate LCR. वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन, ठीक है, हो जाएगा सबसे, ठीक है। हाउ यू कैलकुलेट एलसीआर? सो एलसीआर इज इक्वल टू हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट, ठीक है, डिवाइड बाय नेट कैश आउटफ्लो इन 30 कैलेंडर डेज, ठीक है। शॉर्टकट में मैंने लिख दिया है। सो हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट इज, मतलब ये आपका सही मेंटेन कर रहा है, 2000 करोड़ डिवाइड बाय आपका 1500 करोड़, ठीक है। सो ये आपका कितना हो जाएगा, 0.3333 समथिंग, 0.333, नहीं सॉरी, 1.33 समथिंग, जस्ट लेट मी कैलकुलेट, हाँ कितना होता है, 2 डिवाइड बाई 1.5 इज इक्वल टू 1.333 इंटू 100 करेंगे, सो इट इज 133.33, ठीक है। सो आपका 1.3333, सो इंटू 100 करते हैं, परसेंटेज में पूछा गया, सो 133%, ठीक है। सो ऑप्शन बी या सी विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस, ठीक है। सो हाई क्वालिटी, सॉरी, LCR, liquidity coverage ratio, and bank is the else again in case of LCR also they have to maintain it at greater than equal to 100%, and this bank is maintaining very well, ठीक है। तो इसका 100% से ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। Outcome is the bank have sufficient funds to meet the short term obligation for next 30 days. They have enough high quality liquid assets so they can meet any kind of stressful situation for next 30 days, right? So this is the one thing. So Basel III mandate minimum LCR at 100%, meaning bank must hold sufficient HQLA to cover 30 days of outflow. Since 130%, 33% is based is above the requirement, the bank is strong in liquidity position. Understood? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं। A bank calculate risk weight asset under the Basel III if following assets and their risk weight asset, ठीक है। आपका कैश इन दिस 0% है, तो ये आपका कितना होगा, 0, एंड गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में इट इज अगेन 0, ठीक है। कॉर्पोरेट लोन्स आपका 3000 करोड़, रिस्क वेट एसेट इज दिस, सो दैट मीन्स 3000 करोड़, ठीक है। एंड मॉर्गेज लोन्स में आपका इट इज आपका 4000 करोड़, and the risk weight is 50%, so 50% of 4000 is 2000 crores, ठीक है। So the total is 5000 crores, ठीक है। So इनके जो risk weight assets हैं आपका that is 5000 crores, so and इसका they have to maintain the CRAR, ठीक है, उसके हिसाब से आपका, ठीक है। So this is the one, so option B will be right answer, very easy. Under Basel III, which of the following is primary objective of counter cyclical buffer, ठीक है। तो counter cyclical buffer क्या होता है आपका, it is like when you are having your good time, so you should maintain additional buffer, ठीक है। जैसे हमने समझा था ना, during global financial crisis there was some bank जिनके ऊपर उतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं हुआ। रीजन बिंग क्या सबसे बड़ा रीजन था, व्हाट दे वर डूइंग, कि जब उनका अच्छा समय था दे आर हैविंग मैक्सिमम बफर, अगर वो जैसे इकोनॉमी ग्रो करिए काफी ज्यादा लोन दे रहे हैं तो उसके अगेंस्ट में उतना ही ज्यादा बफर क्रिएट करके चल रहे थे, सो दे कैन यूज दिस मनी एट द टाइम ऑफ दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन, ठीक है। यहाँ पे जो आपका अगर कल के डेट में बैड टाइम होता है, सो वी कैन यूज दैट बफर, राइट। To protect bank from credit risk arising from loan, to ensure bank hold extra capital during economic downturn, to mitigate excessive credit growth during economic boom. हाँ, it can be, ठीक है, जैसे आपका ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस है, ठीक है, तो ऑप्शन सी विच परफेक्टली मीट दिस वन, ठीक है। So CCCB require bank to hold additional capital during period of excessive credit growth to counteract the risk of financial bubble. This capital is released during downturn to prevent a credit crunch, ठीक है। So इसलिए आपका जो ऑप्शन सी करेक्ट था, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, what is the primary objective of pillar 3 market discipline, ठीक है। So it prescribe the risk sensitive calculation to increase the transparency through expanded disclosure requirement, and disclosure should be clear, comprehensive, comparable, constant, and there is one another point, clear, आपका clear, comparable, constant, and comprehensive, and okay, I miss one point आपका, ठीक है, जो इसके अंदर आपका था, ठीक है। चलो, if a bank report following detail, what is its leverage ratio, ठीक है। So leverage ratio आपका which we generally use for the derivative or derivative like position, ठीक है। So it is not calculated on the risk weight asset, it is calculated on the exposures of that particular bank, ठीक है। तो इसका capital one is 200 crores, ऑन बैलेंस शीट एसेट 3,500, ऑफ बैलेंस शीट आपका 10, ठीक है। सो हाउ यू विल कैलकुलेट योर लिवरेज रेशियो इज इक्वल टू योर टीयर 1 कैपिटल, ठीक है। सो टीयर 1 CET1, ठीक है, आपका कैपिटल डिवाइड बाय योर ऑन एंड ऑफ बैलेंस शीट एक्सपोजर्स, ठीक है। सो इट इज आपका 200 करोड़ डिवाइड बाय 35 एंड प्लस दिस 5,000 करोड़, ठीक है, 5,000 करोड़ इनटू 100। तो अगर आप इसको सॉल्व करेंगे यू विल गेट टू नो योर आंसर, ठीक है। सो 200 करोड़ डिवाइड बाय 5,000, इट इज 0.4 इंटू 100, सो इट इज 4%, ठीक है। 4% आपका ऑप्शन ए ओनली विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है। सो इट इज 4%. सो द लिवरेज रेशियो ऑफ दिस बैंक इज 4% एंड द रिक्वायर्ड इज लिवरेज रेशियो कितना मेंटेन करना चाहिए एज पर बेसल 3, इट इज 3%, ठीक है। सो अगेन दिस बैंक इज मेंटेनिंग गुड लिवरेज रेशियो, ठीक है। तो बैंक भी आपका इसको 3% मेंटेन करना था बट ए इज मेंटेनिंग 4%, दैट मीन्स दिस बैंक इज ऑल्सो मेंटेनिंग गुड लिवरेज रेशियो, राइट। So 4%. Basel 3 mandate minimum leverage ratio 3% for bank to prevent excessive leverage. Sometimes they'll ask you to take decision कि ये आपका सही है या नहीं है others. So you have to remember these kind of ratios also. ठीक है दोस्तों, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. A bank risk weight asset is 50,000 crores and maintain the following capital structure under Basel. अब risk weight asset आपको पूछा गया, ठीक है. So common CET1 is 3,500 crores. Additional CET1 आपका जो perpetual bonds हैं that is कितना 1,500 crores. So this is the core capital, ठीक है. It is आपका additional जिसमें perpetual bonds आते हैं, ठीक है. Tier 2 capital is आपका 2,000 crores and इसका रिस्क, हाँ ओके, रिस्क वेट इज गिवन हियर, ठीक है, आपका 50,000 करोड़, ठीक है। सो व्हाट इज द बैंक टोटल कैपिटल एडिकेसी रिक्वायरमेंट्स, तो क्या होगा आपका आंसर इसका, तो दिस प्लस दिस कितना होता है 5,000 7,000, सो आपका 7,000 करोड़ डिवाइड बाय 50,000 इंटू 100, सो इट विल बी आपका 14%, ठीक है। तो सिंपली आपका देखो क्या है, टोटल आपका कैपिटल कितना है टीयर 1 प्लस टीयर 2, ठीक है, इंक्लूडिंग दिस इट इज 7,000 करोड़. सो टोटल ऑफ दिस इज 7,000 करोड़, 7,000 करोड़ आपका, ठीक है. सो हाउ विल कैलकुलेट टोटल कैपिटल एडिकेसी रिक्वायरमेंट इज इक्वल टू आपका रिस्क वेट एसेट, सॉरी आपका टोटल कैपिटल डिवाइड बाय रिस्क वेट एसेट, ठीक है. सो कैपिटल इज हाउ मच 7,000 करोड़ डिवाइड बाय 50,000 करोड़, ठीक है, इनटू 100. इफ यू सॉल्व दिस इक्वेशन इट विल कम टू 14%, ठीक है. सो कैपिटल एडिकेसी रेशियो हम कैसे निकालते हैं, आपका कैपिटल डिवाइड बाय रिस्क वेट एसेट, ठीक है. सो इट इज कैपिटल डिवाइड बाय रिस्क वेट एसेट, ठीक है. तो कैपिटल कितना था आपका 7,000 करोड़, 50,000 करोड़ इनटू 100, it is 12% or 14%, I guess it should be 12%, ठीक है. 7,000 crores divided by 50, it is 14%, ठीक है. ये कैलकुलेशन एरर है, ठीक है. इट इज आपका 14%, ठीक है, नॉट 12%. सो अब 14 बैंक इज मेंटेनिंग 14%, CAR कितना मेंटेन करना होता है आपको, ठीक है. सो इन इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट इट शुड बी 9%, बट they are maintaining above that particular one, ठीक है. So the Basel 3 requirements of CAR is, ये आपका इनके हिसाब से गलत है, ठीक है, प्लीज डू रिमेंबर दिस, ठीक है. इट इज आपका 9%, ठीक है, 9% आपका इंक्लूडिंग कैप, अगर हम कैपिटल कन्वर्जन बफर करें तो इट इज आपका 2.5%, ठीक है, विच इज टोटल आपका 11.50%, ठीक है. सो बैंक दे नीड टू मेंटेन, इंक्लूडिंग लिखा हुआ तो 11.50%, बट दे आर मेंटेनिंग हाउ मच 14%, the bank is good side, ठीक है. So bank meet the requirements also. I hope you guys getting this pretty very simple, बहुत ही आसान है. मतलब आई डोंट नो वाई पीपल दे यूज टू, मतलब थोड़ा ना आपको डराने की कोशिश करते हैं. अगर आप उस डर के साथ पढ़ोगे यू विल नेवर लर्न दीज थिंग. मतलब आप हो सकता है थोड़ा बहुत प्रैक्टिस से वो चीज़ें रख लोगे बट वो दिमाग में नहीं बैठेगा. सिंपल है, बहुत ही बेसिक लॉजिक है कि अगर आपका कैपिटल इतना है तो और आपका रिस्क वेट एसेट आपको दिया गया है, दिस इज द सिंपल कैलकुलेशन, और आपको समझना है कि दिस इज द रिक्वायरमेंट, रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट इज 11.5 and your bank is maintaining 14%. So if you have to decide about the bank position, it is good or bad, so you can make your decision, ठीक है. तो इस तरीके से थोड़ा सा अभी हम लोग केस स्टडीज पे आएंगे, ठीक है. देन यूनिट वाइज आपका केस स्टडीज प्रैक्टिस करेंगे. सो विल बी प्रैक्टिसिंग लॉट्स मोर क्वेश्चंस, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस जहाँ पे प्रैक्टिस करेंगे रेगुलर बेसिस पे, तो आप चैलेंजेस में नहीं आएंगे. ठीक है, तो तब तक थोड़ा सा, इसीलिए मैं सबसे पहले बोलूँ कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ो. यूनिट वाइज एमसीक्यूज एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन में उन कॉन्सेप्ट को हर एक सब टॉपिक को आपका इंक्लूड किया गया है, ठीक है, जिससे आप बहुत अच्छे प्रिपेयर हो. ठीक है, उसी कंटेंट के साथ यू कैन क्वालिफाई बीएफएम 100%. ठीक है, केस स्टडी इज द थर्ड वन, द एडिशनल वन, जहाँ पे हमें 65 प्लस स्कोर करना है. ठीक है, what is the minimum capital requirement for bank as per Basel 1? कितना था आपका 8%. ठीक है, बेसल 1 में इट वाज 8% ओनली. ठीक है, और बेसल के हिसाब से बीसीबीएस के हिसाब से इट इज 8% ओनली. ठीक है, इंडिया में जैसे आपके नरसिम्हम कमेटी 1 1992 8% के साथ अडॉप्ट किया, देन 1998 नरसिम्हम कमेटी 2, तो जहाँ पे हमने इसको 9% में लेके आया, तब से लेकर अभी तक 9% में, ठीक है, आपका रहता है. So that is the one. So in India, however, RBI mandate, और ये RBI ने initially RBI also adopted it as a 8%, but with the recommendation of Narasimham Committee too, we adopted this 9% and still it is 9%. ठीक है. Basel 3 introduced LCR. What is a minimum time period of for bank must maintain HQLA? So 30 days. Very simple question. ठीक है. Next one. Which of the following statement is true regarding the supervisory review process या SRP process? ठीक है. Under Basel 3, bank are not required to conduct internal capital adequacy. नहीं, गलत है. So bank regulators should intervene only when bank fall the this is part of that one, but it is मतलब they should keep checking. और अगर ये आपका कौन सा प्रिंसिपल हमें पूछा है, मतलब दिस इज ओनली लिखा है ना, that they should have a proper check. ठीक, बैंक should operate above the minimum capital ratio set by the regulators. फर्स्ट और सेकंड प्रिंसिपल में आता है. मार्केट फोर्सेस अलोन नो. ठीक है, ऑप्शन सी विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस. ठीक है, देयर वर 4 प्रिंसिपल, तो उनमें से एक आपका जो हमने डिस्कस किया था. ठीक है, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग रेशियो इज इंट्रोड्यूस अंडर बेसल 3 to measure bank ability to survive a prolonged period of the funding stress? तो आपका NSFR. ठीक है, सो नेट स्टेबल फंडिंग रेशियो रहता है. ठीक है, available and required. So if we talk about the unit number 28, so basic introduction, asset classification and provisioning. So basically this unit evolved around 2 subtopics. One is asset classification and another one is provisioning norms. Most of the time in your examination we have seen case studies based on the provisioning of provisioning for bad debts. ठीक है, so like पिछले दोनों सेशन के अंदर आपका देयर वाज 2 मार्कर क्वेश्चन फॉर द प्रोविजनिंग बेस. ठीक है, तो किस तरीके से आपके क्वेश्चन टेस्ट किए जा सकते हैं, दैट वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस इन दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, सो वी विल बी डिस्कसिंग each and every subtopics which is or the content which is given in your book itself, right? So we will start our today's discussion with very first question on your screen, guys. So quickly go through the question. XYZ Bank has provided cash credit facility to a borrower with a sanctioned limit of 5 crores. The account had an outstanding balance of 4.80 crores as of 31st March 2024. However, there have been no credit, no credit in the account for past 90 days and interest debited has not been serviced. So as per the RBI guidelines, so it is generally classified as out of order and it will be declared as non-performing asset, and in non-performing asset it will be doubtful asset, substandard asset, right? So majorly it will be categorized as out of order. Okay? So according to RBI guidelines, an account should be classified out of order if there is no credit continuously for 90 days, or if the credit are insufficient to cover the interest debited during that particular period. In our case, borrower has failed to make any payments for 90 days and interest remain unpaid. So therefore, this is generally categorized as out of order. Okay, let's have a quick look around the non-performing guidelines or the terminologies, like what is NPA and the different classes, or out of order, so due amounts and all. So what is non-performing asset? An asset including leased asset become non-performing when it ceases to generate income for the bank. Bank should classify an account as an NPA only if the interest charged during any quarter is not serviced fully within 90 days from the day of the quarter itself. Okay? So non-performing asset, this is very simple one. Everybody knows about this. So there are some different categories. आपका, ठीक है? So the definition of NPA as per the RBI guidelines. ठीक है? So interest or installment of principal remain overdue for a period of more than 90 days in respect of term loan. ठीक है? The account remain out of order in respect of overdraft and cash credit. ठीक है? जैसे भी हमने डिस्कस किया था. ठीक है? And that case was cash credit. ठीक है? The bill remain overdue for a period more than 90 days in the case of bill purchase and discounted. Okay? So in case of term loan, this is the definition. In case of overdraft and cash credit, this is the NP definition. And in case of bill purchased or discount, this is the definition for the non-performing asset. The good thing is for all cases, we have 90 days time framework, right? So apart from this, agriculture, so the installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue for 2 crop season in case of short term short duration crop, and for long duration crop it is 1 crop season. The installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue for 1 crop season for a long term duration crop. In respect of derivative transaction, if the overdue receivables are representing positive M2M, mark to market value of a derivative contract that remain unpaid for a period of 90 days from the specified due date for the payment itself, right? So these are some major classification, or simply saying the definitions which are generally provided by RBI toward the non-performing asset. If we talk about the overdue and out of order status, so out of order is defined as an account be treated as out of order if outstanding balance remain continuously in excess of sanction limit or drawing power in case of CC and overdraft. In case where the outstanding balance in principal operating account is less than the sanction limit drawing power, but there are no credit continuously for 90 days as on the date of balance sheet, or credit are not enough to cover the interest debited during the same period. So these accounts should be treated as out of order. Especially we see these kind of situation or cases in case of your cash credit and overdraft. Overdue is any amount due to a bank under any credit facility is overdue if not paid on the due date fixed by the bank itself. Let's say the EMI is scheduled for 5th of every month. So let's say the amount of EMI was 1 lakh rupees. So if that borrower is not paying that particular EMI on 5th, so on 6th it will be counted as overdue amount. And for 90 days we will be keeping this particular one under special mention account. And after 90 days we will be declaring that particular asset as non-performing asset, and where we have further categories like substandard asset, then we have doubtful asset. So doubtful asset, where we have 3 categories for provisioning: doubtful 1, doubtful 2 and doubtful 3, and then we have finally loss asset. In case of substandard asset, normal provisioning is 15%, but in case of unsecured it is 25%. In case of doubtful asset category 1, your provisioning for like if it is unsecured asset it is 100%, but in case of the other one it is 25%, 40% and 100%. Okay? So these are the provisioning guidelines, and in case of loss asset, provisioning should be at 100%. First, loss asset, they generally get written off from the balance sheet for any reason. If we are keeping those particular asset in our balance sheet, so that is like you have to make a provision of 100%. ठीक है? तो बेसिक आपका कैटेगरी आपका जो कुछ इस तरीके से NPA फर्स्ट SMA अगेन वी हैव थ्री कैटेगरीज, ठीक है। SMA 0, ठीक है, SMA 0, SMA 1 एंड SMA 2, ठीक है। SMA 0 इज आपका 1 to 30 डे, ठीक है। 31 to 60 डे वी हैव SMA 2, SMA 1, SMA 2 is 61 to 98 days, ठीक है। आफ्टर दैट वी जनरली डिक्लेयर दैट पर्टिकुलर एसेट एज नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट। तो यहाँ पे आपका नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट के तीन कैटेगरीज, सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट अप टू 1 ईयर, ठीक है। देन आपका नेक्स्ट 2 years इट विल बी इन डाउटफुल एसेट, देन आफ्टर 48 months, ठीक है। सो एनपीए हुए 48 महीने से ज्यादा होंगे, इट विल बी कैटेगराइज अंडर लॉस एसेट, ठीक है। प्रोविजनिंग इज आपका उन एसेट्स के अगेंस्ट में जो प्रोविजन इन केस ऑफ सबस्टैंडर्ड assets, in case of your secure asset 15%, unsecured they generally attract 10% additional your provisioning for that particular, overall 25%. In case of doubtful asset, unsecured it is 100%, but in case of secured asset, these all are generally for secured, unsecured it is 100%, ठीक है। सबके लिए आपका 100% होगा। Secured asset doubtful category 1 25%, 2 40% and 3 आपका 100%. And loss asset it should be written off from your balance sheet for any reason। अगर हम उसको जैसे कोई कोर्ट केसेस या कुछ और रीजन की वजह से अगर हम उसको रख रहे होते हैं, so in that case your provisioning will be 100%, ठीक है। ABC Bank restructured a corporate loan of 50 crores due to borrowers' temporary financial difficulties. As per the RBI guidelines, the account was a standard asset before the restructuring. What will be the classification of the asset immediately after restructuring? It will be categorized under substandard asset, ठीक है। तो substandard asset आपका यहाँ पे स्पेशल मेंशन नहीं चलेगा, it will be as per the RBI norms, it will be categorized as substandard asset for next 12 months, it will be remain substandard अगर आपका पेमेंट नहीं होता है, ठीक है। So as per RBI guidelines, when loan is restructured, it is downgraded to substandard asset immediately, even if it was previously standard asset. The loan remains substandard category for 12 months before it can be considered for an upgrade, subject to satisfactory performance of that particular borrower. Simple, ठीक है। तो ये सारे areas आपका, so this is the kind of summary, ठीक है। So standard asset where basically we are getting interest on timely basis, ठीक है, और EMIs on timely basis, they are generally categorized as standard asset, ठीक है। जैसे हमने कोई लोन दिया किसी कस्टमर को and they are paying EMI on due date, so that is standard asset, ठीक है। So loan are performing well, not overdue, require a small percentage, that is mostly 0.40% to be set aside as provision, ठीक है। Standard assets के against में भी we have to do the provisioning, ठीक है। It is 0.40%, but it range like sometime like for agriculture it is 0.25, for आपका for the mortgages, residential mortgages it is 0.75%, but in case of other categories apart from some specific areas it is a 0.40% only, ठीक है। We will be discussing that particular one provisioning in detail just after this slide here. Substandard asset, loan overdue for more than 90 days. That means it is categorized as a non-performing asset and it remain non-performing asset for 12 months. So that will be in substandard asset, and provisioning is 15% for secured exposure and 25% for unsecured exposures. Doubtful asset, so loan overdue more 12 months, more than 12 months and less than 24 months, require a provisioning rate of 25% for आपका recoverable means secured asset, and unsecured it is 100%, ठीक है। And for unsecured it is 100% for unsecured exposures. Loss asset will little or no more recovery prospect and classified as loss, and we have to write off these, we usually write off, but if we are keeping those particular asset in our book, so we have to make a provisioning of 100%. So this is a basic kind of the asset classification. Okay, now this chart will help you out. So provisioning category आपका first thing. So in case of standard asset, in case of standard asset, performing asset with normal risk, 0.25% to 1%, we'll come to this the further bifurcation of this just after the slide or after some questions. Substandard asset NPA for less than 12 months. More SMA is over. Now it remain NPA for next 12 months in this category. Secured 15%, unsecured 25%. Doubtful asset NPA for more than 12 months. Unsecured 100%. आपका up to 1 year. See, please do remember this one. These are the three categories of doubtful asset, and accordingly you have to make the provision also. So आपका SMA 1, this is known as doubtful 1, 25%. In case of secured, unsecured it is 100%. Doubtful 2, आपका 1 to 3 years, 40%, and more than 48 months, including this, including your substandard timings, it is 100%. So loss asset uncollectible, they are declared as uncollectible. If you are keeping those particular one, you have to make a provisioning of 100%. Okay, now with this particular data, we'll be solving some this kind of case studies I have seen in the past also. Sometime like अगर वो आपको NPA classification के ऊपर provisioning देता है, it become very easy. But if they ask you question based on the another part, that is आपका standard asset के case में, so in that case you have to remember few areas. We'll talk about those one also. A bank has total NPA of 100 crore rupees consisting of substandard asset, doubtful asset and loss asset. The breakdown is this. So this is very simple question. Substandard asset, doubtful and loss. So अब अगर उन्होंने आपको secured unsecured नहीं mention किया, you just have to go with the normal numbers. That means substandard, it is, we will be assuming this is the secured asset, so it is at the rate of 15%. In case of doubtful asset, it is at the rate of 25%. And in case of loss asset, it is आपका 100%. So this is the one. If you'll calculate this particular one, you'll get to know. Like in this case, it is first two I need to calculate. Where is my calculator? Okay. So so it is 7.5. It is 7.5 crores. 7.5 crores. And it is 30 into 0.25. It is 7.5 crores. 7.50 crores. That means 14 crore, 15 crores. And it is 100 crores. 15 plus 100 is how much? No, sorry. It is 20 crores because it's 100%. So 15 and 20 आपका 35 crores. So the provisioning required for these particular loan will be 35 crores. तो इस तरीके से they can ask you the questions also. So 35 crores आपका, 7.5, 7.5 and 20. This is the one. But what I have experienced in the past, they'll specifically mention the asset, like let's say substandard with collateral or without collateral, or secured or unsecured exposure, doubtful under category 1 or 2 or 3, or loss asset आपका. So you have to be very careful around that particular one. It is easy to answer and score well. So please ध्यान रखिएगा. ABC Bank loan portfolio consists 500 crores with a worth of loan. The bank estimate of 5% of the loan may turn into non-performing asset and require a provisioning of 30%. तो ये बहुत आसान है. So 5% of 500 crore is आपका कितना होता है? 25 crore. So 25 crore का 30%. So what will be your right answer? ये निकल जाएगा ना, आगे देख लेते हैं, आंसर देख लेते हैं. So 25 crores, 5% of आपका 500 crore is 25. 25 का 30% is आपका 7.5 crores. This is the provisioning required in that particular case. आपका you'll get in the form of question without options. We'll be practicing more question, and once I'll start with the case studies, things and all, I'll come up with the previous year questions also, so that will also help you out, right? Which of the following standard asset require the highest provisioning rate as per the RBI norms? So basically these are restructured asset. So advances to commercial state, restructure advances under the master direction of natural calamities. So they'll be requiring the highest provision in this particular case. See, CRE loans आपका 1%, SME loans आपका 0.25%, teaser housing loan आपका initially 2%, later 0.40%. Restructure advances under natural calamities, resources and all, they required 5% of provisioning. So these all are basically your, like if you talk about the standard asset. So in case of standard asset also, we have to create the provisioning, and the provisioning For CRE loan, it is 1%, SME, it is 0.25%, teaser rate housing loans, आपका initially it is 2%, later on it get reduced up to 0.40%. But in case of restructured advances under natural calamities, they attract 5% of provisioning. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे आपका this is the chart I was talking around. ठीक है, so this is very very important one guys for standard asset your provisioning. ठीक है, देखो NPA के अंदर और under that NPA classification I have never seen any issues with candidate. ठीक है, आप उनको याद कर लेते हैं आसानी से. बट स्टैंडर्ड एसेट के अंदर देयर इज अ लिस्ट विच यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. ठीक है, ये लिस्ट के ऊपर आपका बिकॉज लेट्स से दे हैव गिवन 5 पॉइंटर्स जिनके बेसिस पर आपको you have to calculate that provisioning, total provisioning required from the bank. 1 or 2 entries will be based on standard asset. ठीक है, तो वो आपको केस दे देंगे कि we have given loan to आपका कंपनी X which is a standard asset. ठीक है, या we have given loan to farmers which is a standard asset. इस तरीके से एक दो पॉइंटर्स रहेंगे. So और या क्या ऐसा भी हो सकता है your entire case study is driven by these particular pointers. ठीक है, so if you come about this, talk about this. ठीक है, bank are required to make general provision for standard asset at following rates. First आपका farm credit 0.75%, 0.25%. ठीक है, farm credit to agriculture activities and SMEs. ठीक है, it is 0.25%, the minimum, the least one. ठीक है, advances to a commercial real estate, sector 1%. commercial real estate. ठीक है, so it is like real estate which is for shopping malls and all. ठीक है, that is the one. ठीक है, C आपका commercial real estate residential housing sector आपका it is 0.75%. ठीक है, so it is 0.75%. हाउसिंग लोन आपका, ठीक है, हाउसिंग लोन एक्सटेंडेड एट टीजर इनिशियली इट स्टार्ट विद 2%. ठीक है, these asset would be revert to 0.40% after 1 year. ठीक है, so after 1 year they decline to 1 आपका 10. ठीक है, if you are getting the regular amounts from the customer and that asset is standard asset. ठीक है, restructuring advances as stipulated in the prudential norms of restructuring of advances. ठीक है, advances restructured and classified standard asset in remain master direction. RBI आपका measure bank in area affected by natural calamities and all. ठीक है, so it is 5%. ठीक है, maximum 1. ठीक है, apart from these others आपका there is a category called others, it is 0.40%. all other loans and advances not included A to F they attract 0.40%. ठीक है, so please do remember this one. This is very very important for your upcoming examination. ठीक है, चलो next question guys. A bank granted housing loan at teaser rate. How will be the provisioning requirement changes after 1 year if the loan continue to remain substandard asset? So it will come down to 0.40%. It will remain 2%. No, it will reduce to आपका 0.40% after 1 year if the rate are reset at higher rates and the account remain standard asset. So option C will be right answer for this particular one. ठीक है, so according to RBI provision norms, housing loan extended at teaser rate require 2% provisioning for initial first year. However, if the loan rate reset at higher level after 1 year and the account remains standard, so the provisioning requirement for that particular one will be 0.40%. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. A loan of 20 crores was classified as non-performing asset in January 2024. ठीक है, so this asset become NPA in January 2024. As of the January 2025, that means 1 year, the asset has remained in substandard category for a period of 12 months. As per the provisioning norms, what percentage of provisioning should the bank make for the loan if it is reclassified as आपका doubtful asset? ठीक है, so 25 crores as January this, the asset has remained this. What percentage of provisioning should the bank make for the loan if reclassified? So if it will come to the doubtful asset, it will be now it will classified under आपका 25%. ठीक है, so earlier it was attracting assume. देखो यहाँ पे उसने they do not have mention about the secured and unsecured exposures. So we'll be taking it as a secured asset. So it will attract 25%. So for first year, like in case of doubtful asset, it was 15%. Now the 1 year is over, so now it will be reclassified as your doubtful asset. And in case of doubtful asset, it is 25% for secured portion. For unsecured portion, it is 100%, right? So that is the one thing. So 12 months, if they remain substandard category for more than 12 months, it is classified as doubtful asset. And the provision required for doubtful asset less than 3 year is 25%. Again, since then loan is exactly 12 months, so it will attract the आपका, if you talk about the amount also, they have to make a provision of 5 crore rupees. Okay? A farmer avail a short-term crop loan from DEF Bank as per the payment schedule. The principal and interest were due after the harvest season. Okay? If the farmer failed to repay the due for 2 crop season, how bank will classify? So they'll classify this particular loan under the substandard category. Okay? So like for agriculture, it is 2 crop season. In case of small crops, it is a short term crop. Okay? So we have spent all the 2 crop seasons. So now it will be categorized as it will be categorized as substandard asset. Okay? Because it will enter into NPA and it will be short-term crop due as per the repayment schedule, principal interest due to after harvest seasons. The farmer, it will be classified as substandard asset. Okay? Classify agriculture advances short-term crop has NPA requirement unpaid for 2 crops. If the NPA start continuing for 12 months, see 12 months guidelines are not here na. As per the repayment schedule. See, it is आपका, it is actually there is no clause of 12 months. ठीक है, so it will be considered as आपका substandard asset. ठीक है, it will be considered as substandard. अगर उन्होंने specifically mention किया होता कि it has increased the 12 months time duration also, then we will categorize under the doubtful asset. All right, next one. A bank has an unsecured loan classified as doubtful asset. Unsecured and doubtful asset. So that means 100% provisioning will be there. More than 3 years. As per the provisioning norm, so it is 100%. So option D will be right answer for this particular one. Next one. A corporate borrower has failed to make its interest payment due on March 1st, 2024. The delay continues beyond 30 days but is still up under the 60 days. So under RBI SMA classification, so in which category it will fall? तो किस कैटेगरी में आएगा ये आपका? 30 days and within 60 days. तो 0 to आपका 1 to 30 days SMA 0 and आपका 30 to 60 आपका SMA 1. So it will come under the SMA 1 category. ठीक है, 60 to 90 it will come under SMA 3 category. ठीक है, तो SMA 1 will be right answer for this particular one. ठीक है, so payment overdue आपका this payment 31 to 60 and 61st to 90th day. So it is generally categorized under SMA 1. All right. So we have this particular chart. So standard asset, regular means no delays. Stress means SMA. We have SMA 0, SMA 1 and SMA 2. In case of non-performing, we have substandard asset 12 months. Doubtful asset more than 12 months and loss asset आपका non-recoverable. They are categorized as non-recoverable. For standard asset, we have different provisioning guidelines, which is usually we have different categories, but for major category, other category, it is 0.40%. Okay? But in case of substandard, secured portion, it is 15%, unsecured it is 25%, doubtful it is unsecured 100%, but we have 3 categories for doubtful, 1, 2, 3, आपका 25, 40 and 100%, and here that is 100%. ठीक है, चलो तो कुछ क्वेश्चन और देख लेते हैं आपका. ठीक है, NPA classification and provisioning. XYZ Bank has a loan of 10 crores disbursed to a borrowers in the manufacturing sector. The loan was classified as standard until March 23, but July 23, the borrower has missed payment for 90 days. That means it is categorized NPA. As per the bank record, the last payment was made in March. So April, May, June. 90 days crossed, even July. So this asset is classified as non-performing asset. So non-performing asset, the question is what classification of loan and provisioning required. So it is आपका substandard asset, it will be categorized under substandard asset. If the loan classified as NPA, what provisioning should be required for this one? In case of substandard asset, it is a secured loan. This were a borrower's manufacturing sector, so it will be आपका 15%, and 15% of 10 crore will be the provisioning amount for this particular one. So 90 days it is classified as non-performing asset, and then the substandard asset आपका 15% basically, and doubtful, this is the provisioning things which we have discussed here. So कितना था 10 crore का 15% is आपका 1 crore 50 lakhs. So that is the one, that is the right answer for this one, the provisioning amount also. All right, next one. Provisioning norms for standard asset. Okay, this we have discussed, but please do revise this particular one because this is very important. So if you talk about this things, advances to commercial real estate, residential housing, 0.75%. All other advances 0.40%. Provisioning norms for standard asset NBFCs आपका systematically important NBFCs 0.40% for static. Loan to MSMEs and others आपका, ठीक है, so that generally range around 0.25%. Agriculture and MSME it is how much 0.25%. ठीक है, तो ये इस तरीके से आपका था. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, प्रिफर दैट प्रीवियस स्लाइड. हाँ, तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा डेटा इनकम्प्लीट है. नहीं, under which of the following conditions should a bank not classify an asset under the non-performing asset when there is a temporary deficiency such as non-renewal of limit on due date? In this category, you cannot categorize that particular one in as an NPA. Temporary deficiencies cannot be categorized as NPA आपका. ठीक है, when the recovery record indicate continuous 90 days, so this will be NPA. ठीक है, ये आपका, this is a case of NPA. When the balance outstanding exceeding the sanction limit temporarily, so it is not considered as NPA. Okay? So this is the case where we will be considering that particular one as NPA. So A will be right. So D. Which of the following should not continue आपका. ठीक है, it is in this case also it is a temporary, sorry my bad. ठीक है, so it is a temporary deficiency. It will not covered under this one. So A and C will be right answer for this one. Easy question again. ठीक है, so non-availability of adequate drawing power, balances outstanding exceeding the limit temporarily, and non-renewal of limit on due days. ठीक है, so these are the categories आपका as per the RBI guidelines. ठीक है, so the definition, if your asset is not meeting with those particular definition, that only we will categorize that particular asset into non-performing. Otherwise, like temporary deficiencies, we cannot categorize that asset as a non-performing asset. Okay? So the classification of an asset NPA should be based on a record of recovery. A bank should not classify an advance account as NPA merely due to existence of some deficiencies which are temporary in nature, such as non-availability of adequate drawing power based on the latest available stock statement, balance outstanding exceeding the limit temporarily, non-submission of stock statements, and non-renewal of limit on the due date. Okay, so these are the conditions in which, like, if a person or an account is following these particular conditions, you cannot categorize that particular one for a as a non-performing asset. These are generally categorized as temporary deficiencies. Okay? Next one, guys. Which of the following statement is correct regarding the classification of NPA for industrial project in agriculture plantations, which where a moratorium is provided for interest payment? So interest become overdue as soon as it debited. Even within the moratorium period, interest does not become overdue during the moratorium period, but only after due date of the repayment of आपका moratorium 100% छूट. So let's say the moratorium period is for 6 months. So 6 months तक आपका it will not categorize as overdue. हाँ, after 6 months, that 7 month next month's 5th is supposed that the schedule date. If borrower is not paying on that due date, then only it will be categorized as overdue. So option B will be right answer for this particular one. Okay? So when a moratorium or gestation period is granted, interest is not considered overdue during that moratorium period. Okay? Interest become due only after this particular period end, If the borrower failed to pay after the due date, only then it will be categorized as NPA आपका जो time duration होगा, ठीक है. So which of the following statement is correct regarding the classification of NPA for industrial project and agriculture plantation where a moratorium is provided for interest payment, ठीक है. And the right answer was interest does not become overdue during that moratorium period, okay. So but only after due date for the payments post moratorium. Let's say the moratorium period is for 90 days. So during that 90 days, we will not classify that particular asset as non-performing asset again. So if it remain overdue after that particular one, then only it will be categorized as non-performing asset, right? So in the case of bank finance given for industrial project and agriculture plantations, where moratorium period is available for a payment of interest, payment of interest become due only after the moratorium or gestation period is over. So such amount of interest do not become overdue and hence do not become NPA. With reference to the date of debt of interest, okay, they become overdue after the due date for payment of interest if the interest remain uncollected, right? So this was our last discussion in our part 1. Okay. So now the other part or the other important subtopic of this particular unit that we are going to discuss again with the help of MCQs and application based questions. So which of the following correctly describe the shift in the Indian insolvency regime introduced by Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 IBC, ठीक है. So IBC which generally introduced so earlier there was debtor in position and we generally shift this particular one to creditor in control, right? So debtor in position means after becoming default itself, जैसे कोई कंपनी आपका डिफॉल्ट करती है, so the management आपका we are generally running that particular company with the old management itself, ठीक है. जैसे we have a case of Kingfisher Airlines, ठीक है. तो जैसे आपका किंगफिशर एयरलाइंस के द्वारा डिफॉल्ट किया गया, तो सेम मैनेजमेंट आफ्टर इवन पोस्ट डिफॉल्ट आल्सो, ठीक है, और इवन द ड्यूरिंग द इंसॉल्वेंसी डील्स एंड ऑल, ठीक है. So the old management was handling all the cases and all, ठीक है. But we with the IBC 2016 we changed this particular one to आपका creditor in control, ठीक है. If a company become insolvent, ठीक है, so now the creditor will appoint the management to run that particular company as we experience in Jet Airways and others, ठीक है. तो ये जो आपका change था, this was a very big change during that particular period. And even if a director of a company let's say there is a person A who is director of a company or who is a director of 2-3 companies, ठीक है. So if any company make any default, so he will not be liable to raise funds for the another company and all. So there are some certain guidelines around that particular one, okay. So it shift creditor in control model to no, it should be reverse, debtor in position to creditor in control. So this make this wrong, okay. It maintain in the traditional debtor in position model but introduce a faster resolution timeline, no. It shifted from debtor in position model to creditor in control model, allowing creditor to appoint a new management. 100% true. So option C will be right answer for this one. Okay. So before IBC, distressed companies retain control over their management even after insolvency proceedings begin. So it was debtor in position model. IBC introduced a creditor in model, allowing creditors to take charge and appoint new management to revive the company. This shift made aimed to prevent misuse of insolvency proceedings by defaulting promoters and ensure quick resolutions. Okay, so this was one of the biggest changes during those particular one. Okay, let's have a quick look around the summary also. So Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. So IBC 2016 enacted on May 28, 2016 against the backdrop of mounting non-performing loans with a view to establishing a consolidated framework for insolvency resolution of corporations, partnership firm and individuals in a time-bound manner seek to tackle the non-performing assets (NPAs). As cited above, Government of India has enacted IBC, which is the most comprehensive law, and in the process has consolidated the existing laws and rule through a single legislature to help bank to enforce insolvency and bankruptcy proceedings. Under IPC, Indian insolvency regime shifted from debtor in position to creditor in position. So this was the bigger change. The creditor in control model hand control of debtors to its creditors and relies upon the managerial skill of newly appointed management to take over an aligning company and ensuring business continuation. The Supreme Court in Swiss Ribbon and Union of India has held that the core objective of IBC is to ensure revival and continuation of the corporate debtors. Thus, the IBC has a larger public welfare consideration in play. Okay, so this was a kind of core things of this change, or the very important part from this particular one. Okay. So now next question, guys. So the Supreme Court in the case of Swiss Ribbon and Union of India emphasizes which of the following as a core objective of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. Okay. So what was this? Revival and continuation of corporate debtors. Okay. So liquidation defaulting companies, no. Option B, revival and continuation of corporate debtors while ensuring public welfare consideration. 100% true. Okay. So option B only will be right answer for this particular one. So that we discussed in our previous slide also. So Supreme Court in Swiss Ribbon and Union of India held that revival rather than liquidation in the primary objective of IBC. The code was designated to help distressed companies recover, ensuring business continuity and minimizing job losses. This enforced the public welfare approach of IBC rather than treating it solely as a debt recovery mechanism, right? So this is very important one again. Please do remember these things. Next one. According to IBC 2016, which of the following entities can trigger corporate insolvency resolution process? Okay, so which entity they can trigger, or they can file cases under IPC? Okay, so it can be IBC, sorry. Okay, it can be financial creditors, yes, like bank and other institutions. Operational creditors, those who have like these are the vendors and all, and employees even. Okay, and corporate debtors. Okay, so corporate debtor itself, they can also file the IBC. Okay, so option D will be right answer for this one. Okay, so IBC provide that CIRP can be initiated by three categories of the person: financial creditors, bank and bondholders; operational creditors, suppliers, vendors; corporate debtors, the company itself. Okay. So this ensures that multiple stakeholders can initiate insolvency proceedings, making the resolution process more inclusive. Next one, guys. What is the primary purpose of moratorium imposed once an insolvency petition is admitted under the IBC? The primary purpose of moratorium imposed once an insolvency petition is admitted under the IBC, to provide complete immunity to a key managerial person of corporate debtors, no. To prohibit all proceedings against corporate debtors, including those against the guarantors, yes, it can be. To prevent further depreciation of the corporate debtors asset while allowing proceedings against to prohibit all proceedings against, to prevent further depletion. So option C should be right answer for this one. Okay. To prevent further depletion of corporate debtors assets while allowing proceedings against key managerial persons like directors in all team, to protect the interest of option C, yes. So as held in P. Mohan Raj versus Saha Brother Spat, moratorium prohibit legal action against the corporate debtors during CIRP. Okay. Then the purpose of the purpose is to act as a shield to prevent further depletion of assets. However, it does not protect key managerial persons responsible for the insolvency from legal proceedings. So guarantors and responsible individual can still face legal action despite the moratorium also. So this is the one. Next one. Under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which of the following received the highest priority in the liquidation process? Okay, so highest. If a company is going through the insolvency process and if we are going for some sort of liquidation, so which of the, like out of these four, which will get repaid very first? तो क्या होगा आपका सबसे इसमें employees salary, right? So workers salary for up to 24 months. ठीक है, first. Then second will be आपका shareholders. ठीक है, third will be आपका unsecured creditors like आपका perpetual bonds or we can say subordinated bonds and all. Then last आपका shareholders of that company. Even in shareholders also we have preference and equity. In preference, shareholders get preference over the equity. So this is the sequence. So as per these four options, workers salary for up to 24 months, they'll get utmost priority, right? So as per IBC, workers due for 24 months are given priority over secured creditors in case of liquidation. This provide ensure that employee receive their wages before claimants providing financial security for workers affected by the company insolvencies. Understood? Very important one. Please do remember this one also. Okay, let's have a look. So it will strengthen hand of lenders to recover outstanding debt by setting out deadlines of 180 days. Please do remember this. 180 days plus 90 days आपका moratorium period. Overall it is 330 days. After that one also 180 days plus 90 days plus some documentation and all, that is आपका in total it max to max it can be 330 days, right? So the benefits of IBC basically, so it will strengthen hand up of lenders to recover outstanding debt by setting a deadline of 180 days for companies to pay or face liquidation. Again, to create insolvency professionals who will specialize in such cases, assist creditors, manage the liquidation process. These professionals will in turn be certified by the newly created insolvency professional agency. It will also create a good database and form this disseminations of information is possible related to the debtors team. The entire operation of insolvency and bankruptcy through these various newly created agencies will be overseen by the regulators, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. Workers' salary for up to 24 months will be get first priority in case of liquidation of assets of a company ahead of secured creditors. Money due to employee from PPE, PPF, Public Provident Funds, gratuity funds will not be included in the estate of a bankrupt company or individual. As per the World Bank report, India ranked in resolving insolvency went from 136 in 2017 to आपका 52 in 2020. So you can see a huge transition between within these 3 years आपका. ठीक है, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं guys. Next one. Which of the following regulatory mechanism ensure fair competition in India, in India's banking and financial services? So it is CCI, not only in banking, everywhere. Okay. So CCI आपका financial benchmark priority, no. So Competition Commission of India oversight on mergers and acquisition in financial sector. So option C without any doubt. Okay. CCI, Competition Commission of India, ensure that financial sector mergers do not create monopolies or anti-competitive practices, maintaining a fair competition. Next one. What role does IBBI, so Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, play in India's financial regulatory framework to oversee the restructuring and resolution of distressed companies under the IBC? Yes. To regulate merger and acquisition, to set monetary policy, to no. Option A only will be right answer for this particular one. So IBBI is responsible for implementing IBC, which provide a structured mechanism for resolving stress companies and financial institutions. Okay, next one. So next question is about NARCL. Again, it is a bed banks. So which of the following statement correctly describe the purpose and function of National Asset Reconstruction Company Limited? ठीक है? So it work as a bed bank. जैसे ARCs आपके काम करते हैं, Asset Reconstruction Companies. ठीक है? So basically the primary objective of this particular institution was to help public sector banks. Basically what we generally do, public sector banks, they generally transfer their NPAs to NARCL, and NARCL pay upfront 15% of the outstanding balance. Remaining 85 they generally kept as a security. If it is got recovered, then they'll pay it. Otherwise, आपका written off में जाएगा. Nowadays, private bank are also eligible, or they are also taking advantages of this particular. But primary जो objective था, that was for public sector bank. ठीक है? NARCL was created to replace existing. No, we did not replace. It did not replace the ARCs. ठीक है? NARCL acquire bad loans from bank at market value and sell them to private investors. No, they are. This is also wrong. Okay. NARCL will establish to purchase stress asset from bank at a net book value, paying 15% upfront in cash, issuing security receipt for the remaining 85%. 100% true. Okay. So NARCL was set up as a bed bank to acquire stress asset of public sector banks. It purchased bad loan at net book value, paying upfront 15% in cash and issuing security receipt for the remaining 85%. This structure helped clean up public sector balance sheet, public sector banks balance sheet, allowing them to focus on core banking activities. The idea of NARCL will acquire to stress asset in this. So bank will transfer identified bad loans to NARCL at a net book value, book value less provisions. NARCL will pay, how we calculate this net book value, it is book value minus provisions. NARCL will pay 15% upfront and remaining they will issue this. NARCL has been set up as a bed bank around 2 lakh crore rupees of stress asset of public sector bank. Private sector bank can also transfer their NPAs to NARCL. The NARCL will then focus on resolving these bad loans or bad assets through various means, restructuring, selling to ARCs, invoking a change in ownership under the IBC, etc. Right. Next one. Which of the following correctly describe the impact of PCA, prompt corrective action framework, imposed by RBI on weak bank? Okay, so there are three major consideration under PCA. One is profitability, another one is आपका net non-performing asset, and the third one is CR. ठीक है, CRAR. ठीक है. So if and like we have minimum standard for these one. If any bank they won't be able to maintain these particular things. ठीक है, अगर वो उस लेवल से नीचे आते हैं, so RBI impose PCA on those particular banks. Right now we do not have any bank in this particular category, but it was also helpful कि हाँ, we can identify that these are the banks who are kind of poor performer in the market. So RBI can have some sort of focus by imposing some sort of restrictions on those particular banks. जैसे cost cutting आपका, they cannot open new branches, or like we have three different categories under the PCA itself. Okay? So PCA allow RBI to merge weak bank. No. PCA restrict lending, dividend distribution and branch expansion for bank with weak financial health. 100% true. Option B. Under PCA, bank that breach regulatory threshold of capital adequacy, that is CRAR of 9%. Asset quality, your net non-performing asset is more than 2.5% or somewhere this. And profitability. So face restrictions on lending, lendings or branch expansion or issuance of dividends. The objective to prevent further deterioration and restore financial stability without resorting to immediate nationalization or halting operation entirely. Okay, so this is the one. So the basic dimension and role of liquidity risk management, measuring and managing liquidity risk. So these are the two subtopics which are generally part of this one. Okay, and before starting, really sorry for these delays. Okay? So actually there was some lag in JAIIB examination, and as that is scheduled for the next like they have only 15 to 20 days. So I was busy with that those particular sessions, especially with PPB. I have started recently. Okay. So, but now I'll make sure ki you guys will not face any kind of problems. Okay. So only two topics are remaining for this particular one. So just after that, I'll start with ABM, Module C, B, C, D, and then simultaneously I'll come up with the your case studies classes also. All right, चलो तो start करते हैं session को आपका with very first question. I hope you will be able to answer these particular question because we have practiced so many areas of ALM or liquidity management and all in our module B. So that's why I always used to say module A and module B are very, very important for your preparation wise, basically. And marks wise, all the four module have the equal weightage. Okay. So first question on your screen, guys. A bank face a scenario where it is unable to meet its obligations due to premature withdrawal of large deposit aimed at a bank rumors or market rumors, despite having strong capital reserve. Okay, so they have a strong long term or we can say solvency that long term perspective is fine in this particular case, but they are having or facing some sort of liquidity crisis. Okay. Which of the following or which type of the liquidity risk is this? Okay. So now we have liquidity risk can be arise from funding, it can be call risk, or it can be your आपका time risk. ठीक है. So now what will be your correct answer in this particular case? So it is the liquidity shortfall position that generally arise from the premature withdrawals of large deposit. ठीक है. So it is something related to funding. ठीक है. तो ये आपका किससे related आपका है funding sources से related कि जहां पे जो आपका let's say it can be two scenarios. One is like we have concentration on some particular areas at our डिपॉजिट साइड. ठीक है. तो डिपॉजिट में हमारा जो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन था वो किसी स्पेसिफिक लेट्स से वी हैव कॉन्सेंट्रेशन ऑन कॉर्पोरेट डिपॉजिट्स और आपका गवर्नमेंट डिपॉजिट्स. Now they withdrawals from your banks to someone else. So in that case also certainly you will face the liquidity risk, and that liquidity risk that generally arise from the funding sources because that impact that risk or that liquidity crunches we are facing due to funding problems and all. If you talk about the call risk, so it is something related to contingent liabilities. Okay, so let's say if we have provided we have some portfolios in our off balance sheet exposures, like let's say we have provided LC or that we have issued LC on behalf of a customer, that customer has become default or any other contingent liabilities in case of derivative also. Okay. Time risk is something आपका which generally arise due to non-performance of assets and all, where we are not getting that we won't be able to liquidate our assets on the fair market prices, or there is some sort of NPAs and all. Okay? So these are the operational is not linked with this one. Okay? So liquidity risk that can be arise through the three different sources, and we talk around these particular one, right? So funding risk आपका it is that's why we always support the diversification in our fundings. Okay? Because concentration, if you have some sort of concentration in your sources of funds, that may lead to these kind of problems, right? And time risk आपका majorly with the non-performance and all. Okay? Time risk you can relate, let's say we accepted some deposit and we created asset. Okay? Usually what we do, let's say we accepted deposit for 5 years, okay? And we created an asset for 10 years. So at the end of 5 years, you have to repay this particular one to the depositors. Okay? So we have some plan for this one. There is some assets which are generally getting matured on this at the end of 5 years. If those assets get they generally are facing some sort of NPAs or delays in that particular one, that means bank is facing time risk in that particular one. And the call risk is something related to your contingency risk and all. Okay? So funding risk need to replace net outflows due to unanticipated withdrawals or pre-closure of deposits, non-renewal of deposits arise due to this. So it can be आपका the reason can be fraud causing substantial losses, systemic risk in the economy or the system, loss of confidence, liabilities in foreign currencies also. So these can be the major reason for this one. Okay? Time risk is need to compensate for non-receipt of expected inflows of funds. जैसे हमने आपका केस लिया था कि our asset was maturing at the end of the fifth year itself. ठीक है, so we plan कि जैसे आपका वो mature होगा, so we will make payment to the depositors. ठीक है, but there is some some non-receipt or some NPAs and all in that particular case, or that borrower risk was there, he delayed that particular payments and all. Okay? So that time we are facing a call risk. Okay? So serve deterioration or in assets quality, standard asset turning into non-performing, temporary problems in recovery, or time involved in managing liquidity also. Okay? Let's say sometime it has happened, like let's say your payables, payables on which is scheduled on first, and your receivables, basically payables means your आपका liability, ठीक है, liability, and your आपका lending means आपका assets, ठीक है. So your asset is getting mature on 15th आपका. So here we have a time gap, ठीक है. So you have to make payment on first, but the schedule assets is getting mature on 15. So that means this 15 days. So we are facing a kind of time risk in this one. So what our treasury will manage this particular situation by purchasing or by selling some sort of money market instruments, or by raising funds through the interbank, or by like kind of that integration of treasury we'll use from some other books money to manage these particular situation as well. All right, next one. Call risk आपका crystallization of contingent liabilities and inability to undertake profitable business opportunities when desirable, right? So let's say we have made a contingent liabilities, or it is something linked with the off balance sheet exposures. Okay? Let's say we have made some position in the derivatives. So now we won't be able to liquidate that particular position on fair market prices. तो वहाँ पे आपको loss हो सकता है, ठीक है? या फिर आपका it can be partially liquid or fully liquid, or we have provided guarantee in term of LC and all others that buyers of that LC become insolvent. So these kind of things. Okay? Conversion of non-fund based limit into fund based, non-fund like LC that become fund based. Swap and options. These are the reasons. So they generally comes under this. Next one. Which of the following best define liquidity in the context of liquidity management in banking? Okay? So liquidity management in banking, the ability to maintain capital adequacy across all time horizon, the ability to convert liabilities into profit, the ability to fund assets growth solely through the retained earnings, no, the ability to meet obligation by raising funds or liquidating assets at a reasonable cost. So that is generally known as liquidity management. Okay? So option D is the right answer for this one. So liquidity in banking refer to a bank capacity to obtain funds promptly and efficiently, okay, either by increasing liabilities or converting asset to cash, okay, to meet obligations and manage asset liability mismatch. Easy one. Okay. So liquidity management, whenever we talk about liquidity management, the objective of asset liability management are twofold: okay, ensuring profitability and liquidity. I hope you guys remember एक चीज हमने पढ़ी थी ना, तो basically what bank they generally want, liquid as well as solvents. ठीक है, so आपका ensuring profitability is something linked with the solvency things of that particular bank. तो हम अपने आप को प्रॉफिट में रखना चाहते हैं, तो एंड दूसरा आपका वी हैव टू मेक इंश्योर दैट our bank is basically that is in a liquid position. ठीक है, liquid position means आपका we are able to meet with our liabilities, ठीक है, on day to day basis, और जो भी आपका time horizon है, ठीक है. तो basically अब now you have to create a balance. अब ऐसा नहीं कि you are taking assets from the customer, deposit from the customer. We borrow money from the customer for let's say 2 years, and we created a asset for this particular one for let's say 15 years. So there is a huge gap. Obviously you'll earn more in this particular situation, but you have to keep your leak this in this particular situation. What we are planning, we are planning profitability, we are focusing on profits, because जितने लंबे समय के लिए हम लोन देंगे उतना ज्यादा we will earn the interest and all, right? But at the end of second year, how you will manage this particular one? Okay, so you have to think about that particular one. If you have some other assets which are getting matured at second year, that is then well and good. If you do not have that kind of things in all, okay, so then you have to think about these particular areas. Okay, अगर कल के date में if we face some funding crisis and all, how you will deal with that particular situation? So as a banker, we have to think about those particular areas. Liquidity, which represent the quality and marketability of assets and liabilities, expose the organization's liquidity risk. If you won't be able to meet the this obligation at the end of second year, obviously it is going to like your bank is going to face a number of problems, right? अगर हम कस्टमर का हार्ड अर्न मनी उसको वापस नहीं करेंगे, तो इट विल अ काइंड ऑफ अ ब्लास्ट फॉर आवर बैंक. रीजन देखो यहाँ पे क्या है, कस्टमर एक कस्टमर नहीं देगा तो स्टिल वी कैन मैनेज, ठीक है. बट अगर कस्टमर पार्ट पे इफ एज अ बैंक we are more responsible than the individual customer, right? तो अगर एक कस्टमर को भी हमने डिफॉल्ट किया ना, he'll tell to 100 people, 100 people will tell to 1000 people, तो वो रेपुटेशन पे बात आ जाती है, ठीक है. सो unlike other risk, interest rate risk, market risk, operational risk, technological risk, foreign exchange risk can threaten the very solvency of the bank. Liquidity risk is normal aspect of everyday's management of a financial institution. So we have to manage this particular one very well. Bank need liquidity to meet deposit withdrawals and to fund loan demands. The variability of loan demands and the variability of deposit determine a bank liquidity. Okay? So what we actually want, every bank they generally want this solvent plus liquidity. Okay? So this is the best scenario, but it can be the other one. Second most priority will be एक पल के लिए if you are not earning, that can be managed in the long term plan. But liquid but solvent, this is like कि हम we can compromise at the point of profitability, but we cannot compromise at the point of liquidity, right? Solvent but liquid, bank profitable है, ठीक है. They are, that means solvent and but not liquid means their long term allocation is everything is fine, but they won't be able to meet their day to day obligations. This is the kind of जहाँ पे बैंक बंद हो जाएगा, ठीक है. So neither solvent nor liquid, ठीक है. चलो. So liquidity management represent the ability to accommodate decrease in liability and fund the increase the asset. Bank this we have discussed earlier also, ठीक है. This we have to study, ठीक है. एक बार इसको देख लेते हैं. Effective liquidity management by bank serve the following important purposes. It demonstrate the marketplace that the bank is in safe and therefore capable of repaying its obligations or borrowings. It enables bank to meet its prior loans commitments, whether formal or informal. It enables the bank to avoid unprofitable sale of assets. This function permits the bank to avoid sale of assets at a fire sale prices as opposed to going concern value generated funds. ठीक है. तो अगर if you come to the fire sale, obviously you are going to receive less money. ठीक है. It lower the size of the default risk premium the bank must pay for the funds. This is a kind of role of liquidity management, and how basically this task is generally done by the ALM itself or ELCO, Asset Liability Management Committee. They are responsible for this particular one. Okay? So accuracy of bank liquidity position depend upon an analysis आपका कौन से areas, historical funding requirements, current liquidity position, anticipated future funding need, source of funds, the option for reducing funding needs, present anticipated asset quality, present and future earning capacity, and present and plan capital positions. This is something like when we plan for the liquidity things and all, we make these many analysis. The factor that may affect bank liquidity, which include a decline in earnings, ठीक है, increase in non-performing asset, deposit concentration, ठीक है, downgrading by rating agencies. This is again very important one, ठीक है. Sometime what happen, let's say we have given loan to a company X, ठीक है, हमने आपका company X को loan दिया है 50 crore rupees का, ठीक है. So if we have given that much of value loan to this particular company, that means their credit worthiness was good at the time when we sanctioned that particular amount, right? But what happened, let's say this loan is for 10 years, ठीक है, 10 year के tenure के लिए हमने दिया था. After 2 years, due to industry shift, due to business risk, due to financial risk, this company's rating is getting down, ठीक है. जैसे पहले ये था आपका suppose that AA plus, ठीक है. Now it came to triple B and there are chances कि it can come to आपका triple B minus or the below of that particular one also. That means कहीं ना कहीं अगर इसकी फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ वीक हो रही है तो हमारा जो एसेट क्रिएट किया है एक्स के साथ दैट विल आल्सो गेट वीकेंड्स, ठीक है. तो उसमें भी आपका उसकी वैल्यू भी क्या होगी, कम होगी. सो वी हैव टू टेक दीज आर द रीजन, अ मेजर रीजन आपका. जैसे बहुत सारे यू कैन टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ विजय माल्या, ठीक है. उसका भी जब उसको लोन दिए जा रहे थे तो ही वाज लाइक कि ये कंपनी ऐसी कि दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी एयरलाइन कंपनी बन जाएगी. बट लेटर ऑन आपका जैसे प्रॉब्लम्स हुए एंड वो प्रॉब्लम ऐसे हुए कि आज तक भी प्रॉब्लम ही है, ठीक है. Expanded business opportunities, acquisition and new tax initiatives. So these are some major reasons. Due to these particular one, bank may face आपका liquidity risk, ठीक है. चलो, measuring and managing liquidity risk, ठीक है. Developing structure for managing liquidity, this and this. With this we will practice with the question itself, ठीक है. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Which of the following would be most appropriate for a bank ALM support group to perform, ठीक है, asset liability management support group? I hope you guys remember that organizational structure. याद है ना? तो कैसे था आपका organizational structure? It was like organizational structure or that risk management framework. Under risk management framework, we have organizational structure which is led by board of directors, ठीक है. So सबसे ऊपर हमारे कौन है, आपका BODs हैं. Then we have आपका risk management committee. Then we have ELCO, asset liability management committee, for especially in case of risk आपका liquidity risk है. Then we have आपका ALM, आपका ठीक है, ALM support groups and आपका the departments, ठीक है. So now they comes at this particular level, ठीक है. ये इस level पे आपके आ रहे होते हैं. So now the question, most appropriate for ALM support group to perform, ठीक है, ALM support group. So setting bank wide liquidity risk limit and policy, नहीं ये आपका it is a part of board approval policy, ठीक है. Approving strategic merger related, no. Monitoring liquidity risk and running simultaneous 100%, ठीक है. So they generally like they are at middle or lower level managers, majorly middle level managers, जैसे आपका ब्रांच मैनेजर्स हैं या रीजनल मैनेजर्स हैं, दीज पीपल, ठीक है. दे जनरली मॉनिटर द लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, ठीक है, कैसा चल रहा है आपका, अलार्म रिव्यूज एंड ऑल, एंड दे run the policies as well as transactions simultaneously. Like see, we have to manage liquidity risk at transaction level as well as portfolio level, ठीक है. We cannot wait कि like we have to manage risk and transaction at same level simultaneously. ऐसा नहीं कि पहले हम बैठ करके रिस्क मैनेज कर लेंगे फिर ट्रांजेक्शन करेंगे और वाइस वर्सा. नो, with every customers there is risk involved and you have to do that particular things on a regular basis, ठीक है, with every transaction and all. So option C will be right answer for this particular one, ठीक है. So task with analyzing, monitoring and reporting the liquidity risk profile, including preparing forecast models and simultaneous simulations to evaluate potential future scenarios, right? So if you talk about the structure, this structure we have discussed so many times. I'll share this particular one in PDF itself, so you can go through that particular one. Okay, the structure is like कि सबसे ऊपर we have board of directors, then we have आपका board of directors. They are responsible for any losses made by the bank. So that means liquidity risk की वजह से कुछ problem होगी तो they will be answerable, ठीक है. And every policy risk appetite procedures that should be part of board approval policy, ठीक है. And we have one director level committee, that is a risk management committee, who generally take care about all the type of risk. It is credit risk, market risk, operational risk, or liquidity risk, right? Then we have ELCO. In case of liquidity risk management, we have ELCO. Like for credit risk, we have credit risk management committee. For market risk, we have market risk management committee. Operational risk, we have operational risk management committee. Okay? Then we have asset liability management support groups in this particular chain. Okay? So board of directors, overall responsibility of management of liquidity risk. Okay? Asset liability management, ensuring adherence to risk tolerance limits set by the board and frame policies and all, and pass on to the board. ठीक है. Then we have ELCO आपका. ठीक है. So support आपका ELCO support groups consisting of the operating staff should be responsible for analyzing, monitoring and reporting liquidity risk profile to the ELCO. The group should also prepare forecast, take simulations. Simulations means here like if this is the scenario, take it, right? As I gave you an example of that company X. Yeah. At the time when we gave loan to that company, it was AAA plus. ठीक है, बहुत ही बढ़िया rating थी. Later on, after 2 years, it become triple B. ठीक है. अब ये सिमुलेशन इट शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ योर सिमुलेशंस. ठीक है, आपको पहले से ही लॉस, आपका प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ लॉस कितना हो सकता है एंड ऑल, सो दैट यू हैव टू एनालाइज. ठीक है, दैट इज द वन. वी आर रनिंग द डिफरेंट सिनेरियोस. इफ सिनेरियो 1 हैपन, how much loss we may face and how we will mitigate that particular one. If scenario B or C happen, what will be our take, or what provisioning will require, how much loss we are going to face, how we will mitigate that particular one. ठीक है, so that is generally comes under this. Liquidity risk tolerance, bank. Sorry guys. So bank should have an explicit liquidity risk tolerance set by board. ठीक है, so it is like कि जैसे होता है ना आपका liquidity, जैसे हम लोग मार्केट में आपके stop losses या others appetite आपका basically how much risk we can face. ठीक है, so strategy of आपका management, we have discussed these particular one, and we have discussed, I hope you guys remember. ठीक है, September 2008, after this global financial crisis, BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, they come up with guiding principles for liquidity risk management. And there were how many principles? There were 13th principle, 13 principle जिनको हमने पढ़ा था. ठीक है, तो ये आपका ये जो सारी चीजें जिनको हम लोग मॉड्यूल बी में ऑलरेडी बहुत अच्छे से बहुत बार आपका डिस्कस करके आए हुए हैं. ठीक है, चलो नेक्स्ट वन आपका, which of the following scenario illustrate a bank that is solvent but not liquid. Bank is solvent but not liquid. Solvent means, इसका मतलब क्या है आपका? Solvent means they have a like their placement of asset is good. Long term में उनके पास अच्छी अर्निंग होने वाली है. ठीक है, but the problem is with the short term things, they won't be able to meet their day to day आपका obligations. ठीक है, तो जैसे जो कस्टमर्स को पैसा देना है, हमारे पास पैसा है, but that we will receive after let's say 1 year, 2 years or 50 days and all. But today, how we will manage that one? So that means that bank is facing liquidity risk. Okay? A bank with strong capital ratio, solvency ratios are very excellent, okay? But unable to meet today's withdrawals demands 100% true. आगे जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है, this is clear, right? चलो. So a solvent but not liquid position. Next one. Which of the following measure would most effectively mitigate the liquidity risk arising from over reliance on volatile funding sources according to the guidelines. ठीक है, so which of the following measure would most effectively, we have to check the measure. ठीक है, setting a limit on loan to capital ratio, ठीक है, quantifying cumulative cash flows mismatch across time, no, imposing आपका flexible limit on reliance on particular liability category, no, maintaining a high minimum, no, setting loan to capital ratio or quantifying cumulative cash flows mismatch across time bucket. ठीक है, most effective mitigate liquidity risk arising from over reliance on volatile funding sources. Volatile funding sources impose flexible limit on. हाँ, then B should be a right answer for this one. ठीक है, B should be right answer for this one. See, quantifying cumulative cash flows mismatch across time bucket. कि अगर हमारे जो inflow, let's say in 10 days time horizon, so you have to compare an inflow outflow and how volatile those particular assets are. ठीक है, अगर वहाँ पे volatility ज़्यादा है, that means there is a high probability of loss also, ठीक है. So B should be right. अच्छा, okay, C is the right answer for this one. Flexible limits on reliance on particular liability category. I want to see this. The flexible limit should be placed on percentage reliance on a particular liability category such as certificate of deposit or high cost deposit. Over reliance on such sources increase liquidity risk. The flexible limit should be placed on percentage reliance on a particular liability category. ठीक है. Okay. Liquidity risk during period of stress. Hence, okay. ठीक है. ठीक है. तो हमारा आंसर गलत था and the right answer is option C. Imposing flexible limit on reliance on particular liability category. So they are generally just asking for the diversification things and all. Okay. Flexible limit should be placed on percentage reliance on a particular liability category such as certificate of deposit or on high cost deposit. Over reliance on such sources increase liquidity risk during a period of stress. आपका ठीक है. So because you will not get any sources during that particular period, this measure directly targets source risk associated with unstable liabilities. ठीक है. So unstable liabilities. ओके, ठीक है. तो अच्छा क्वेश्चन था. जहां हम लोग फंस जाए मतलब बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है, उसको अच्छे से ध्यान में भी रखना है. A bank maintain a high volume of liquid asset, but during a financial crisis, it failed to meet cash flow obligations. Which of the following best explain the reason for this failure? According to the okay, the bank did not maintain a minimum liquidity provision. The bank failed to apply discount on assets marketability under this stress situation. Again, the loan to deposit ratio was too high. So what should be right answer for this one? Primary source of funding were not quantified. Again, a bank maintain high volume liquid asset, but during a financial asset, the bank failed to apply a discount on assets marketability. हाँ, option B should be right answer. ठीक है. देखो क्या है, उसने आपका liquid asset उसके पास थे, let's say securities, ठीक है. But during stressful situation, there will be some decline, little bit decline in the securities value also. Let's say you have 100 crore rupees shares. Now there is a market-wise situation ki world economies are facing some sort of recession, or there is a war-like situation between US and China that is eventually going to affect every market, right? So that 100 rupees shares came down to 90 rupees during that particular period. If it is a situation, that is definitely going to impact your portfolio. If you are not discounting that particular scenario, if that stressful situation happen in the market, it will impact these particular asset also, and how much it will impact, you have to calculate that particular one. So cumulative cash flow mismatch should be assessed with a conservative view of asset marketability, applying discount to cover प्राइस वॉलेटिलिटी एंड फोर सेल रिस्क. अगर हमें जबरदस्ती मतलब मार्केट कैसे भी करके उनको बेचना भी पड़ा तो ऑब्वियसली यू नॉट गेट द फेयर प्राइसेस इन ऑल टाइम. तो वो चीजों को आपको कहीं ना कहीं लेके चलना पड़े. इफ दिस इजंट डन, बैंक माइट overestimate their liquidity buffer, leading to failure during a crisis when asset cannot be sold easily at a fair prices, right? So this is the one. So आपका setting tolerance level and limit for liquidity risk. So the question we practiced, that was around these particular one. So bank management should set limit to ensure liquidity. These limits should be reviewed by supervisors, means RBI in case of India. Alternatively, supervisors may set limits. Limit could be set on the following grounds. Cumulative cash flow mismatch. So cumulative net funding requirements as a percentage of total liabilities over a particular period, next day, next week, next overnight, next month, or next year. These mismatch should be calculated by taking a conservative view of marketability liquid asset with a discount to cover price volatility and any drop in prices in event of a forced sale. ठीक है, अंडरस्टूड. यहाँ से बिल्कुल 100% क्लियर, I guess सबको क्लियर हो गया होगा. Liquidity asset as a percentage of short-term liabilities. The asset included in category should be those which are highly liquid, or we can say that HQLA, high quality liquid asset. Only those assets which are just to be having a ready market event in a period of stress. कि अगर कोई ऐसा situation आता है like gold, like let's say there is a worldwide और ऐसा कोई भी situation है, अगर हमारे पास gold है, if you want to sell, we can sell it market, ठीक है, भले ही थोड़ा सा discount पे sell करना पड़े. You like obviously what happened in the time of economic crisis or world war situation, prices of these particular asset increase, ठीक है, gold का price बढ़ेगा. बट स्टिल वी आर सेइंग कि अगर हम इसको मार्केट पे भी बेचेंगे तो मैनेज आर लिक्विडिटी, दैट इज मैनेजेबल, ठीक है. अ लिमिट ऑन लोन टू डिपॉजिट रेशियो, ठीक है, अ लिमिट ऑन लोन टू कैपिटल रेशियो, a general limit on the relationship between anticipated funding needs and available sources of funding, ठीक है, याद है ना आपको NSFR, ठीक है, net stable funding ratio. प्राइमरी सोर्स ऑफ मीटिंग फंडिंग नीड शुड बी क्वांटिफाइड, ठीक है. सो सोर्सेज आपका कौन कौन से हैं, कितना कितना वहां से आ सकता है, ठीक है. फ्लेक्सिबल लिमिट ऑन परसेंटेज रिलायंस ऑन अ पर्टिकुलर लाइबिलिटी कैटेगरी, आवर फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन वाज बेस्ड ऑन दिस, ठीक है. एंड आपका basically certificate of deposit or high cost deposit should not account for more than a certain percentage to a total liability, because during that particular period maybe you do not get any sort of these kind of instruments आपका, ठीक है. Alright, चलो flexible limit on the percentage, ठीक है. I got a message कि I want good dinner, ठीक है, just after this, ठीक है, okay, चलो. Limit on a dependence on individual customer or a market segment for fund in a liquidity. Flexible limit on the minimum maximum average maturity and minimum liquidity provision to be maintained to sustain operations, ठीक है. Why I told you, because otherwise you people will think like sir was reading these particular statement and smiling, right? So there is nothing to smile with these particular statement. Actually I got a text from my wife to I want very good dinners, I do not know how to arrange that particular. Chalo, no worries. Let's move forward, guys. I guess you guys also face the same issues. Chalo. So according to RBI guidelines, which of the following ratio would be most useful in assessing bank short-term liquidity buffer? Short-term liquidity buffers. So what will be your correct answer? Aapka temporary asset versus volatile liabilities. Yes. So option B. I hope you guys remember these. There were 7 ratios, which were provided by RBI and their industry average also. And you have to go through these particular one very well. Every time your IIBF, they generally ask about these particular one. So these are the 7 ratios and their uses also. That we have discussed in our concept classes also. And even with our module B, when we discuss this topic called liquidity management. So liquidity risk management. Next one, which of the following scenario would most likely lead to an increase in bank time risk? So time risk is linked with the non-payment of money by the borrowers. It is something linked with the borrower risk. It is something linked with the delays in payment by the borrowers. It is something or eventually linked with the non-performing asset. So customer withdrawing a term deposit, no. Conversion of letter of credit into cash obligation, regulatory changes, borrower defaulting on payments, turning standard asset into NPAs आपका, ठीक है. Most likely पूछा तो D आपका should be right answer for this one, ठीक है. क्या था? Yes, हाँ, ठीक है. So time risk refer to non-receipt of expected inflows, often due to deteriorating assets quality or delays in recoveries. NPA blocks expected cash inflows, creating a liquidity strain even when funds were anticipated. All right, next one. Which of the following statement correctly interpret the net loan to deposit ratio in the context of liquidity? Net loan to deposit ratio. Okay? So net loan to deposit. Okay? So basically what you will prefer, higher ratio or lower ratio? We will prefer lower ratio. Okay? A higher ratio implies stronger liquidity. No. That means if you are you have accepted deposit and you are creating asset in rapid expansion of asset, that can create a problem for the liquidity things, right? A lower ratio is preferred as loan are liquid assets आपका, ठीक है. A higher ratio indicate surplus deposit boosting, no, or ratio no. I'll go with option B, yes. हाँ. The net loan are considered less liquid, ठीक है. Net loans are considered less liquid, ठीक है. This ratio reflect how much of the deposit are tied up in such loans. Therefore, a lower ratio means a fewer deposit are used for the liquid illiquid loans. Illiquid loans and हाँ क्या था आपका net loans for the liquidity. A lower liquidity ratio is preferred as loans are illiquid asset. ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल सही है आपका, ठीक है. सो अगर लोअर है दैट मीन्स आपका वी आर मैनेजिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, समझ में आया ना क्वेश्चन, अच्छा क्वेश्चन था ये, ठीक है. सो दीज आर द रेशियोज आपका, ठीक है. स्टॉक अप्रोच, मेजरिंग एंड मैनेजिंग लिक्विडिटी, रेशियो ऑफ कोर डिपॉजिट टू एसेट total asset, core deposit divided by total asset. ठीक है, so core deposit divided by total asset. ठीक है, higher the ratio, the better is because core deposit are treated to be a stable source of liquidity. Core deposit will constitute deposit from the public receipt in the normal course of business. ठीक है, saving, current, FDRT. ठीक है. Net loan to total deposit ratio, what is the formula? It is आपका net loan divided by total ratio. ठीक है, it reflect the ratio of loan to public deposit or core deposit. Total loan in this ratio represent net advances after deduction of provision for loan losses and interest suspense. Loan is treated to be less liquid asset and therefore lower ratio is बेटर फॉर इट. अंडरस्टूड, समझ में आया अभी आपका, ठीक है. ये जो क्वेश्चन था हमारा, ठीक है, दिस वाज द क्वेश्चन एंड दिस इज द इट वाज बेस्ड ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर पैराग्राफ. ठीक है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है गाइस, प्लीज लाइक गो थ्रू दिस पर्टिकुलर, रिवाइज दिस पर्टिकुलर. ठीक है, रेशियो ऑफ टाइम डिपॉजिट टू टोटल, ठीक है, टाइम डिपॉजिट टू टोटल डिपॉजिट. ठीक है, सो टर्म डिपॉजिट आपका विच इज लाइक लेट्स से आपका FD, RD एंड ऑल दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. एंड टोटल डिपॉजिट आपका, ठीक है, दैट मीन्स टाइम डिपॉजिट मीन्स आपका लॉन्ग टर्म डिपॉजिट जो हमारे पास है, स्टेबल सोर्स आपका. ठीक है, करंट आपका जैसे होता है ना, दैट डिमांड डिपॉजिट समथिंग विच यू हैव टू पे ऑन द डिमांड ऑफ द कस्टमर्स आपका. ठीक है, सो टाइम डिपॉजिट प्रोवाइड अ स्टेबल लिक्विडिटी, लेवल ऑफ लिक्विडिटी and negligible volatility. Therefore the higher ratio is better for it. ठीक है, तो जितना ज्यादा आपका टाइम डिपॉजिट होंगे, यू विल हैव अ स्टेबल सोर्स ऑफ फंड्स. आपका उतने समय के लिए आपका पैसा होगा कस्टमर का, तो यू कैन लाइक जैसे ना सेविंग अकाउंट में कभी भी विड्रॉ कर सकते हैं. FD, RD में तो जितना ज्यादा होगा उतना ज्यादा फायदा होगा. वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज टू टोटल लाइबिलिटी. ठीक है, सो वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज डिवाइड बाय टोटल एसेट. Volatile liabilities like market borrowings are to assets and compared with the total asset. Higher portion of volatile asset will cause higher problems of liquidity. ठीक है, जितना ज़्यादा volatile होगा उतना ज़्यादा problem create करेगा. So lower ratio will be better in this particular case. ठीक है, ratio of short term liabilities to liquid asset. Short term liabilities divided by liquid asset. Short term liabilities आपका लिक्विड एसेट. ठीक है, तो शॉर्ट टर्म लाइबिलिटीज जितनी कम होंगी उतना बेहतर होगा, और आपके जितने लिक्विड एसेट जितने ज्यादा होंगे उतना अच्छा होगा. ठीक है, शॉर्ट टर्म लाइबिलिटीज आर रिक्वायर्ड टू बी redeemed at the earliest. Therefore they will require ready a liquid asset to meet the liability. It describes the lower in the interest of the liquidity itself. Understood? Very very important one, please ध्यान रखिएगा इनका. ठीक है, दिस वॉज अराउंड दी स्टॉक अप्रोच. ठीक है, हमने ये स्टॉक अप्रोच एंड फ्लो अप्रोच दोनों ही पढ़े. ठीक है, सो दीज जनरली कम्स अंडर दी स्टॉक अप्रोच. ठीक है, फ्लो अप्रोच आपका, ठीक है, द फ्रेमवर्क फॉर द असेसिंग ऑफ मैनेजिंग लिक्विडिटी थ्रू द फ्लो अप्रोच. वी हैव थ्री मेजर एरियाज: मेजरिंग एंड मैनेजिंग नेट फंडिंग रिक्वायरमेंट्स. ठीक है, कितना रिक्वायर्ड है, मार्केट एक्सेस आपका, सॉरी मैनेजिंग मार्केट एक्सेस एंड आपका कंटिजेंसी प्लानिंग. सो लिक्विडिटी इज ability to accommodate decrease in liability and fund increases in assets. Maturity ladders आपका comparison of future cash inflows to a future cash outflows. ठीक है, alternative scenario आपका evaluating whether a bank has sufficient liquidity funds based on the behavior of the cash flows under the different what if scenario. That is we have आपका I hope you guys remember the principle 11 of your BCBS, that is CFP. ठीक है, contingency funding plan, So that is your plan B in that particular scenario, right? Chalo. So there may be three scenario for a bank in connection with management of liquidity, which are like general market condition, bank specific और general. ठीक है, तो general market conditions आपका ठीक है, bank specific हमारा and आपका general market crisis or any unexpected areas, you know. ठीक है, so Reserve Bank of India's guidelines for maturity buckets. ठीक है, so Reserve Bank of India has given for a bucket-wise classification of assets and liabilities to be followed by Indian banks while preparing structural liquidity statements. Okay, these are guidelines factors for the bank. All of the assets and liabilities are classified under this particular one. जैसे आपका कल का liquidity 2 to 7 days, 8 to 14 days, 15 to 30 days, this over 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 year and 5 years. ठीक है, so this is the one. Basically how like whenever you planning your liquidity, ठीक है, जब आप अपने बैंक की liquidity को plan कर रहे हो, so you have to plan in these many ways. ठीक है, कल का क्या होगा, फिर आपका 2 to 7 days का अलग, 8 to 14 days up to आपका over 5 years. ठीक है, 5 साल तक का प्लानिंग हम लोग लेके चल रहे होते हैं. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन गाइस, which combination of internal and external factor best illustrate a comprehensive liquidity risk exposure, weak asset quality, unstable wholesale deposit. ठीक है, asset quality, wholesale deposit. ठीक है, हमें क्या पूछा गया है, combination of internal and external factor best illustrate comprehensive liquidity risk exposure, geographic political crisis and high deposit concentration, high level of NPAs and credit rating downgrades. ठीक है, आपका सिस्टेमिक मार्केट पैनिक एंड टाइम, ओके ये सारे सेम लग रहे हैं. ठीक है, जियोग्राफिक पॉलिटिकल, अगर हम ब्रॉडर लेवल पे देखें, हाई इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर बेस्ट इलस्ट्रेट कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, वीक एसेट आपका अनेबल अनस्टेबल होलसेल डिपॉजिट, एक्सटर्नल जियोग्राफिक पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस. आई गो विद ऑप्शन बी, नहीं ऑप्शन इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल. ठीक है, सो पॉलिटिक जियोग्राफिक पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस एंड हाई डिपॉजिट कॉन्सेंट्रेशन, इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर्स दैट इलस्ट्रेट कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव. अच्छा, इसको आपका वीक एसेट, मतलब दिस कैन बी आपका एनेबल, जैसे आपका वीक एसेट क्वालिटी है, एनपीएस हो रहे हैं एंड होलसेल डिपॉजिट आपका वीक हो रहे हैं. ठीक है, इट विल क्रिएट जियोग्राफिकल पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस एंड हाई डिपॉजिट कॉन्सेंट्रेशन. ठीक है, हाई एनपीएस लेवल एंड क्रेडिट रेटिंग डाउनग्रेड. ओके, बोथ इंटरनल, इसको नहीं लेंगे. सिस्टेमिक मार्केट पैनिक, टाइम जोड़ना. ए और बी में से एक होना चाहिए, ई तो कुछ है नहीं दोस्त. वीक एसेट क्वालिटी एंड अनस्टेबल होलसेल फंडिंग. ठीक है, ये क्या है, ए है बी है. ओके, ए आपका जो करेक्ट आंसर है. एक बार देख लेते हैं इसके एक्सप्लेनेशन को. ठीक है, सो इंटरनल रिस्क आपका वीक एसेट क्वालिटी, इंक्रीज डिफॉल्ट लाइक्लीहुड. ठीक है, एक्सटर्नल आपका होलसेल डिपॉजिट आर हाईली सेंसिटिव एंड सडन विड्रॉल्स. ठीक है, एम्पलीफाई एक्सपोजर्स टुगेदर द रिप्रेजेंटिंग दिस. ठीक है, बट दिस इज लाइक, अच्छा नाउ आई अंडरस्टूड दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन. देखो ये ना इन्होंने खाली सीक्वेंस में आपका रख रखा है. ठीक है, इंटरनल फर्स्ट आपका एक्सटर्नल होने को ये भी है, मतलब जियोग्राफिकल पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस विल बी देयर. ठीक है, इट विल इम्पैक्ट द वर्ल्ड वाइड सिचुएशन एंड ऑल. ठीक है, तो ये आपका क्या हो गया, एक्सटर्नल हो गया, इंटरनल हो गया. हाई डिपॉजिट कॉन्सेंट्रेशन, दैट इज समथिंग लिंक विद द बैंक इटसेल्फ. ठीक है, इट इज एक्सटर्नल इंटरनल, नॉट इंटरनल एक्सटर्नल. इट इज आपका वीक एसेट क्वालिटी वी हैव क्रिएटेड विद, एंड द एक्सटर्नल साइड आपका होलसेल डिपॉजिट्स आपका. ठीक है, that can be a reference. I'll check this particular one more time. ठीक है, which role is uniquely assigned to board of directors in governance of liquidity risk. ठीक है, so conducting simulation analysis, no. आपका जो सब ग्रुप्स हैं वो. ठीक है, implementing day to day नहीं, preparing cash flow forecast and early warning, no. Setting liquidity risk strategy and tolerance limit. So option D will be right answer. This we have discussed earlier also. ठीक है, चलो अगला आगे बढ़ते हैं. A bank has a high ratio of temporary asset to volatile ratio. So which of the following best describe its liquidity position? बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, तो क्या कह रहा है, हाई रेशियो टेम्परेरी एसेट टू वॉलेटाइल रेशियो, ठीक है, टेम्परेरी एसेट टू वॉलेटाइल रेशियो, ठीक है. सो इट लैक सफिशिएंट लिक्विडिटी, इट ओवर एक्सपोज टू कॉल रिस्क, नहीं, इट वेल पोजिशन टू हैंडल शॉर्ट टर्म आउटफ्लोज. ऑप्शन सी शुड बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. यस, हाँ, ठीक है. देखो ऑप्शन सी आपका क्यों सही है इसमें, देखो हाई रेशियो ऑफ टेम्परेरी एसेट and volatile liabilities, ठीक है. Your that means let's say our volatile liabilities are 100 crore and we have 500 crore rupees आपका temporary asset, ठीक है, short term assets आपका. That means अगर volatile थोड़ा सा बढ़ा भी ऊपर upper side पे गया, then still we can manage. So it is well positioned to handle the short term outflows. That's why I picked this option C. इस type के questions, this is based on that chart itself जो अभी हमने discuss किए थे ratios, ठीक है. Which of the following step is not directly included in RBI's recommendation step for managing liquidity risk in bank? Developing a structure for risk oversight, जहाँ पे अलग अलग डेज के थे, ठीक है. Establishing tolerance level for liquidity risk, publishing liquidity risk ratios to public, नहीं, this is not required, ठीक है, तो ये आपका नहीं है, ठीक है. Measuring and managing liquidity risk continuously. This is the part one. So option C will be right answer for this one. Very easy question. Next one. A bank ALCO noticed that despite maintaining regulatory CRR and SLR requirements, the bank is struggling to meet unexpected cash outflows. Okay? Which of the following is the most plausible explanation for this? Bank is overcapitalized and under leveraged. Bank temporary assets are locked in illiquid instruments. The ALCO failed to report asset quality data. Bank net interest margin is option B should be right answer for this one. ठीक है, तो देखो B पढ़ के समझ में आ रहा है सीधा आपका, ठीक है. So bank temporary asset are locked in illiquid instruments, क्योंकि अगर उसकी और प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Notice that despite of maintaining CRR and SLR requirements, the bank is struggling to meet अनएक्सपेक्टेड कैश फ्लोज आपका, ठीक है, कल के डेट में कुछ ऐसा होता है, ठीक है. तो दिस इज आपका बी. सो इवन इफ रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स लाइक CRR SLR आर मेट, liquidity issues can arise if short-term assets, temporary assets are not readily marketable or liquid. It restrain other bank a real-time cash generation capacity. ठीक है, जो short-term की problems है, that is the bank is facing. According to RBI guidelines, which of the following ratio would help identify over-reliance on unstable funding sources? ठीक है. According to RBI guidelines, which of the following ratio would help identify over-reliance on unstable funding? ठीक है, unstable funding, ठीक है. तो क्या होगा आपका कोर डिपॉजिट टोटल, नहीं, टेम्परेरी एसेट टोटल एसेट, वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज टोटल एसेट, ठीक है, टेम्परेरी एसेट वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज टेम्परेरी एसेट टोटल एसेट, अनस्टेबल फंडिंग, ठीक है. सो कोर डिपॉजिट टोटल एसेट, टेम्परेरी एसेट टोटल एसेट, वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज टेम्परेरी. बी और सी, बी नहीं, सी आपका, ठीक है. वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज आपका टोटल एसेट, ओके, हाँ. सो सी आपका वॉलेटाइल लाइबिलिटीज टोटल एसेट, फंडिंग सोर्सेज एंड एप्लीकेशन आपका. चलो एक बार देख लेते हैं. हाई volatile liabilities and total asset ratio suggests that a bank relies heavily on unstable and non-core funding, making it vulnerable during market disruption or confidence shock. This is a key liquidity risk matrix also, ठीक है, जो हमने आपको वहाँ पे डिस्कस भी किया था. तो ये कंफ्यूज करेंगे आपको, प्रैक्टिस जितना करोगे उतना ज्यादा हेल्प रहेगा, ठीक है. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग बेस्ट डिस्क्राइब कॉल रिस्क इन लिक्विडिटी मैनेजमेंट? टाइम risk, the risk of call is something contingency, ठीक है, such retail withdrawals and all. No, the risk of delays in borrowers repayment, ठीक है, ये आपका टाइम रिस्क हो गया. the risk assigning when non fund based facilities turn into fund based आपका, ठीक है, जैसे आपका गारंटी या अदर्स इनकी हमने बात की थी, ठीक है. सो लाइक आपका लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट और गारंटी और डेरिवेटिव्स, ठीक है. सो दीज आर द इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स जहां पे इफ दैट कंटिजेंसी बिकम आपका रियलिटी, ठीक है, दैट इज द वन. So if you won't be able to convert that position into cash. Next one, which of the following action best demonstrate the role of ALCO in liquidity governance? Creating internal audit report, no. Implementing IT framework, no. Enforcing the liquidity strategy set by board of directors, prescribed tolerance limit and all. ठीक, आसान है. Option C will be right answer for this particular one. Next one, unit 30th. So essential for interest rate risk, sources of interest rate risk, effect of interest rate risk, measurement of interest rate risk measurement techniques, strategies for controlling interest rate risk, control and supervision for interest rate management, sound interest rate risk management practices, and RBI guidelines on interest rate risk banking book, right? So these are the subtopics, and with the help of number of MCQs, application based questions, we are going to discuss each and every subtopic of this particular unit as well, right? So we will start our today's discussion with very first question, very important one, because see, if you have prepared this particular topic well in module B, so you will easily able to find out the answers or make your understanding toward this particular one. All right, chalo. So we will start with very first question. Which of the following best describe net interest position risk for a bank? Okay, so I hope everybody knows about the net interest position. Okay, first you have to make your understanding toward this one. Okay, risk, then later on we'll talk about this. So whenever we talk about the net interest position, it is something linked with your NII, okay, net interest income. And NII, how we calculate NII? It is interest inflow minus interest outflows, right? So now you can relate with this particular one. So risk is basically when your NII is there is some adverse impact on NII, that is a risk. Let's say the inflow is lower than your outflows on some assets. That means those assets are generating some sort of interest rate risk for the bank itself, right? So risk from holding assets and liabilities with same repricing period, there is no risk involved in this particular one. So we have a proper ALM in this case. Risk from embedded option such as prepayment, so it is known as embedded risk, or basically it is where customers, they do have premature or prepayments options. So sometime while there is some changes in interest rate, accordingly customer also go for the payments or premature of deposit as well, right? Prepayments of loan and prepayment of deposit. So this is also wrong. It is not related to this. Risk arising when interest rate earning asset exceed interest bearing liabilities and interest rate change. Okay? So risk arising when the interest earning assets exceed interest bearing liabilities and interest rate changes. Okay, this can be one situation. Risk arising from mismatch between short term liabilities and long term. This is called ALM, asset liability mismatch, not the आपका interest rate risk. Okay? So risk arising when interest earning assets exceed interest bearing liabilities and interest rate changes. That means there is a reverse situation. Okay? So let's say on borrowings, we have some borrowing and lending. Let's say we borrow an asset at the rate of 7%, we lended at 10%. Okay? This, in that particular case, our NII, net interest income, is how much? 300 basis point. Yeah, 3% is right. So now if there is some changes in interest rate, so usually in general practice we accept deposit at fixed rate and we lend at a floating rate. Okay? So now let's say the interest rate increase to 10% for this particular one. What this customer will do, they'll go for some sort of they'll exercise their embedded option and they'll go for the premature of that particular deposit, or else they'll shift from 7 to 10%. So in that particular case, let's say it is 9%. Okay? So your NII will come down to 1% or 100 basis point. So these kind of situation, or else what we can say, it is the overall आपका interest positioning, like your interest payables are higher than your interest receivables. Okay? So net interest position arises when a bank interest earning assets exceed its interest bearing liabilities. Okay? So exceed its interest bearing liabilities. A positive net interest position means profit increase when interest rate rise, but a decrease when they fall. It is not related to timing mismatch or gap or embedded options. Okay, so this is the one. So let's discuss this particular one. It is as simple as that. Like when your inflows, if when your payables are more than your receivables. Okay, so just keep in this particular way. Okay. The bank net interest position also expose the bank to an additional interest rate risk. Okay. If a bank has more asset on which it earn interest than its liabilities on which it pays interest. Interest rate risk arise when interest rate earned on asset change, uh, while the cost of funding for liability remain the same. Okay, let's say we borrow funds 100 crore rupees on an average, let's say 7%. Okay, we created assets. We with this particular borrowing we created asset on an average, let's say it is 11%. Okay? So at that time, our NII net interest income was आपका how much 4% or 400 basis point. Now what happened with liabilities, with our lending or with our asset? This is your liability and these are your assets. Okay? So what happened with your liability side? Sorry, asset side. Okay? Let's say we have given embedded options or something else same, or even let's say these loan are linked with the repo rate, the current scenario you can take. Okay. So let's say these loan are home loans and they are linked with the repo rate. Now RBI cut down repo rate by 50 basis point in last two monetary policies. Okay. That means this rate will come down. Okay. So let's say it is repo plus आपका रेपो प्लस द डिफरेंस अमाउंट. ठीक है. सो नाउ इफ आरबीआई कट रेपो रेट बाय 50 basis point, obviously it will come down. ठीक है. If it will come down, so that means it will make a negative impact on the NII. ठीक है. Let's say we can have a straightforward link. Let's say it become your 10.50%. ठीक है. Now this average assets home loans become 10.50%. So earlier your NII was 4%. Now the new NII is 3.50%. Okay? So the language given in question was bit difficult, but you have to make your understanding something like this. Understood? ठीक है, समझ में आया सबको? तो देखो क्या है आपका. This is a very simple case जहाँ पे what we have done, we have, like, it is general banking practice. We accept deposit at a fixed rate, right? So we have the average rate. Let's say we took one deposit worth rupees 100 crore rupees at the rate of 7% for 10 years. Based on this, we created asset, let's say for 10 years at let's say it is repo plus 2.5%. Okay? So now after some time repo rate came down. If repo rate is coming down, that will impact your, you are not able to change this particular one because you have made some commitment in the fixed rate itself. Now this will come down, so it will cost customer. Earlier, let's say it is 11%, now it is 10.5%. It is going to impact your NII or net interest position. All right. So the bank with a positive net interest position will experience a reduction in NII as interest rate decline and an expansion in NII as interest rate rise. It can have a positive impact also in some ways. How? Let's say RBI increase repo rate by 50 basis point or whatever the rate, let's say 25 basis point here. So it will help you in that particular case. But whenever RBI increase repo rate, it will affect this also. Okay. So what, let's say now for the new deposit or even that customer, they can ask for the 25 basis point additional, or he can go for the premature with his own deposit and all. So that's why it is more like these kind of situation or fluctuations are dangerous for the bank. They have greater negative impact rather than the very few or very less positive positive effects. Okay. So a large positive net interest position account for most of the profit generated by many financial institution. It can have both side effect. Okay. So changes in interest rate also affect the underlying value of the bank assets, liabilities, and off-balance sheet exposures. Instruments, because the present value of future cash flow, in some cases, cash flow themselves change when interest rate change. Interest rate risk refer to volatility in net interest income (NII), and if there will be some change in NII, obviously it will go or it will make some sort of variation in your NIM also, because how we calculate NIM? It is NII divided by NII divided by average asset. Okay, so it is NII divided by average asset, right? NII is basically your आपका inflow minus outflow. Okay, so it is inflow minus outflow, right? So in other words, interest rate risk arises from holding assets and liabilities with different principal maturity date और आपका रोलेबल रेट्स है, ठीक है. आई होप दिस इज क्लियर with the help of 3-4 questions. Okay, so there are so many reasons for interest rate risk. One aspect we have discussed in this case, okay, we have embedded option, we have time risk, we have reinvestment risk, we have pricing risk. So these are the different elements. Due to these particular elements, a bank may face some interest rate risk, right? Chalo, next question. In the context of embedded option, now we will talk around embedded option. Which of the following action by customer increase the bank exposures to interest rate risk? Now it is about embedded option. I hope you guys remember this particular one. Embedded option is something, this option belongs to a customer, right? So let's say it can have both side, deposit side as well as lending side. Deposit side, they always have this particular one, right? So let's say the core banking practice is borrowing for the lending. Let's say we accepted a deposit 100 crore rupees at the rate of 8% per annum, and it was for 10 years. Okay, let's say it was for 10 years. Okay. Now what happened after and with this particular one, we created an asset 100 crore rupees at the rate of 8%, at the rate of 12%, 12%, and it is, let's say, maturity is same for 10 years. Okay. So now when we created this particular asset, our NII was how much? कितना था NII आपका 4% or 400 basis point. Okay. Now this is the initial आपका stage. What happened after, let's say, after 3 months, after 1 year or after 2 years? Okay, let's take a long term perspective. Okay. After 2 years, what happened? The rate of interest on these deposit increased to, suppose that 10%. Okay. So rate of interest on these deposit increased to 10%. Okay. So now what this particular customer will do, he'll ask for the either two ways. He'll ask to increase this rate of interest, or else what he'll do, he'll go for the premature and he'll invest with somewhere else, right? Obviously we do not have option to allow him to pay premature. We will change his position to 10% and all. Okay? So if this loan is at fixed rate, that in that particular situation your NII will come down to आपका कितना percent? 2%. ठीक है, there is a straightforward loss of 2% in this case. Asset side आपका, ठीक है, sorry, liability side. So if this rate is linked with some indices, we can adjust in the coming month and all. But assuming that this rate is at fixed rate, let's say it is a personal loan. Now this is the case of आपका liability side. Now the other case is आपका asset side. Let's say the other situation is asset side. So let's say we created this particular asset and we have given loan to customer at 12%, and it was we have given one embedded option to the customer. Embedded option to the customer means customer had right to repay or prepay that particular loan. So we have given an option कि you can make a prepayment any point of time to the full amount. So now in this particular situation, let's say we have taken this deposit at 8% and it is supposed at 8% only. Now after some time lending rate came down. So these rate आपका, let's say due to high market liquidity and all, interest rate on these assets came down to, suppose that 10%. So it came down to 10%. So what he'll do, he'll take loan from some other bank and he'll shift that particular one to other bank. In this situation also, now earlier we were getting 4% of NII on this particular asset. Now we'll get only 2% because आपका 8% and आपका 10%. Earlier it was 8% versus 12%. So these are the options which are generally known as embedded option, and they have a major like due to these particular options, there are lots of fluctuations in our books also, banking book, or especially in case of banking book. Okay? So now the question is, in the context of embedded option risk, which of the following action by customer increase the bank exposure to interest rate risk, revenue term deposit by maturity, defaulting on fixed rate loan, no, it is call risk basically. Okay. Withdrawing a fixed rate deposit before maturity due to decline in rate. This can be also done. So let's say the fixed rate interest आपका, if it happen in some scenarios and all, so customers, they are not getting good interest rate and they're getting some alternates आपका, alternate investment options and all, so they might go for these kind of activities also. I hope you're getting this particular thing clearly. So the explanation part, please quickly go through this. Large changes in level of market interest rate create another source for risk to bank profit by prepayments of loan and bonds with put and call options, and or premature withdrawal of deposit before the stated maturity. As I gave you an example, earlier it was 8%, now interest rate in market increased to 10%. So what he'll do, he'll shift from here to there. Okay? So that is the one. So he'll go for premature with this particular product. In case where there is no penalty for prepayment of loans, the borrower have a natural tendency to pay off their loan when a decline in interest rate occurs. As I gave you an example. Okay. So earlier interest rate was आपका asset side, interest rate was 12%. Later on, in market interest rate declined to 10%. If there is no penalty and if we have given option to the customer of prepayments and all, so they'll obviously go for this particular things. In such cases, the bank will receive only a lower NII. Okay, that is directly going to impact your NII. Let's have one example also. Okay. So take the case of a bank which disbursed 90 days loan at a rate of 10%. So we have created an asset आपका at 10%, 10%, which is funded through a 90-day आपका certificate of deposit at 8%. So our liability is basically at 8%. That means your initial NII is how much? आपका 2% or 200 basis point. Okay. So in case the rate of interest declined to 9% after 30 days. Okay. So it was for 90 days. Okay. It was we have a same maturity 90 days, 90 days. Okay. So now what happened after 30 days? After 30 days. Okay. So 30 days later, what happened? Okay. 30 days later, this interest rate came down to 9%. Okay, this interest rate came down to 9%, and the borrower prepay his loan immediately, and the bank receive only 200 basis point in this particular case. Okay. So now see, in first, like for 30 days, first 30 days we will get 30 days we will get आपका 200 basis point or 2%. Okay. So our NII will be 2% for first 30 days. Okay. The bank received only 200 basis point for 30 days rather than anticipated 90 days. Okay. In the earnings remaining 60 days of 90 days term, the NII will be only 100 basis point. Okay. It is now आपका the difference after this one, NII will become your आपका 1%, 1% or 100 basis point, because 8% and 9%. Earlier it was 8% and 10%. Again, as the bank would be reinvesting the fund at 9%, again, the embedded option risk is becoming a reality in India and is experienced in volatile situation. The faster and higher the magnitude of changes in the interest rate, the greater will be the embedded option risk to the bank NII. I hope now it is crystal clear to everyone. If you have any query, please do mention into the comment section. I'll try to help you out with those particular ones. Okay. Next one, which scenario will illustrate the reinvestment risk? Okay. Now, for interest rate risk, another component is, these all comes under the interest rate risk. Okay. So we can, or our bank can now face interest rate risk due to आपका mismatch, ALM mismatch, due to आपका reinvestment, due to price, due to embedded option, due to call risk, the other one. Okay. So now what is reinvestment risk? Let's say we have an asset. Okay. So let's say we have an asset. We have given loan to some person A or Mr. X. We have given loan to Mr. X at the rate of suppose that 12%, ठीक है. The loan was for 5 years, and now this is the year which is the end of that particular लोन टेन्योर्स, ठीक है. तो हमने x को लोन दिया था आपका 12% पे, ठीक है, 5 साल के लिए. सो दिस एसेट, लेट्स से द वैल्यू वाज 1 crore, ठीक है. सो ड्यूरिंग दिस 5 year, this asset generated a 12% interest for us. Now this asset is getting mature on the end of the 5th year, ठीक है. तो अब ये mature हो रहा है. Obviously we will find out some other customers, ठीक है. So now during after 5 years, or the present interest rate in the market for the same category of loan is supposed at 10%, ठीक है. We won't be able to, like, हमें कोई ऐसा कस्टमर नहीं मिल रहा है जहां पे we can lend it for 12% due to high liquidity in the market and all, ठीक है. It can be any other factor also. So what, कि अभी तक जो एसेट हमारे लिए 12% आपका अर्न कर रहा था, now the same asset is earning only 10%. So this is something where we are finding challenges with the reinvestment, right? A bank invests in 5-year bond, but interest rate rise and the bond price fall, ठीक है. No, this is, मतलब ये आपका इससे रिलेटेड नहीं है, ठीक है. A borrower prepay the loan, ये आपका क्या हो गया? This is something embedded option. A bank receive periodic coupon payments that it can only reinvest at lower, ठीक है. So what is happening here, ठीक है, जैसे a bank is getting, let's say we invested in a bonds where we are getting 12% of return, ठीक है. So now let's say in every 12 months we are getting every 6 months we are getting some sort of periodic payments or interest on that particular one, ठीक है. So now the interest rate in market is 10% only. So now if we are reinvesting that particular interest, whatever interest we received, we are able to invest that particular one at आपका 10% only. That means this activity will make 2% loss on that particular asset, ठीक है. Notional loss it can be, ठीक है. So uncertainty with regard to interest rate at which future cash flows can be reinvested call investment risk, ठीक है. Uncertainty with regard to interest rate at which future cash flows, like that asset was getting mature at the end of 5 years, which was generating 12% rate of interest for us. Now when we are reinvesting that particular one, market rates are supposed at 10%. So you will get only 10% on that particular one. That means there is a notional loss of 2% earlier, which asset was giving you after 12%, okay. Suppose XYZ bank has a zero coupon deposit of rupees 10,000 and it promised to double amount within 7 years and use the fund for reinvesting a 7 years bond at an annual coupon of 12%. In case interest rate fall 10%, okay, after 1 year, the bank could reinvest the coupon cash flow only at 10% against the anticipated 12%. Okay. Due to this reinvestment risk, the bank will find difficult to pay interest on deposit which he borrows for the आपका 12% और whatever the deposit rate was there, ठीक है. तो इस तरह के सिंपल तरीके से आप समझना है कि like if our asset is getting matured, so earlier what was the earning, and if we are reinvesting that particular one, if we are getting lower rate of interest, that is generally known as reinvestment risk, right? Next one is yield curve risk. So this question was related to, this statement was related to yield curve. So this is something, yield curve is always like we have maturity and interest is inversely related. So in the example of yield curve risk, what happened to the net interest income when the yield curve invert? So yield curve invert. So NII decrease because short-term rate rise while long-term rate remain unchanged. Yes, it can be. NII increase because the spread between short-term and long-term rate is widened. NII remain constant as asset and liabilities rate are floating. No, if it is invert, so it will make 100% impact on NII. NII become negative due to highly volatile interest rate. No, so option A should be right answer. NII decrease because short-term rate rise. So short-term rates increasing and while long-term rates remain unchanged. So this is the one. So due to this volatility, it will make a negative impact or adverse impact on your आपका शॉर्ट टर्म बोरोविंग्स एंड ऑल. लेट्स डिस्कस दिस पर्टिकुलर वन इन डिटेल ऑल्सो. And yield curve is a line on a graph plotting the yield of all maturities of particular instruments. Yield curve changes its slope and shape from time to time depending upon the repricing and various other factors. As the economy move through the business cycle, आपका expansion, peak, contraction, recession, then आपका draw and others one. So the yield curve change rather frequently. So with that business cycle, so there will be a movement in yield curve also. At intervention of Reserve Bank of India, the yield curve can be twisted on the desired direction sometime when while RBI also interfere in this particular one, and they can change or deviate that movements आपका by creating by supplying excess money in the market or by absorbing money from the market, by altering the yield on the government stock or different maturities by RBI. To illustrate how to change in the shape of yield curve affect the bank NII, let's assume XYZ bank use 3-year floating rate fixed deposit of 3-year floating rate fixed deposit for 3 years floating rate. The deposit and loan are repriced at quarterly interval. If bank pays 100 basis point above the 12.50% on 91 treasury bill. So 100 basis point above means 12.50 plus 100 basis point means 13.50% interest on treasury bills 91 days. Okay, it is mentioned here also 13.50% to fixed deposit and charge 300 basis point above the 364 days treasury bill 13%. So here it is आपका 13 plus 300 means 16%. Okay? So we have NII of 13.5 plus 16%. Okay? 16%, that means 2.50% NII initially bank earning in this particular one. Yes, so 16. So NII is 250 basis point in this particular one. If yield curve turn inward, now yield curve will make the impact here. The next repricing date, which is after 90 days, treasury 91 days treasury bills increase 13 to 15 14%. 13 to 14%. Sorry, 12 to 14%. Earlier it was how much? 12.5. Now it is increased to 12.5 to आपका 14%. ठीक है. Now 14 plus 100 basis point was there. ठीक है. 14 plus 100 basis point means now in next scenario we are paying 15%. ठीक है. 15%. 365 treasury bills rate remaining 13%. 13 plus 3 means 16%. So in this case your NII will come down to आपका 1%. ठीक है. Earlier it was how much? 2.50%. Now you are earning only 1%. Okay? So the TB rate remaining, this TB remains constant. NII will be reduced to 100 basis point. So that is 1% only. Understood? Okay? तो इस तरीके से थोड़ा सा you have to build your concept. If you are good with concept, you will be able to solve any type of question. Either आपका straightforward or आपका application based or even the case studies also, right? चलो. So they might ask you to calculate NII, NIM or these kind of small problems. So like they can give you the same scenario. Then they can ask you how much it will cost to bank. What will be the impact on bank आपका NII. So it will be positive, negative, this person, that person. So you have to type through the virtual keyboards. ठीक है. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Which of the following situation best illustrate price risk? So now it is about the price risk. A bank customer default on a loan due to a rising interest rate. A bank sell a bond before maturity at a lower price than than its purchase value due to a rising yield. A deposit is rolled over a floating rate adjust new. So what will be your correct answer? Option B only will be right answer for this one. So price risk, which is associated with change in bond prices due to interest rate fluctuations. When yield rise, bond prices will fall because they have inverse relation. Selling such bonds before maturity at a new or lower price result in a capital loss. This is generally known as classic price risk. Let's understand in detail also. So price risk occur when assets are sold before their maturity date. In the financial market, bonds prices and bond yields are inversely related. Bond price and maturity are inversely, bond prices and yield are inversely related. For example, the price of 10-year bond is 14%. Government of India stock will receive only lower price than originally paid for it. When coupon or stock of similar maturity has gone up 15% in the market itself, right? So the price risk is closely associated with trading book majorly, which is created for making profit out of short-term movements in the interest rate risk as well. Okay, next one, guys. Which of the following is most likely to reduce a bank gap or mismatch risk? Okay? So now this is one another factor. Due to that factor, bank might face your interest rate risk. So gap is basically asset and liability gap basically. Okay? So increase in duration gap between asset and liabilities, matching the repricing date of asset, and what we have to find out most likely to reduce the gap risk or mismatch risk. So matching the repricing date of assets and liabilities will be the best fit in this particular situation. Okay? So gap risk arises from different differences in repricing timing. If a bank align maturity or repricing date of assets and liabilities, the impact of interest rate change on NII will be minimized. It is as simple as that. Let's say we accepted a deposit, we created an asset, we accepted deposit for 5 years, and if we create asset for 5 years, okay, let's say for exact 5 years, so here we do not have any gap, we have a perfect 100% match because we borrowed from a customer, and this will be payable after 5 years, and that money we will get from the customer. Okay? So this is the perfect. The problem is what we generally do, we borrowed money at for 5 years, we created an asset for 10 years. Now there is a mismatch of 5 years. How you will deal with that particular 5 years? Obviously we will plan with some other asset who all are going to mature at the end of 5 years. Now the challenge is, इवन देर इज अ रिस्क, ठीक है, रिस्क तो है ना कि जो अदर एसेट आपने जो प्लान किए थे, मे बी देर इज नॉन पेमेंट्स और सम डिलेज एंड ऑल इन दोज पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन, सो दैट विल क्रिएट अ प्रॉब्लम. इफ देर इज सम सॉर्ट ऑफ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क with those planned assets, so your bank is going to make some sort of losses. So this is something your आपका क्या. A gap or mismatch risk arises from holding asset and liabilities with different principal amount. It can be principal amount, maturity date, or repricing date, thereby creating exposure to changes in the label of interest rate. The gap is differences between the amount of asset and liabilities on which the interest rate are reset during a given period. In another word, when asset and liabilities fall due to a repricing in difference period, they can create a mismatch. Such a mismatch or gap may lead to gain or losses depending upon the interest rate in the market tend to be moved. ठीक है, किस तरीके से आपका इंटरेस्ट रेट के अंदर मूवमेंट्स हो रहा है. ऑलराइट, चलो नेक्स्ट वन गाइस. हाँ, we have an example also. Let's quickly go through this one. A bank hold 100 crore rupees liabilities at 9% of 1 year maturity to fund asset rupees 100 crore at 10%. ठीक है, so initially their NII is how much? 1%. Basically, we are earning 1% on this particular asset creation. Okay? We have taken liability of 100 crore rupees at 9% and we have created one asset आपका at 10%. Okay? But this asset we created for 2 years maturity. Okay? Deposit we have taken for 1 year, but asset we have created for 2 years. That means our liability will occur at the end of first year. So this is the one. Now let's say how we will manage this one. Okay? Borrowing 100 crores at the rate of 9%. Then very important one, please pay your attention. 100 crores at the rate of 10%. 10%. So it is for 1 year and it is for 2 years. So now what you will have to do in this situation. So see, at the end of 1 year we have to make 100 crore rupees payment to this particular liability. हमें इसको वापस करना होगा. So we will explore the other funding sources. दो चीजें हो सकते हैं. One is आपका जो आपका liability है, they maybe go with us. ठीक है, वो आपका दोबारा से क्या कर सकते हैं, हमारे साथ ही डिपॉजिट कर सकते हैं, और we have to go find out some other funding sources. But हो सकता है during that particular period there is high rate of interest in the market. ठीक है, let's say after 1 year to pay off this liability, we raise 100 crore rupees. But unfortunately that time interest rate was 10%. ठीक है, अब देखो यहाँ पे क्या हो गया, 1 year from this particular asset we generated NII of how much, 1%. ठीक है, बट सेकेंड ईयर योर NII बिकम जीरो. ठीक है, क्यों जीरो हो गया ये, बिकॉज आपका वी बोरोड एट 10% नाउ एंड वी लैंडेड एट 10%. ठीक है, सो over the first year bank is getting a profit of 1% amounting of 1 crores. However the profit for second year are not certain. ठीक है, second year में maybe हो सकता है, अब there can be some positive side also. ठीक है, let's say the borrowing at that time was 7%. ठीक है, तो अब you'll get NII of 3%. ठीक है, but हम risk को पढ़ रहे हैं, तो that's why I always take the negative side. ठीक है, so if the interest rate remain unchanged, profit will continue. However, since the liabilities are for 1 year and need to rolled over for the second year, bank is exposed to interest rate risk. If interest rate on liabilities increase to 11%, अब अगले साल अगर interest rate हमने जो 10% ही लिया, ये और ज्यादा नेगेटिव लेके जा रहे हैं, 11% हो गया, तो यार NII will be in negative. ठीक है, 1% का लॉस, तो इससे हमें कुछ फायदा नहीं होगा फिर. Bank would incurring a loss of 1%, 1 crores second year. Conversely, bank is again exposed to interest rate risk if hold shorter term asset relative to liabilities maturing in 2 years against asset maturing in 1 year. ठीक है, opposite भी हो सकता है. ठीक है, opposite कैसे हो सकता है, we have one liability of let's say this is for 2 years and this is for 1 year. ठीक है, तो अब यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है आपका, basically it is first year आपका this 1%. ठीक है, now interest rate in market is came down. ठीक है, interest rate आपका, ये तो हमने fixed rate पे ले लिया 9% पे for 2 years commitment कर दिया customer को. Now at the end of second year, let's say interest rate this becomes 7% and this become आपका suppose that 8%. ठीक है, वो spread आपका 1% का ही है, but this becomes 7%. अब ये तो चेंज करेगा नहीं, ये तो बोलेगा भैया हमें 9% ही चाहिए, बट दिस अगर जब आप उसको एसेट क्रिएट करोगे तो पीपल विल आस्क फॉर एट 8%, तो वो भी आपके ऊपर नेगेटिव इंपैक्ट डालेगा. आई होप दिस इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू, राइट. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग बेस्ट एक्सप्लेन व्हाई measuring the quantum of interest rate risk is essential before implementing a bank risk management strategy. So now so far we have discussed around things which are related to your आपका interest rate risk factors or different type of interest rate risk and all. ठीक है, now it is about the interest rate risk management strategy. ठीक है, so it ensure that bank compile with the regulatory reportings while measuring the quantum of interest rate risk is essential. ठीक है, comply with the this is not the core one. ठीक है, identify arbitrage opportunities. It is impossible to manage or mitigate the risk effectively before quantifying the exposure. ठीक है, this is our second stage. ठीक है, second steps in risk management. I hope you guys remember that one now. That risk management framework. ठीक है, process. It is first one is identifying the risk. कि what type of risk we may face or uncertainties we may face on our interest rate or banking book or other book also. ठीक है, it is embedded option or it is called risk or something else. तो पहले तो प्रॉब्लम्स क्या क्या हो सकती हैं. एंड द सेकेंड मोस्ट स्टेप इज आपका आपका क्वांटिफाइंग दैट रिस्क मेजरमेंट. ठीक है, कि अगर इफ दैट सिचुएशन हैपन, इफ दैट अनसर्टेनिटी अकर, सो हाउ मच लॉस वी आर गोइंग टू मेक इन दैट पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, सो लेट्स से एक मतलब इफ यू हैव नंबर कि भैया इतना लॉस होगा. ठीक है, देन you will go for the pricing. ठीक है, you will go for mitigation tools and all. They will include some sort of cost. तो that is आपका pricing. Then आपका monitoring and mitigation, आपका controlling and monitoring. Then finally we have mitigation. ठीक है, so if you have number कि हाँ if this is the situation, so this much of loss we are going to make. So accordingly you will plan your pricing thing. अब ऐसा नहीं कि आपका loss था 1 करोड़ का, pricing कर दिया 10 करोड़ का. There is no use of that kind of that kind of risk management. आप risk manage नहीं कर रहे हो, आप risk बढ़ा रहे हो फिर बैंक के लिए. So that is the one. ठीक है, so measurement of interest rate risk. Let's have a quick look. Before a risk can be managed, it must be identified and quantified. ठीक है, the very first two stages of risk management process. Unless the quantum of risk inherent in bank balance sheet is measured, it is impossible to measure the degree of risk to which the bank is exposed. It is also equally impossible to develop strategic, effective risk management strategies, techniques without being able to understand the correct risk position and quantum of the risk of the bank. Okay? As I gave an example, the risk was 1 crore and you plan for 5 crores thing. ठीक है? The pricing was 5 crore. तो कोई point नहीं है उसका आपका. ठीक है? So that is the one. So in general, depending on the complexity and range of activities of the individual bank should have interest rate risk measurement system that capture all material sources of interest rate risk and assess the effect of the changes on both earning and economic value. Okay? So assess all material interest rate risk associated with the bank asset liabilities and off balance sheet exposures. Utilize generally accepted financial concept and risk measurement techniques. Have well documented assumptions and parameters to manage the interest rate risk itself. I hope this is clear. Let's move forward again. Okay. Interest rate risk measurement techniques, we have repricing, gap analysis, duration, and simulation. Okay, so repricing, that something ki if you'll go for the measure things and all, if we have some alternates and all. Gap is आपका we did recently. Duration and it is something related to maturity. How long we have to hold that particular asset so it will start generating profit for us. Simulation is something where we generally test the different real like market scenarios. If it will happen, so what will be the impact? If that will happen, so what will be the impact? ठीक है, तो हम अलग अलग scenarios को आपका test कर रहे होते हैं, ठीक है, through our stress testing and all. Alright, next one. A bank anticipated a sharp rise in interest rate. What strategy is most likely a choice for an aggressive banker to manage this scenario? Match asset liability maturity to minimize interest rate. Aggressive increase fixed rate lending and reduce short-term borrowings. Okay, vary the gap by repricing asset and more frequently liabilities. Vary the gap of repricing asset for more frequently liabilities. Reduce floating rate and sell. Reduce floating rate and sell fixed rate. Option D should be right answer. This can be a better situation. No. Option C. Vary the gap by repricing. Okay, I just want to see this explanation part. क्या कह रहे हैं? ठीक है, एक बार explanation देख लेते हैं. I missed something, I guess. So expecting an increase in interest rate. Aggressive means आपका there is an like aggressive viewpoint about that particular one is there is an increase in the interest rate. Widen the gap by repricing asset more frequently than the liabilities. This position then benefit for higher yield. Okay, so it is like something like what they are doing. Let's say we have accepted deposit at for 5 years and we created asset for 10 years. Rapidly expansion of assets and all. In this particular way, we can take this one. Let's have further discussion. Strategies for controlling interest rate risk. So interest rate risk management process should begin with strategies which change the bank interest rate risk sensitivity by altering various component of balance sheet. The actual management of bank asset and liabilities focus on controlling the gap between rate sensitive asset and rate sensitive liabilities. Some bank pursue a strategy of matching asset and liabilities maturities as closely as possible. ठीक है, 5 साल का एसेट है तो 5 साल की लाइबिलिटी रखने की कोशिश करें और नियर बाय. ठीक है, द गैप टू जीरो एंड insulate the NII from the volatility of interest rate. Aggressive bankers, however, vary the gap in tune with the interest rate forecast. If they expected increase in interest rate, they widen the gap by repricing the asset more frequently than the liabilities. Okay, so this was the point. Very nice question and we got stuck in this one. जो question में हम लोग फंस जाए मतलब बहुत important है. The bank have been following various balance sheet strategies to limit the shock of interest and rate volatility. The basic strategy of bank focusing on bridging the gap. The other strategies for reducing the asset and liabilities are आपका reduce asset sensitivity, reduce liability sensitivity. दिख नहीं रहा है तो मैंने एक अलग से पेज में रखा है. Reduce asset to reduce the asset sensitivity. What we can do? This is very important. Please pay your attention. I'll give 3 marks, 3 star to this particular one. Okay. Extend investment portfolio maturities, increase float to reduce sensitivities. Okay. To reduce asset sensitivity, what bank can do? They can extend investment portfolio maturities, increase floating rate deposit, increase fixed rate lending, sell up floating rate loans, increase short term borrowings, increase long term lendings. Reduce liability sensitivity. So reduce investment portfolio maturities. So now this is the just one opposite. Increase floating rate lending. It is increase floating rate deposit. Now increase floating rate lending. Increase long term deposit. Increase fixed rate lendings. It is आपका increase long term deposit, increase short term lendings आपका, ठीक है, increase short term lendings, ठीक है, increase short term borrowings. So this is the perfect kind of things. Like if you talk about the strategies for controlling interest rate risk in our asset and liability side. So what we can do at our asset side to manage our asset sensitivity, these are the areas, and to manage our liability sensitivity, these are the steps which a banker can take, right? Sure. Next one. Which of the following action would most effectively reduce a bank asset sensitivity to interest rate risk? So asset sensitivity to interest rate risk, reducing investment portfolio maturities, increasing floating rate, selling floating rate and increasing long term rate, selling short term lending and decreasing fixed rate. ठीक है, क्या था आपका? सेलिंग हाँ ओके सॉरी, सो यही सही था आपका, ठीक है, सेलिंग फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन्स एंड इंक्रीजिंग लॉन्ग टर्म लैंडिंग. ठीक है, सो देखो यहाँ पे दोबारा से आता है आपका एसेट साइड सेंसिटिविटी. द क्वेश्चन इज अराउंड एसेट साइड सेंसिटिविटी टू इंटरेस्ट रेट चेंज, सेलिंग फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन्स, ठीक है, सेलिंग फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन्स एंड द अदर पार्ट इज आपका इंक्रीजिंग लॉन्ग टर्म लैंडिंग. ठीक है, इंक्रीजिंग long term lending. So these were the 2 points which we discussed through this particular one. ठीक है, तो ऐसे मतलब like you have to prepare well in this particular way, so this will help you out here. The other option apart from this, the other option available to bank for managing interest rate risk, match long term asset preferably with non interest bearing liabilities, match repriceable asset with similar repriceable liabilities, use forward rate agreements, swap options and financial future to construct synthetic securities and thus hedge against any exposure to interest rate risk. Maturity mismatch is accounted by the proliferation of non-performing asset and loan renegotiation, sound loaning policies and effective post-sanction monitoring, and recovery step can contain the volume of NPAs. Large volume of NPAs in balance sheet, essential carrying of the non-interest earning asset founded out of the volatile liabilities. All right. तो ये आपका कुछ additional step है. Which of the following is not listed as a component of an effective internal control system of interest rate risk management? Internal control system for interest rate risk management. So a strong control environment and compliance, continual review of market trends and competitors strategy, adequate information system is required. This is required. Establishment of control activity. This is so option B will be right answer. What we have asked, not listed as a component of an effective internal control system. It is about the internal control. So strong control environment and compliance, adequate information system and establishment of control activities such as policies and methodologies are must. They are required. So B should be right answer for this particular one. Okay. While the section, so it is something related to this. Next one. Which of the following, which is essential for bank to integrate internal control into their interest rate risk management process? Yeah. So internal control or versus आपका interest rate risk management to maximize profit from interest rate fluctuation, to promote effective operation compliance and reliable reporting, to outsource the risk to third party. No. So option B should be right answer for this particular one. Next one. So sound interest rate risk management practices. Okay. So sound interest rate risk management involve the application of four basic elements in the management of asset, liabilities, and of balance sheet instruments, which include these four. Pehla, appropriate board and senior management oversight, adequate risk management policies and procedures, appropriate risk measurement, monitoring and control function, comprehensive internal control, and independent audits. Take independent audits. So this is the one very important one. So please do remember this one also. ठीक है, ये आपको बहुत हेल्प करेंगे आने वाले एग्जामिनेशन में. So control and supervision of interest rate risk management. So what we have in this particular case, so banks are required to have adequate internal control to ensure the integrity of their interest rate risk management process. The internal control should be an integral part of the institution's overall system of internal control. They should promote effective and efficient operation, reliable financial and regulatory reportings, and compliance with relevant laws, regulation, and institutional policies. An effective system of internal control for interest rate risk, which include, so effective system for internal risk rate include a strong control environment and compliance, adequate process for identifying evaluating risk, establishment of control activities such as policies, procedures, and methodologies, adequate information system, and continual review of adherence to established policies and procedures. So our question was actually based on this. ठीक है, जो हमने क्वेश्चन आपका प्रैक्टिस किया था ना, वो इसके ऊपर बेस्ड था आपका. ठीक है, याद आया? तो क्या था आपका ऑप्शंस? ये टू मैक्सिमाइज प्रॉफिट एंड, सॉरी नॉट दिस वाज द वन. ओके, हाँ, मतलब ऑप्शंस को अगर आप एनालाइज करेंगे सो यू विल मीट टू दैट वन. ठीक, आई मिस समवेयर. चलो अगला क्वेश्चन. Which of the following is not a source of interest rate risk? ठीक है, not a source of interest rate risk. अब ये बन जाएगा gap or mismatch. It is the source. Holding long-term fixed rate asset funded by short-term liabilities. It is आपका repricing of floating rate and liabilities at same time. It is not a source. ठीक है. Prepayment of loan आपका will have embedded option. ठीक है, these three C will be right answer for this. देखो क्या है, गैप रिस्क है, इंटरेस्ट रेट का सोर्स है. ठीक है, होल्डिंग लॉन्ग टर्म फिक्स एसेट फॉर फंडेड बाय शॉर्ट टर्म आपका गैप रिस्क है. ठीक है, यहाँ पे आपका प्रीपेमेंट एम्बेडेड रिस्क है. सो ऑप्शन सी. ठीक है, रीप्राइसिंग ऑफ फ्लोटिंग रेट एसेट एंड आपका लाइबिलिटीज एट सेम इंटरवल है, तो दैट मीन्स देयर विल बी नो प्रॉब्लम, देयर वोंट बी एनी प्रॉब्लम टू मीट विद द लाइबिलिटीज और ऑब्लिगेशंस. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन. Which statement best describe earning perspective in interest rate risk analysis? Earning perspective. Okay, so we have three perspective under the interest rate analysis, interest rate risk analysis. So we will be discussing that particular one. If you talk about the earning perspective, it assess the immediate effect of interest rate changes on the bank capital base. It focus on changes in economic value of assets, balance sheet. It measure the variations of reported income due to interest fluctuations. ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल. It assess the impact of embedded option loss. नहीं, focus on changes in this. So option C should be right answer. B और C में से एक होना चाहिए. ठीक है, हाँ C एकदम आपका 100%. Why C? It measure the variation in earning perspective is basically how it is going to make an adverse impact on our overall earnings. ठीक है, due to this interest rate risk, how much loss we are going to make. So it measure the variation in reported income, कि जो हमारी इनकम है उस पर किस तरीके से इफेक्ट पड़ेगा ड्यू टू इंटरेस्ट रेट फ्लक्चुएशन. ठीक है, दैट्स व्हाई ऑप्शन सी. अर्निंग पर्सपेक्टिव assess how changes in interest rate affect the reported or accrued earnings of bank. It is traditional method used to gauge the sensitivity of short-term profitability to interest rate changes. So that is the one. Next one. हाँ, so now effect of interest rate, the very last sub topic of your आपका entire unit. So earning perspective, economic perspective means आपका long term perspective about that particular bank or something related to solvency and embedded loss. ठीक है, embedded we discussed so many times. So earning perspective, in the earning perspective, the focus of analysis is the impact of changes in interest rate on accrual or reported earning. This is the traditional approach to this. Variation in earnings is an important focal point for the interest rate risk analysis because reduced earnings or outright losses can threaten the financial stability of an institution by determining its capital adequacy and by reducing मार्केट कॉन्फिडेंस है ठीक है. तो अर्निंग पर्सपेक्टिव से हम इसको स्टडी करेंगे. ठीक है, सो वी हैव थ्री मेजर इफेक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क आपका लाइक व्हाइल यू आर स्टडीइंग दिस पर्टिकुलर पार्ट और एज अ बैंक. ठीक है, तो अर्निंग्स वाइज पे इकोनॉमिक पर्सपेक्टिव आपका, ठीक है, लॉन्ग टर्म पर्सपेक्टिव में क्या इफेक्ट रहेंगे एंड ऑल. ठीक है, एंड देन थर्ड वन इज एम्बेडेड. ठीक है, इकोनॉमिक वैल्यू पर्सपेक्टिव. ठीक है, variation in market interest rate can also affect the economic value of bank asset, liabilities, and off-balance sheet exposures. The sensitivity of bank economic value to fluctuations. Okay, so let's say how that will make adverse impact on our assets, our liabilities, or the other part. Okay, so that is analysis. Embedded losses आपका. ठीक है, the earning and economic value perspective discussed thus far focus only on future earnings of interest rate and effect of bank performance. When evaluating the level of interest rate risk, it is willing and able to assume a bank should also consider the impact that past interest rate may have on future performances. Embedded is like something जहाँ पे customer they may or may not exercise their right. Obviously they may exercise their right because if they'll have some sort of profit involved in that particular one. ठीक है, जैसे लोन लिया था हमने पास्ट में लोन दिया था, नाउ इंटरेस्ट रेट केम डाउन, इफ दैट कस्टमर हैज प्री मैच्योरिटी ही विल गो फॉर दैट वन. ठीक है, और आपका let's say somebody who have deposited money with us at lower rate, now interest rate are high, so obviously they'll go for the high rate of interest. So past में जो एक्टिविटीज हुई हैं उनका भी इफेक्ट आपका देखना पड़ेगा. बैंक शुड ऑल्सो कंसिडर द impact that past interest rate may have on future performance. In particular, instruments that are not mark to market. M2M means they are like you do not, their prices are not fluctuating on daily basis. May already contain embedded gain or losses due to past rate movements. These gain or losses may be reflected over time in the bank earnings also. Understood? So these are the three major areas or factors related to interest rate risk. While you as a bank, while we generally work on the interest rate risk management, so these are the three different areas where we need to work, or these are the three ways where we have to work. Okay, so next one, guys. In a steeply rising interest rate scenario, which bank profile is most vulnerable to earning volatility? So a steeply rising interest rate, bank with shorter floating rate asset and long-term fixed rate liabilities. Okay, bank with short-term liabilities and long-term fixed. This can be bank with short-term. Okay, bank with matching floating and not name जीरो नहीं. ए बी शुड बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. ठीक है, बी आपका जो परफेक्ट मैच है. ठीक है, बैंक आपका लाइबिलिटीज शॉर्ट टर्म एंड आपका लॉन्ग टर्म फिक्स रेट पे. ठीक है, सो अकॉर्डिंगली दे कैन एडजस्ट इजीली. सो इन दिस सिनेरियो द बैंक पे मोर ऑन शॉर्ट टर्म लाइबिलिटीज as they reprice upward while earning fixed rate interest on the long term asset. So this encompasses NII exposing the bank to significant gap risk and earning volatility. Next one. Bank has large positive net interest position. Which of the following best describe the bank exposure when interest rate fall? So interest rate income and interest rate expense both increase. Net effect no. Interest rate exposure increase while interest income remain others. Large positive net interest. Which of the following best described when bank when interest rate fall? Interest expenses increase interest income decrease while expense remain constant during reducing NII. Both income and expense, income decrease, expense remain constant. हाँ, so option C should be right answer. देखो what will happen, आपका पहले एक बार कंफर्म कर लेते हैं. yes, ठीक है. देखो what will happen, interest rate income will decline. ठीक है, जैसे let's say we have borrowing at 8%, lending at आपका 12%. so NII is आपका 4%. now there is decline in this particular one, it came to 10%. so your interest rate आपका now it will become 2%, your NII will become 2%. ठीक है, so interest income will decrease by 2%. Expense will remain constant. Okay? We are not making any of this. And overall, if your NII will decrease, okay, that is the outcome. Okay? Overall, आपका बैंक का net interest income will also decrease. So option C, that is the right answer for this one. Next one. In the आपका yield curve risk, why does net interest income shrink when the curve आपका invert, despite both loan and deposit being on the floating rate? ठीक है, because floating rate for the deposit rest more quickly loan, no, because the spread of the benchmark treasury rate remain constant, because the short term deposit benchmark rate rise above the, हाँ बिल्कुल 100%. ठीक है, short term it is like more effective and all, long term it is आपका effect आने में, और we have very, they are like less sensitive. ठीक है, and inverted yield curve implies short term rate rise above the long term rate. If loan pricing is linked to long term benchmark and deposit to short term benchmark, the cost of fund will rise faster than the income from the asset, reducing the interest spread and thereby compressing the NII or decline in NII. Unit number 31, RAROC and profit planning. Basic introduction, profit planning, risk aggregation and capital allocation, economic capital and RAROC. Okay, so this is the entire, these are the subtopics which are generally part of this particular unit. And with the help of numerous MCQs and statement based question, we will be discussing all the aspect of these subtopics. Okay, so we will start with very first question on your screen, guys. So quickly go through the question. I hope you guys have watched that summary, concept summary video. See, in case of CAIIB, I never recommend directly jump on MCQs and case studies. First, you have to build the concept. If you have done with your concept, your 50% preparation is done. Okay? Now, with the help of these unit-wise MCQs, you can revise your concepts and all things, and which will make an add-on of around 20%. That means with this, you have done with your 70% preparation. Now, you have to go for unit-wise MCQs and module-wise mock tests and full-length mock tests. Simultaneously, I'll come up with the case studies. So, very first question on your screen: which of the following best describe the role of RAROC in bank performance evaluation? So, whenever we talk about RAROC, so earlier we used to have method like ROA and ROE. Okay? So, आपका return on asset and return on equity, they generally help us to analyze a bank position at the as a whole. ठीक है, so पूरे institution का आपका overall performance, how we are growing on year basis and all. ठीक है, so that generally shows that we can check with this particular one. But when it comes to RAROC, it generally helps us to analyze a single business line of that particular like kind of entity, or it for a bank also. Okay? So I hope you remember those categorization of BCBS about the banking business. So we have 8 business line under all banking activities are covered in. And risk wise, we have 3 book: banking book, then we have trading book, and off balance sheet exposure. Okay? So with this RAROC, you get to know, like let's say if you want to run this particular one on a single activity as well under business line. Okay? So you can check the like how much risk involved in that particular product, and what is the capital charge against that particular one, and the overall profitability. Then only you can make your decision, we should continue this business or that particular product, or we should withdraw that particular one. Okay? So it focus purely on accounting profitability. It allocate profit across department based on ROA, no. It measure risk adjusted return by comparing profit against the risk capital. ठीक है, so how much risk capital is involved in that particular one, ठीक है, and how much return we are getting. Let's say I'll give you a simple example. ठीक है, suppose that the return आपका, ठीक है, the return on investment is ROI, ठीक है, return on investment is suppose that 10 crores from two different investment, ठीक है, दो different investment किए. Let's assume कि दोनों से आपका जो return है that is 10 crore, ठीक है. One is आपका equity, आपने equities में invest किया, ठीक है, suppose that 100 crore rupees, ठीक है. Another one is आपका in debt, you invested let's say आपका 500 करोड़ रुपीस, ठीक है, और या जो भी अमाउंट आपका है, ठीक है. सो बट इन केस ऑफ इक्विटी, the risk, the capital charge against equity is much higher compared to this. So in that particular situation, we will prefer debt, because if return is same, this is giving us a return at a low capital charge, and also that is a profitable situation for the bank. तो ऐसे जो कैलकुलेशन है उनके लिए आपको हेल्प करेगा. विल solve more question. So risk adjusted return on capital help evaluate the economic return on business line. Adjusting profit for amount of risk capital use, it's superior to traditional metrics like return on asset, return on equity, as it incorporate risk into the performance measurements and all. So very important one. You'll definitely see one question around the RORAC also. So RORAC is such as shareholders value analysis and economic value added. It is also known as EVA. It take into account the revenue, cost and risk on transaction or portfolio basis over a defined time duration. In the past we used to have ROA and ROE. So even abhi bhi ye aapke hote hain, but they generally help us to check the overall return as आपका रिटर्न ऑन एसेट ऑन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बेसिस और आपका रिटर्न ऑन इक्विटी अगेन ऑन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बेसिस. ठीक है. सो रिस्क मैनेजमेंट विच इंक्लूड द मेजरमेंट ऑफ पोर्टफोलियो एक्सपोजर, द वॉलेटिलिटी एंड correlation of the risk factors, and capital allocation, the required the choice of confidence level and horizon of the VAR, value at risk measure, which translate into economic capital. Okay, so these are the two things where RORAC method which generally help us. These two areas, one is risk management, another one is capital allocation, and accordingly we make positions in in these different securities. Okay? So RORAC methodology was risk management, measurement of portfolio exposures, the volatility and correlation of the risk factor. Capital allocation आपका, this required choice of a confidence level and horizon for the VAR measure, which translate into economic capital. Performance measurement, this required the adjustment of performance of the risk capital. ठीक है. तो overall methodology which include these three things, and which is something like on the basis of the outcome of these three, we generally make our position in the market. Okay? So performance measurement, this requires the adjustment of performance for risk capital. Performance measurement can be based on RAPM methods. Like RAPM is a kind of the entire family of the risk management. For instance, economic value added, EVA, focus on the creation of value during a particular period in excess of required return on capital. EVA measure is residual economic profit, where EVA is equal to आपका profit minus capital into discount. ठीक है. So आपका profit, capital, discount. These are the three elements आपका. ठीक है. And we will be practicing numericals around this particular one. Please try to remember this particular formula. कई बार आपका छोटे-छोटे क्वेश्चन जो इसके ऊपर आपके रहते हैं. ठीक है. Where the profit adjusted for cost of economic capital, K define the discount rate, assuming the whole worth is captured by EVA. The higher the EVA, the better product or project. ठीक है. जैसे for the capital investment appraisals, we have NPV. I hope you guys remember that particular one, and even that is also part of your ABFM. We will be discussing those particular one. ठीक है. So जैसा आपका NPV net present value method we generally use for the capital investment appraisals, which project company should adopt or which they should avoid. Like we have, if your NPV is greater than 0, so we can accept that particular one. If it is less than 0 or if it is in negative, आपका it should be avoided. If it is equal to 0, we can use IRR method. Similarly here also, if your EV is higher side, that means there is, like, if you compare the relation between the return and the value added through that particular investment, or that is simply known as the return, and the other side is risk involved in that particular one. So that means if it is higher side, that means there is more profitability, and institution, they can go for those kind of investment. Okay? So RAROC is a designated designed to allow all the business stream of financial institution to be evaluated on equal footing. Each type of risk measured to determine both expected and unexpected losses using VAR or worst case scenarios type analytical models or simulation and all. Again, the key RAROC is matching the revenues, cost and risk on transaction and portfolio basis over a defined time period. So this is a kind of introduction of your आपका RAROC method. Okay, next one. Which of the following set correctly categorize the 6 variable of bank profitability into income and expenses component? Okay? So there are 3 components for the income and 3 components for expenses. They are interrelated, they are interconnected. If you want to, it is as simple as that. If you want to increase your income level, so what we will do, we have to create more asset, we have to open more branches. If you do so, your cost will automatically increase. Okay? So there are 6 variables, but what we always try to do to increase income as much as possible and to decrease cost, or to to do that cost control as much as possible, right? So interest income is part of this. Income आपका fee income, yes. Trading income 100% छूट है. Interest expense आपका staff expense and operating expense. पहला ये statement आपका 100% correct है, ठीक है? So the first 3 components are related to income, and the last 3 components are related to expense. So what we always try to do to maximize first 3 component and to minimize the last 3 component. ठीक है? So the bank profitability is a function of maximizing 3 income sources: interest income, fee based income and trading income. Interest income from your banking book, fee based आपका from your trading book, or the other services आपका not from that is from your off balance sheet exposure, and trading income is from your आपका, it can be from off balance or it can be आपका trading book. ठीक है? And minimizing the 3 expenses sources: interest expense, staff expense and other operating expenses. ठीक है? आसान है. Let's decode this particular one also. Okay. So profit planning in bank essentially involve balance sheet management covering credit, investment and non-fund based income. Bank income arises from 3 major sources: interest income, first one, and the second one is fee based income and treasury income, trading income. Interest income is derived from lending as well as investment in securities, bonds and others. Okay? So we have these sources. These are the sources of income and these are the sources of expenses. What we have to do, we have to maximize these particular one as much as possible, and we have to minimize these particular one as much as possible. But it is not as simple as that. This game is very difficult. Whenever you try to increase these particular one, they'll also increase. As I gave you an example, like if you create more and more asset, obviously you have to take liability from the customer, or if you want to expand your business, so you have to come up with new branches. So that will increase your operating expenses and all. If you want to serve well, so you have to hire more and more human resources. So that will also increase or this one. So they are interrelated, but still we also try to manage them well, तो जिससे आपका एक proper balance बना रहे. ठीक है? So this is the things which we have already discussed. Maximization of first 3 variables and minimization of last 3 variables are requisite to maximize the profitability. All 6 factors are dependent on each others, and achieving the optimum level is the requirement here. ठीक है? So what we can say, we cannot say कि like we will have minimum size of cost और हम आपका cost cutting कर लेते हैं, employee हटा देते हैं, branch नहीं खोलते हैं. No, that is not going to help. But we should always try to achieve the ऑप्टिमम लेवल। ठीक है, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं। हाँ, दिस वाज द क्वेश्चन अबाउट दैट RAROC decisioning and all. Okay. So two traders each earn 10 millions profit. One deal in 100 million forex with 12% of volatility. Other आपका 200 million dollars आपका just double in bonds with 4% of volatility. So in this particular case, risk exposure is high. In this particular case, risk exposure is low, right? So who is better? Obviously आपका this bond wala is good. ठीक है, so we will go with the आपका bond. ठीक है, so forex traded no, bond traded due to higher profit margin no, profit margin is same in both the cases. Bond traded due to lower required risk capital in this particular one, and our RAROC method which generally justified this particular one. Understood? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. ठीक है, so RAROC compare profit to risk capital. Risk capital for forex traders higher due to greater volatility. So making the bonds traded performance more efficient as it use less capital for the same profit as well. Understood? Let's move forward, guys. Next one. Okay. So let's have a discussion around this. So the expected losses is measure of the reserve necessary to guard against future losses. The pricing of product should provide a buffer against expected loss, and the unexpected losses is a measure of the amount economic capital required to support the bank risk capital. Okay? So this capital is generally known as risk capital. I hope you remember that pricing thing. Okay? What does like a pricing का जो मतलब है ना? This I have already told you. What is the overall risk management framework? It is आपका it start with risk identification, आपका then risk measurement, then आपका risk pricing, then we have monitoring and control, and then we have mitigation. ठीक है, so these are the 5 steps involved in this overall risk management framework of the bank. ठीक है, steps आपका. ठीक है, identification is something what type of risk we might face in the near future. ठीक है, so that is the case. Let's say if there is a uncertainty called X, how much it will impact adversely to our bank position, that is measurement, quantifying those unexpected situations. Now risk pricing is something, if we want to mitigate that particular one or transfer that particular one, we have to enter in, we have to make some sort of provision, or we have to make some sort of we have to enter into some sort of derivative instruments, or else like in general banking also we have to maintain some reserve with RBI, which is a statutory requirement, CRR, SLR and all these kind of things. So if you are maintaining CRR with RBI and RBI does not pay interest on CRR, that means you are, that was your liability. You have taken that money from borrowers, from the आपका public. You have to make, you have some sort of obligations on that particular amount. You have to pay them return on that particular. उनको आपको interest देना पड़ेगा. But RBI is not giving you interest. That means that 4% आप कहीं ना कहीं you are bearing from your pocket. So you have to take care around these particular things. So this is something आपका that is around the pricing things. So some activities may require large amount of risk capital, which in turn require higher return also. So higher, this is as simple as that risk and return payoff. So usually what we have कि higher the risk आपका higher the return. ठीक है, but we have to make a optimum decision. अब ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए कि हाँ ठीक है this is the point आपका, this is the आपका risk level and this is the return level. अब ये return की feasibility should be maximum. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं कि आप मतलब like you are financing every venture capital or sorry every startup in the country. कल के डेट में अगर वो स्टार्टअप उड़ते जा रहे हैं, आपका डिफॉल्ट होते जा रहे हैं, सो योर बैंक विल बी इन प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है, सो यू हैव टू यूज दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. दिस इज एसेंस ऑफ एडजस्ट रिस्क, आपका रिस्क एडजस्टेड रिटर्न ऑन कैपिटल मेजर. The central objective of establishment of benchmark to evaluate the economic return of business activities. This include transaction, product, customer trade, and business line as well as the entire business also. ठीक है, by using RAROC you can measure risk at these many positions: transaction level, product level, आपका customer trades, business line और entire business level. ठीक है, so RAROC is part of the family of risk adjusted performance measure that is known as RAPM, which generally manage the entire risk at the bank level. ठीक है, consider the consider for instance two traders आपका this we have discussed, ठीक है, जो अभी हमने आपका डिस्कस किया था कि which is performing well. Obviously we went for the bond वाला things because bond in case of bonds आपका and this example I have explained you in our आपका concept video also. Alright guys, shall we move forward? Yes, ठीक है. What different ER earning at risk from RAROC in risk measurement analysis? EAR earning at risk. See, if you talk about the EAR versus RAROC, RAROC which generally account the आपका risk factor or capital charge for that particular investment. But if you talk about the EAR, it is a kind of a plain vanilla who generally consider the cash flows. If we are making some investment, how much return we are getting from that particular one. That's it. They do not consider or take care about the risk. That's why it is bit risky and that's why it is not that famous. So we go for the ROROC. So ER use credit risk model exclusively. No. ER focus on variability of earnings, less capital allocation. So it focus on variability of earnings rather than आपका capital allocation. But if you talk about the ROROC, they generally take first he generally consider in ROROC method first we consider the आपका risk measures. So ER an alternative risk measure with cash flow variability, especially for interest rate risk. Unlike RAROC, it does not heavily depend on cash capital allocation, but on expected changes in the earnings as well. Okay, next one. Okay, EROC approach similar to RAROC, but it depends on less capital allocation and more on cash flow or variability in the earnings. It used to analyze interest rate risk under this analytical framework, also frequency or distribution of return for any one type of risk capital is estimated from the historical data. Okay, next one. What does a positive EVA, economic value added, indicate in the context of performance measurement? Okay. So positive economic value added means, let's say we invested in some securities and the return ROA return on asset is greater than the आपका financing cost, and even we are also considering the आपका that capital charge against that one. ठीक है. So return on asset exceed gross margin. Bank has generated return greater than the cost of capital. Bank liquidity position is above the regulatory requirement. ठीक है. Interest income received. Return on asset exceed gross margin. Bank has generated return greater than the cost. दोनों सेम लग रहे हैं. ठीक है. I'll go for option B. ठीक है. So option B आपका. Why I opted? Because it is about the gross. If it is net आपका will then मतलब gross means we do not have included some cost in that particular one. ठीक है. So that's why I opted आपका option B. ठीक है. So EVA is equal to profit minus capital into आपका discount. K is discount आपका. ठीक है. So where K is required return आपका discount rate. ठीक है. Discount rate आपका not only discount. ठीक है. So a positive EVA show the bank is adding economic value over and above the cost of capital, a sign of strong performance. ठीक है. जितना ज्यादा EVA high होगा, that is means you are earning more आपका. ठीक है. और your bank is earning more. ठीक है. In the context of profit planning, which of the following most accurately capture the challenges of optimizing profitability in bank? ठीक है. So in the context of profit planning, which of the following is most accurately capture the challenges of optimizing profitability? Increase in interest income while ignoring fee-based services? No, fee-based services are also a component of earning. Threatening of all profitability variables? No. Managing a dynamic balance of maximizing income and minimizing expenses are independent and must be optimized together. 100% true. Without any doubt, we discussed this particular thing earlier also. So all six profitability variables are dependent on each others, and achieving the optimum level आपका, that is our goal while we generally plan for the profit maximization. Next one. Which of the following most comprehensively represent the component that risk capital should account for when determining RAROC? Which of the following is most comprehensively represent the component that risk capital should account when determining the RAROC? ठीक है? So risk capital, operational risk, market risk, and liquidity buffers. Market risk only. ठीक है? This is not only market risk, capital this interactions. ठीक है? Earnings volatility and expected loss only. No. Option A should be right answer for this one. ठीक है? Okay. C. Credit risk, operational risk, and they are यहाँ पे कुछ specific mention था क्या? Comprehensively represent the component of risk capital that should account for determining RAROC. ठीक है? Credit risk, operational risk, and their interaction. Okay, I'll just check this one. R must be account for credit, operational, and their interaction, not isolated risk. Okay, so there is something आपका. I'll cross check this particular question. I'll let you know in the comments if anything is missing. Why RAROC considered superior to a traditional method like return on asset, return on equity? तो ये क्यों सुपीरियर है हमने आपका डिस्कस कर लिया, ठीक है. बिकॉज इट सिंपलर, नो सिंपलर तो नहीं है, ठीक है. बिकॉज इट एम्फोसिस द रेगुलेटरी, नो. बिकॉज इट इग्नोर द अकाउंटिंग, नो. बिकॉज इट एडजस्ट द इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल एंड इनकॉर्पोरेट अ रिस्क इनटू परफॉर्मेंस मेजरमेंट. यस, 100% ट्रू, ठीक है. दी आपका कोई भी दुविधा नहीं है इसमें, ठीक है. हाउ RAROC ensure comparability across different banking business stream, ठीक है, by adjusting interest rate based on inflation, by treating all business line as they operate under the same regulatory norms, by evaluating each business line match revenues, cost and risk over the defined time period, again, by excluding no. Option C will be right answer for this particular one. ठीक है, समझ में आ गया ना. So RAROC's strength lies in providing uniform benchmark. It match revenue, cost and risk for each transaction, portfolio, business line, allowing fair comparison even if the risk profile is different, right? Next one, guys. If bank RAROC for business line is less than its cost of capital, but its accounting profit is positive, what does this simply what does this imply about the EVA and economic value added and strategic direction? RAROC business line is less than the cost of this, like the output is and accounting the positive, okay? So EVA is positive, indicating value creation. EVA is negative, the business line is destroy shareholders fund, okay? EVA is profit. So if it is in positive, so B should be right answer. No, EVA is, what was the end, team? The line is, okay, first erase this, okay? If a bank RAROC for a business line is less than its cost of capital, okay, ठीक है, आपका negative है, but accounting profit is positive, EVA is negative, the business line destroys shareholders value, may need reevaluate. Okay, ठीक है, एक बार इसका explanation भी देख लेते हैं, ठीक है, दोबारा से. अच्छा क्वेश्चन है गाइस, हाँ ये प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा, ठीक है. So EVA is equal to आपका profit minus capital. Then अच्छा, okay, this is the case आपका, ठीक है. So then even with positive profit, the return does not cover the cost of economic capital. This negative, okay, how we make this particular one, ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल सही है आपका, ठीक है. The result in negative EVA indicating value destruction, suggesting that business line might be unprofitable on the risk adjusted, ठीक है. So your overall आपका, if you talk about, if you apply the discount rate and that discount, your return on asset is less than your discount rate, ठीक है. So let's say discount rate is 12% and return is आपका 10% only. So there is no point to enter in that particular product, or आपका bank or the stakeholders, they should reevaluate that particular one, or they should close that particular business line, ठीक है. Very nice question again, ठीक है. Which of the following measure is satisfactory for evaluating the performance of business line? This is very simple, RAROC, ठीक है, हमने आपका डिटेल में डिस्कस किया, ठीक है. बैंक अर्न इंटरेस्ट इनकम फ्रॉम लैंडिंग, इंटरेस्ट इनकम. इन्वेस्टमेंट आपका इंटरेस्ट इनकम. इन्वेस्टमेंट आपका बॉन्ड्स, इंटरेस्ट इनकम. सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर? ऑल ऑफ द अबव विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, fee based income is derived from which of the following? Demand draft, डिपॉजिटरी सर्विसेज, सेफ कस्टडी, अगेन आपका ऑल विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, these are very simple question, very easy question for a quick revision. Sources from where bank income arise, so we have interest income, fee based income, treasury income. ठीक है, so all of the above will be right answer. In order to maximize profitability, which of the following variable need to be minimized? ठीक है, तो इंटरेस्ट इनकम मैक्सिमाइज, आपका फी बेस सॉरी आपका इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंसेस. ठीक है, सो इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंसेस टू नीड टू बी मैक्सिमाइज और सॉरी मिनिमाइज, एंड ऑल दीज थ्री नीड टू बी मैक्सिमाइज. ठीक है, सो फर्स्ट थ्री आपका मैक्सिमाइज एंड लास्ट थ्री आपका मिनिमाइज. ठीक है, सो वी हैव टू मेक दैट पर्टिकुलर सेट. Which of the following is true about RAROC? Use determine both expected and unexpected losses. True. Use matching of revenue, cost and risk. आपका this is the core. Over a defined period, this is the core. This is based on the definition of RAROC itself. ठीक है, ये हमने डिस्कस किया था. Which of the following is true about EAR? ठीक है, used to analyze interest rate, risk, बिल्कुल सही. Depend less on capital allocation, depend more on cash flows. ठीक है, so this is again आपका all of the right. You will not get these kind of question, but हाँ, for practice obviously they are going to help you out. ठीक है, which of the following is a new entity set up by development financial institution, set up as a development financial institution, DFI, to support the development of long-term infrastructure financing? So it is NEFIT. ठीक है, so now आपके दिमाग में क्वेश्चन आ रहा है कि how NEFIT came suddenly in the picture, because they have given at the end of this particular topic, they have given about the NEFIT itself. ठीक है, so NEFIT is similar to your NABARD, SIDBI, EXIM and all, and it is built to develop the or to support or to refinance the long-term infrastructure project in the country, like highways, infrastructure, dams and all. So they generally comes under this particular one. Okay, next one. What is the primary objective of RAROC in evaluating performance of business activities? To measure the expected loss and allocate reserve, to determine the amount of economic capital required to support financial risk. No. To establish benchmark for evaluating economic return from business activities. Without any doubt, option C will be correct answer. So, पहला question guys, which of the following parameters are selected for the purpose of stabilizing asset liability management, ALM, in the bank? So, we have short term, we have mid term, and we have kind of solvency area state. So if you want to check the short-term profitability, we have NII, net interest income. For medium term, we have, if you talk about the profitability, so NIM divided by average asset, which is your NII divided by average asset, which is your NIM. And we have economic equity ratios, so आपका net own funds and owners funds, so that is the one. ठीक है, so what will be your correct answer? We have NII, net interest income, we have NIM, and we have equity ratios. Okay, so these are generally part of this particular one, right? So NII, how you calculate NII? So it is net interest income equal to interest income minus interest expenses. NIM, which is directly linked with your NII, net interest income divided by average total average asset into 100, ratio wise if you'll go again. And if you talk about the economic ratios or equity ratio, so ratio of shareholders fund to the total asset, measure the shift in ratio own funds to a total funds. Okay, so इस तरीके से ये तीनों areas आपका जो काम करते हैं. Next one guys, in order to maximize profitability, which of the following variables need to be minimized? So we have 6 elements which are generally part of the profitability of the bank. Okay. So there are 3 elements which we need to maximize, and there are 3 elements which we need to minimize. But इनमें आपका they have a like kind of these all 6 variables are interlinked. अगर आप प्रॉफिट मैक्सिमाइजेशन की तरफ जाओगे तो जो एक्सपेंस साइड है वो आपका ऑटोमेटिकली इंक्रीज होगा. दिस इज अ वेरी बेसिक थिंग्स. ठीक है, तो अगर कोई भी कंपनी अपनी प्रॉफिट को बढ़ाएगी, सो दे हैव टू डू द like they have to increase their expenses also, वो raw material पे हो या advertisement हो या others हो. ठीक है, so interest expense will be right answer. So basically like there should be a balance, and companies they should try to minimize these particular areas. ठीक है, so these are the areas which we have to maximize. ये हमें maximize करने होते हैं, and These are the like areas which we need to minimize. Okay, so maximization of the first three variables and minimization of the last three variables are requisites to maximize the profitability, but still they are interlinked. तो कहीं ना कहीं we have to find out those particular ways so we can assure the branch profitability और उसको हम लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा आपका इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट वन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज ट्रू अबाउट EAR which is earning at risk. ठीक है, so earning at risk which is EAR. ठीक है, so EAR, like it is similar to your RAROC model. The only change is it generally account the cash flows. ठीक है, मतलब जैसे like I'll give you two basic example. ठीक है, let's say there are two investment opportunities X and Y. ठीक है, so from X, let's say we are having profit of 50 crores. From Y we are having a profit of suppose that 15 crores. ठीक है, so EAR will suggest कि आपका EAR के हिसाब से they'll suggest कि आपका यहाँ पे इनफ्लो ज्यादा है तो इसको हमें कंसीडर करना चाहिए. बट इन केस ऑफ RAROC that is generally based on risk capital. ठीक है, it generally ignore the risk capital EAR. ठीक है, ये आपका किसको कंसीडर करता है, रिस्क कैपिटल को, कि इन दोनों को अचीव करने में रिस्क कैपिटल कितना लग रहा है, उसके बाद आपको कहीं ना कहीं अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसीजन बनाना चाहिए. ठीक है, आई थोड़ा रेशियो उसको क्लोज ले आते हैं. ठीक है, सो दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग. ठीक है, so use to analyze interest rate risk depend less on capital allocation, more on cash flows, right? So D will be right answer for this particular question. Very good. Next one, which of the following is not a component of bank liabilities? So I hope everybody is aware about this. So sources of funds, all the sources of funds are liability in the bank balance sheet, and allocation of funds, that is so basically these all are like allocation of funds is generally asset product for the bank. ठीक है, तो आपका like we have 12 schedules. ठीक है, आपका जिसमें 5 schedules belongs to liabilities and remainings belongs to the your asset side. I'll show you the bank balance sheet format also. आप लोगों ने AFM में भी पढ़ा होगा most of candidates ने. ठीक है, so not a component of bank liability. So borrowing acquired from RBI, it is a liability. Deposit मतलब ये liability है आपका. ठीक है, deposit payables on demands, customer deposit liabilities. ठीक है, statutory reserve आपका capital reserve and revenue reserve. ठीक है, so the statutory reserve, capital reserve, we generally make these particular reserve from taken liability itself. ठीक है, cash asset held by bank including balances with RBI. ठीक है, हाँ, so this is part of your schedule 6 or 7 as per balance sheet and they are generally part of the assets. ये आपका बैंक की asset side में आपको देखने के लिए मिलेंगे. So D will be right answer for this particular one. ठीक है, तरुण सर, D will be right answer for this one. ठीक है, I'll show you the format also. So please इसको ध्यान रखिएगा. Sources of funds means liabilities like capital, reserve, deposit, borrowing and other liabilities and provisions. ठीक है, application of funds, these are the assets of the bank. Cash in hand and balances with RBI, schedule 6. Balances with bank and money at call and short notice, आपका schedule 7. Assets, investments including gold and silver, advances, fixed asset, other asset. Okay, so these are the sources, liability product, and these are the application of funds. From the taken liability itself, we generally create the asset. Okay, I hope you guys remember that balance sheet equation. ना, तो क्या होता है, asset equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. ठीक है, so that is the basic equation of balance sheet, and from taken liability itself we generally create the assets. That's why your assets are always equal to liabilities, right? So हाँ, ये balance sheet आपका है. ठीक है, याद है ना आप लोगों को आपका schedules. ठीक है, so schedule is basically कौन सा है आपका, section 29 of Banking Regulation Act 1949. ठीक है, so banking companies in India, they have to prepare their final accounts as per this particular one. ठीक है, so as per this particular section there are two format. One is form A which is performa balance sheet. ठीक है, for performa balance sheet, and form B is performa profit and loss account. ठीक है, profit and loss account. So in total we have 18 schedules including note to accounts. ठीक है, out of 18 schedules, 12 schedules belongs to profit and loss account and 6 बैलेंस शीट, एंड 6 आपका बिलोंग्स टू प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट, ठीक है। तो अब ये जो 12 शेड्यूल्स हैं, दीज आर गिवन इन दी फॉर्मेट ऑल्सो, ठीक है। सो इफ यू टॉक अबाउट दी कैपिटल एंड लाइबिलिटीज, सो कैपिटल, then we have reserve and surplus, minorities interest, deposit, borrowings, other, ठीक है। Assets, cash and balances with RBI, that was the question, ठीक है। Balances with bank and money at call and short notice. Call is which is receivable overnight, and आपका short notice which is receivable within 14 days, ठीक है। Investments, advances, fixed asset, other asset, goodwill on consolidation, profit and loss account, contingent liabilities, 12. Then apart from this, we have profit and loss account, 13 and 14 income. Income 13 is basically interest income, 14 is your आपका other income, ठीक है। 15 and 16 आपका expenses, interest expenses, other expenses, 17 is profit and loss account, and 18 is your आपका note to accounts on the base, like on these previous 17 schedules. So that is generally part of this one, ठीक है। चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं, next one. What does the revenue statement line item interest discount on advances bills denote? So interest discount on advance bills is known as, तो क्या होगा आपका, ठीक है। So interest received on funds held with RBI, profit from the bank exchange services, no, interest income obtained from the bank stock investment, earn interest on discounted on various loan advances such as cash credit, term loans and overdraft, ठीक है। Interest discount on advance bill, I'll go with option D. What is your answer, guys? What do you suggest? Rajesh sir is saying option, yes, everybody is saying option D will be right answer for this one, ठीक है। So interest discount on advance bills. Describe the interest and discount revenue produced by the bank lending activities, which comprise various loan and advances, including cash credit, term loan, overdraft, export advances, and all. Okay? The bank derives a sizable portion of its revenue from this particular source, which help it earn spreads also, okay? So that is the part of this particular one, okay? Okay, this question is repeat one, we have already gone through this one, sorry. Next one, which of the following is not regarded as a component of interest income for bank? तो इनमें से आपका इंटरेस्ट इनकम कौन सा नहीं है? वेरी सिंपल वन. And guys, please do share this particular session with your bankers also. So like today we have very less attendance, I don't know why. तो एक बार जल्दी से आप अपने दोस्तों को भी बता दीजिए जो भी CIIB एग्जामिनेशन की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। देखो, द स्टार्ट से एंड तक मोटिवेशन उसी लेवल का होना चाहिए, तभी आपका होगा, ठीक है। स्टार्ट हम लोग बहुत जोश में करते हैं, बट एंडिंग में जाते जाते थोड़ा सा वो हो जाता है, तो ये चीज़ नहीं करना है। एक हफ्ते का फाइट है यार, एक हफ्ते में बढ़िया से आपका फाइट करेंगे तो हो जाएगा, ठीक है। सो हाँ, बिल्कुल सही है आपका। गेन फ्रॉम सेल ऑफ रियल एस्टेट, बिल्डिंग एंड अदर एसेट विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, ठीक है। So it is other income, it is part of your other income which is non-interest income, ठीक है। So schedule 13 and 14 आपका जो basically यहाँ पे आपका डील करते हैं, बिल्कुल सही। Next one, what is the primary objective of ALM, asset liability management in bank? So ALM is basically to fill that particular gap, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे कोई भी gap ना हो बैंक के अंदर आपका, to manage that particular one properly. So which statement is most appropriate in this particular situation? Avoid all type of risk to ensure complete safety. Generate adequate stable earnings and build equity while managing risk. Eliminate credit and liquidity risk. Focus on managing individual assets and all. Okay? So what will be our correct answer for this one? Option B will be right answer for this one. Very good. Huh? So option B is the primary goal as per ALM concept. Okay. Yes. Huh? Very good, Sneha ma'am. Next one. The asset liability management function can be viewed in terms of two-stage approach to a balance sheet, a financial statement. One is asset, another one is liability. In a specific balance sheet management function, which of the following is not included in asset side management? So we have asset side, we have liability side. ठीक है, इसमें से आपका कौन सा asset side में नहीं होगा? So reserve position of the bank. Then we have लिक्विडिटी मैनेजमेंट आपका लाइबिलिटी, हाँ, सो लाइबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट इज जनरली कम्स अंडर द लाइबिलिटी साइड इटसेल्फ. लोन मैनेजमेंट, यस, नो. सो ऑप्शन सी विल बी करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है. So these are asset side management. So when basically we do the ALM management things, so these are generally a asset side and these are generally part of the liability management. Asset reserve position management. So what level of reserve we are maintaining for any kind of stressful situation or for the future project and all. Liquidity, it is day to day as well as the long term. Investment in security management, loan management, fixed asset management. Liability side, liability management overall, how we are going to pay off our short term as well as long term liabilities. Reserve position management, it is also part of this particular one. So long term management, notes and debentures. Then we have capital management. Okay, so these are generally part of this particular one. Okay, next one. The asset liability management techniques are designed to manage various risks, primarily aim to stabilize the short-term profit, long-term earnings, and long-term substance or quality of the bank. Yeah. Which of the following is used to measure the impact of volatility on the short-term profit? Okay, very simple one. I hope everybody will be able to answer this one. क्या होगा आंसर दोस्तों, बताओ जरा. So which ratio will be fit in this particular one? We just gone through this particular one individually as well. So NII, NIM and equity ratio. ठीक है. तो अगर हम इन तीनों एरियाज को देखते हैं, शॉर्ट टर्म प्रॉफिट विच इज लिंक विद NII, ठीक है, आपका लॉन्ग टर्म अर्निंग्स विच इज आपका NII डिवाइड बाय एवरेज एसेट, सो इट इज NIM, ठीक है, एंड लॉन्ग टर्म सब्सटेंस आपका बेसिकली ओनर्स फंड्स वर्सेस आपका नेट फंड्स. ठीक है. सो इट इज आपका इक्विटी रेशियो. ओके, सो इक्विटी रेशियो इज इन ऑल. ठीक है. सो नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज शॉर्ट टर्म प्रॉफिट. सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर? NII will be right answer for this one. ठीक है. So NII will be right answer for this particular one. हाँ, option A will be correct answer. Guys, please do take care about this one. ठीक है. So A आपका जो इसका correct answer होगा. ठीक है. So the impact of volatility on short-term profit is measured by net interest income. Understood? Next one. Which of the following is not a component of liabilities in balance sheet of a bank? ठीक है. बताओ कौन सा लाइबिलिटी नहीं है. ठीक है. सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर? सिंपल वन. ठीक है. सो बहुत आसान सा क्वेश्चन है. अभी हमने बैंक का बैलेंस शीट देखा है, तो ये तो अभी से मतलब जिनको पास में नहीं भी पता होगा तो भी आंसर कर पाएंगे. ठीक है. सो आपका कैपिटल इज लाइबिलिटी, रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस इट इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ लाइबिलिटी. ठीक है. इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आपका दीज आर कैटेगराइज एज एन एसेट and आपका deposits these are liabilities. So what will be our correct answer? C will be right answer for this particular one. ठीक है. ये तो सही होगा ना सबका? ठीक है. any doubt? अच्छा, D, why राजेश सर? D, why deposit, customer deposits? ठीक है. deposit taken from the customers या liability product. ठीक है. yes, हाँ, दीपा मैम ने आपका करेक्ट आंसर किया है एंड मीना ने आपका धर्मपाल मीना सर ने करेक्ट आंसर किया. ठीक है. So if we talk about the broader liabilities, so these are the part of this particular one. ठीक है. तो ये बेसिक है, प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा इनको. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन. BCBS published Principle for Sound Liquidity Risk Management and Supervision in September 2008. Which principle of sound liquidity risk management related to public disclosure? तो हमने BCBS के जो principles हैं, ठीक है, there are 13 principles around the liquidity risk management. ठीक है. So just after that global financial crisis, ठीक है, so BCBS they generally come up with these set of guidelines. And there are 13 principles. Now the question is public disclosure. तो ये कौन से उसमें आता है? Principle number 13. That means option number 13 will D will be right answer for this one. हाँ, ये सबको याद हो गया ऐसा लग रहा है. ठीक है. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. How many stock ratios have been illustrated in the guidelines on liquidity risk management by बैंक इश्यूड बाय RBI. ठीक है. सो लिक्विडिटी रिस्क मैनेजमेंट फॉर बैंक्स इश्यूड बाय RBI. ठीक है. लिक्विडिटी रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में आपका, ठीक है, अगेन दिस part we have discussed in detail in our module B. ठीक है. So there are how many ratios which bank they need to maintain, and there are some industry average. They have to link that particular one with their own benchmark compared to the industry average. Okay. तो जिसमें आपका total कितने ratios थे? So there are how many ratios? 7 ratios. Very good. हाँ. So option D will be right answer for this one. ठीक है. So this is the list also. ठीक है. और इनके जो implications या other areas थे that we have discussed in module B itself. Right. Next one. Volatile liabilities does not include volatile liabilities that does not include deposits, borrowings, bills and payables up to 1 year, excess CRR balances with RBI, letter of credit are full outstanding. So what will be your correct answer? बताओ क्या होगा इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर? बहुत सिंपल सा है, ठीक है, बहुत सिंपल है, थोड़ा सा लॉजिकली सोचोगे तो भी आंसर आपका आ जाएगा, ठीक है। तो क्या होगा आपका करेक्ट आंसर? व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर? क्विकली क्विकली क्विकली, जल्दी जल्दी से आंसर करें, ठीक है। जितनी स्पीड से आप लोग आंसर करेंगे उतनी स्पीड से हम लोग चलेंगे, ठीक है। यस, बताओ क्या होगा आंसर? दीपा मैम इज सेइंग ऑप्शन डी, लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट फुल आउटस्टैंडिंग। नो, सी, हाँ, राहुल सर, ओ यस, मीना सर एंड अवर अदर वन आल्सो, ठीक है। सो इट इज द एसेट प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है, दैट इज नॉट इवन लाइबिलिटी, वो आपका लाइबिलिटी भी नहीं है, ठीक है। सो अगर हम लोग उसको इस तरीके से भी आपका देखते हैं, बिल्कुल सही। नेक्स्ट वन, हाँ, सी आपका करेक्ट है। फंडिंग रिस्क is the need to replace net outflow due to unanticipated withdrawals, premature closure of deposits, or non-renewal of deposit, wholesale in other one. Which of the following is a cause for funding risk? ठीक है, so funding risk के पीछे there are lots of reason. It can be, जैसे कुछ यहाँ पे mention है, concentration. We have concentration on corporate deposits. Now they have shifted to someone else, or government accounts and all, ठीक है। या फिर आपका नॉन रिन्यूअल ऑफ डिपॉजिट, जैसे उनका एफडी था वो रिन्यू नहीं कर रहे हैं हमारे साथ एंड ऑल, ऐसे जो भी एरियाज आपके हैं, ठीक है। सो इट इज आपका जैसे हो सकता है फ्रॉड इन सब्सटेंशियल, अगर बैंक में किसी प्रकार के फ्रॉड हो रहे हैं, सो इट विल लीड टू द रेपुटेशन एंड कस्टमर्स they'll not do this renewal things and all, ठीक है। दूसरा, सिस्टेमिक रिस्क, आपका पूरे ओवरऑल सिस्टम के ऊपर प्रॉब्लम्स चल रही है, ठीक है। लॉस ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस ऑन द सिस्टम, liabilities in foreign currency, हाँ, it can be also, ठीक है। तो डी शुड बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, करेक्ट। क्या है आपका आंसर? डी ही है ना? यस, हाँ। सो दीज ऑल आर जनरली पार्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है। सो फंडिंग रिस्क विच कैन लीड टू दीज पर्टिकुलर वन, हाँ, बिल्कुल सही। नेक्स्ट वन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग प्रिंसिपल फॉर साउंड लिक्विडिटी रिस्क मैनेजमेंट पब्लिश बाय BCBS, एम्फेसिस ऑन फॉर्मल कंटिजेंसी प्लान, CFP के ऊपर आपका, ठीक है। तो कौन सा प्रिंसिपल आपका CFP से रिलेटेड है? So it is principle number 11, ठीक है। So principle 11 which generally deal with the contingency funding plans, okay। So state that their banks, they should have their own contingency funding plans for any kind of stressful situation, ठीक है। Situation like COVID-19 or global financial crisis or the Great Depression, ठीक है। एंड इट शुड बी टेस्टेड ऑन रेगुलर बेसिस, ठीक है। इसका जो टेस्ट है वो आपका रेगुलर बेसिस पे होना चाहिए, जिससे कि उसकी जो इफेक्टिवनेस है वो आपका बनी रहे, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, बैंक आर रिक्वायर्ड टू सबमिट द लिक्विडिटी रिटर्न एज पर द प्रिस्क्राइब फॉर्मेट ऑफ RBI. द स्टेटमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड टू बी रिपोर्टेड इन हाउ मेनी पार्ट्स, ओके। So bank nowadays in India, while they do the reportings of their liquidity risk, ठीक है, जब आपको अपने liquidity position के बारे में बेसिकली आपको रिपोर्ट करना होता है, ठीक है, सो RBI को, एंड इवन उसका प्रॉपर डेट्स भी है, आपका टाइम हॉरिजॉन भी आपका डिफाइन किया गया, ठीक है। सो नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, दिस रिपोर्ट इज फर्दर डिवाइडेड अमंग हाउ मेनी पार्ट्स? सो कितना है आपका, जैसे डोमेस्टिक करेंसी, इसके अलावा फॉरेन करेंसी, कंसोलिडेटेड, इस तरीके से अलग अलग पार्ट्स में, एंड इट इज डिवाइडेड अमंग हाउ मेनी पार्ट्स? सो आंसर विल बी 5 पार्ट्स, ठीक है। एंड दीज 5 पार्ट्स आर कौन कौन से आपका? दीज आर द डोमेस्टिक करेंसी, इंडियन ऑपरेशन, फोर्टनाइट बेसिस, ठीक है। आपका फॉरेन करेंसी, इंडियन ऑपरेशन, अगेन फोर्टनाइट बेसिस, कंबाइंड इंडियन ऑपरेशन आपका फोर्टनाइट बेसिस, ठीक है। ओवरसीज ऑपरेशन आपका मंथली बेसिस, एंड द फाइनल वन कंसोलिडेटेड बैंक ऑपरेशन, इट इज ऑन क्वार्टरली बेसिस, ठीक है। तो इस तरीके से इनकी जो रिपोर्टिंग्स आपकी हैं, दैट इज जनरली प्री डिफाइंड बाय द RBI इटसेल्फ, ठीक है। तो आपका प्लीज ध्यान रखें इन सभी को आपका, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट अ वेरिएबल्स विच बैंक नीड टू मिनिमाइज in order to achieve maximize profitability, ठीक है। Which of the following is not a variable which bank need to minimize in order to achieve maximum profitability, ठीक है। इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंस, अदर ट्रेडिंग इनकम, हाँ। सो इट इज आपका क्या हो जाएगा इसका आंसर? आपका ट्रेडिंग इनकम, इट शुड बी इंक्रीज आपका, ठीक है। तो इसे हमें क्या करना चाहिए? बढ़ाना चाहिए, ऑब्वियसली इनकम साइड में है, एंड इन सबको आपका मिनिमाइज करना चाहिए, ठीक है, एज मच एज पॉसिबल, ठीक है। तो जितना भी आपका जिस लेवल तक का भी पॉसिबिलिटीज है। नेक्स्ट वन, Which of the following measure is satisfactory for evaluating the performance of business line as it consider risk? Which of the following measure is satisfactory to evaluating a performance of business line as consider risk? ठीक है, बताओ क्या होगा correct answer इस question का? Very simple one, guys. What will be your right answer for this one? ठीक है, तो क्या होगा आपका RAROC. ठीक है, ROA एंड ROE ये आपको पूरे बैंक लेवल पे आपका, ठीक है, एक एसेट के साथ एक इक्विटी के साथ, ठीक है, पूरे बैंक लेवल के आउटकम्स को आपको बताएंगे. बट ROROC इज अ टूल विच विल हेल्प यू टू चेक द परफॉर्मेंसेस ऑफ बिजनेस लाइन एज वेल एज एक्टिविटीज अंडर द बिजनेस लाइन. ठीक है, तो बिजनेस लाइन के अंदर भी देयर आर 8 बिजनेस लाइन, हमने बहुत बार उनको डिस्कशन भी किया था. ठीक है, तो उनके अंदर भी आपका कोई ऐसा एरिया है तो प्रोडक्ट आपके जो अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट हैं उनको भी आपको ये बताएगा. ठीक है, कि कैपिटल चार्ज कितना है इन अदर्स. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, risk adjusted performance RAPM is measure. So how we calculate RAPM, बताओ जरा. So what is the basic formula to calculate RAPM? ठीक है, so RAPM ये आपका ओवरऑल आपका बैंक का जो आउटकम है दैट जनरली फॉर RAPM जैसे हम लोग यूज करते हैं, वी यूज EAR और आपका RAROC और ROA ROE, these all are the family of that particular RAPM. ठीक है, so now how we calculate RAPM? तो क्या होगा आंसर आपका? प्रॉफिट इज डिवाइडेड बाय रिस्क कैपिटल. ठीक है, सो प्रॉफिट डिवाइड, हाँ नहीं, प्रॉफिट इज नो माइनस नहीं, डिवाइडेड बाय होना चाहिए. ठीक है, मल्टी, हाँ, सो ऑप्शन डी आपका लिखा हुआ है, प्रॉफिट इज डिवाइडेड बाय रिस्क कैपिटल. ठीक है, डी विल बी राइट आंसर. हाँ, वेरी गुड गाइस, ऑसम. ठीक है, सो प्रॉफिट इज डिवाइडेड बाय रिस्क कैपिटल. नेक्स्ट वन, which approach is based on cash flow and ignore the value change in the asset and liabilities due to change in market interest rate. ठीक है, so what will be your correct answer? In case of RAROC, we generally consider capital charge against that particular investment or activity. ठीक है, but there is a method who generally consider the cash inflows. ठीक है, जो कैश का आपका, जैसे कि एग्जांपल भी अभी हमने कुछ देर पहले समझा था ना, सो इट इज आपका अर्निंग एट रिस्क आपका. ठीक है, सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर? अर्निंग एट रिस्क विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर. बिल्कुल सही, बहुत बढ़िया. ठीक है, सो RARO सॉरी EAR अर्निंग एट रिस्क डिपेंड लेस ऑन कैपिटल एलोकेशन एंड मोर ऑन cash flows or variability in earnings. It is based on cash flow and ignore the value changes in asset and liabilities due to changes in market interest rate. It also depend upon subjectability specified range, the risk environment to drive the worst case scenarios. Next one. While the unexpected losses require capital allocation depending on confidence level, time horizon and correlation, expected losses are covered by. ठीक है, expected losses are covered by. ठीक है, so अच्छा sorry, while the unexpected losses require capital allocation depending on confidence level or time horizon or correlation. ठीक है, एक्सपेक्टेड लॉसेस आर कवर्ड बाय, कैसे हम लोग जो एक्सपेक्टेड लॉसेस हैं, ठीक है, स्पेसिफिक रिजर्व एंड प्रोविजन सेम वाज एज अनएक्सपेक्टेड यूजिंग डाइवर्सिफिकेशन चेंजिंग इन प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस. सो विच ऑप्शन यू विल पिक आउट ऑफ दीज 4 ऑप्शन? क्या होगा आपका आंसर, क्या होना चाहिए? क्विकली 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 देखते हैं सबसे पहले कौन आंसर कर रहे हैं. व्हाट विल बी योर राइट आंसर गाइज? I got some queries regarding the numericals and case studies and I'm working on that particular one for your Saturday session. और इसके अलावा भी अगर किसी का और भी होता है तो आप लोग भी बोल सकते हैं. I'll also go with specific reserve and provision stream. So why option A? See, we used to do this ना, आप जैसे जो एक्सपेक्टेड लॉस होता है, जैसे आपका मिलन सर क्या होता है कि आपने जैसे हमने कोई एसेट दिया एंड दैट एसेट बिकम नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एंड इट इज पार्ट ऑफ सपोज दैट सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट. सो व्हाट वी डू फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर वन, वी क्रिएट दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स. ओके, सो ऑप्शन ए विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. ठीक है, धीरज सर, मिलन सर एंड अदर्स. So expected losses are covered by specific reserve and provision and unexpected losses require capital allocations which determine the principle of confidence level, time horizon and diversification and correlation. The risky portion is required to carry an expected rate of return on allocated capital which compensate the bank for the associated incremental risk in that particular situation. ठीक है, next one. Which of the following is not a step involved in the asset liability management of bank? So while we do the ALM things, so which is not part of that entire process? Okay. तो पढ़िए एक बार, reviewing the interest rate structure and comparing the same to the interest or product pricing of both asset and liabilities, examining the loan and investment portfolio in the light of foreign exchange risk and liquidity risk that might arise, examining the credit risk and contingency risk may originate either due to rate fluctuation or otherwise, and assess the quality of asset, grouping the asset and liabilities based on their maturing profile. Okay, so which option you will pick out of these particular one? Okay. So reviewing the interest rate structure, comparing the same to the interest or product pricing of both assets and liabilities. Okay, so this is actually a kind of prerequisite here. Examining the loan and investment in the light of the foreign. हाँ, option A or B. ठीक है, this is confusing. Rahul sir is saying D. Okay, we'll check this particular one. हाँ, एक बार देख लेते हैं आंसर आपका. ठीक है. Okay, so that answer is actually hidden. चलो इसमें देख लेते हैं. The essential goal of ALM are to improve the overall asset quality, identifying and effectively handling the risk associated with both assets and liabilities. This involves several steps, including reviewing the interest rate structure and comparing to the pricing of asset and liabilities. ये कौन सा statement था हमारा? चलो एक बार देख लेते हैं. Assessing the quality of assets, examining the credit risk and contingency and all, ठीक है. Comparing this performances and all, ठीक है. And by taking these actions, bank may take sure that the portfolio are well managed, balanced and consistent. कौन सा ऑप्शन इसमें नहीं लिखा हुआ है? Just a minute. हाँ, अच्छा इसमें आंसर भी नहीं लिखा हुआ है. ओके, सॉरी, आई क्रॉस. कोई ऑप्शन मिला आपको इसमें से? ठीक है, एक बार इसको देख लेना. मतलब यू हैव टू मैच दीज ऑप्शंस विद दैट वन. ठीक है, इनको आपका एक बार मैच कीजिएगा एंड आई विल आल्सो चेक, आई विल लेट यू नो. ठीक है, इनमें से आपका जो इसमें नहीं है दैट इज द राइट आंसर. ठीक है, सी आपका बोलना है कि सर. ठीक है, चलो आगे. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज आर ट्रू अबाउट नॉन परफॉर्मेंस एसेट? दिस इज अ वेरी सिंपल वन. ठीक है, क्या होगा आंसर गाइस? So एनपीए के संबंध में आपका ट्रू, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज ट्रू अबाउट नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट्स? अच्छा डी आपका है ऐसा बोल रहे हैं. ठीक है, चलो एक बार देख लेना उसको. आई विल आल्सो चेक. ठीक है, सो द अकाउंट रिमेन आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर इन रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ ओवरड्राफ्ट कैश क्रेडिट. The bill remain overdue for a period of more than 60 days आपका. ठीक है, in the case this the account remain out of order or in respect of OD in this. ठीक है, अभी भी इसको भी हम लोग नहीं डिक्लेयर करेंगे. ठीक है, in installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue for 2 crop season. In case of short term it is long term. The installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue for 1 crop season in long term. This is also, ये आपका long term होना चाहिए था short term की जगह. So इसमें कोई ऐसा ऑप्शन है? ऑल आर ट्रू, ओनली थर्ड वन इज ट्रू. थर्ड कौन सा है? नहीं. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट, व्हाट यू सजेस्ट गाइस? ए आपका 1 and 3. 1 and नहीं 3 इज रॉन्ग. ठीक है, आपका क्या है आपका इस केस में? ठीक है, दीज ऑल आर रॉन्ग आई गेस. ठीक है, ऑल आर रॉन्ग शुड बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. ठीक है, सो 1 3 4 1 हमें क्या ढूंढना था? विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स आर ट्रू अबाउट नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट? नो, दिस इज लाइक 1. अगर हम 3 और 4 बोल रहे हैं ना, दिस इज कंप्लीटली रॉन्ग. ठीक है, इंस्टॉलमेंट ऑफ द रिमेन ओवरड्यू 2 क्रॉप सीजन इन केस ऑफ, हाँ सॉरी माय बैड गाइस. ठीक है, ये आपका 1 क्रॉप सीजन ही है ना, क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग? शॉर्ट टर्म क्रॉप आपका, शॉर्ट टर्म क्रॉप इज लाइक द इंस्टॉलमेंट ऑफ प्रिंसिपल एंड रिमेन ओवरड्यू फॉर 2 क्रॉप सीजन इन केस ऑफ दिस. ये सही था एक्चुअली. ठीक है, the installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue for 1 crop season. this is wrong. ठीक है, ये आपका लॉन्ग टर्म होता तो सही होता. ठीक है, मीन्स ये भी आपका सही नहीं है. ठीक है, सो फोर्थ वन इज रॉन्ग. आपका अगर इसको हम लोग लॉन्ग टर्म करेंगे तो आपका ये सही होगा. ठीक है, क्वेश्चन में ही आपका थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ है. द अकाउंट रिमेन आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर इन रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ ओवरड्राफ्ट क्रेडिट, ये स्टेटमेंट ही आपका अधूरा है एक्चुअली. ठीक है, एक बार यहाँ देखते हैं. सो द अकाउंट रिमेन आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर इन रिस्पेक्ट नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एंड एडवांस इज वर्ड. ओवरड्राफ्ट यहाँ पे ना, यहाँ पे फॉर मोर देन 90 डेज आपका जो क्लॉज है दैट नीड टू बी एडेड। द बिल रिमेन ओवरड्यू फॉर मोर देन 90 days, the installment of principal or interest thereon remain overdue 2 crop season in case of short term and 1 crop season in case of long term। ठीक है, जैसे यहाँ पे आपका लिखा हुआ है लॉन्ग टर्म आपका। ठीक है, सो दैट इज द बेसिक गाइडलाइंस थी, कुछ गड़बड़ किया हमने। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, विच टाइप ऑफ रिस्क कैन इम्पैक्ट अ कंपनीज रिलेशनशिप विद कस्टमर, सप्लायर, इन्वेस्टर्स एंड अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स। कौन सा रिस्क आपका हो सकता है यहाँ पे? ठीक है, सो इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस विच रिस्क यू विल ऑप्ट गाइस, कौन सा रिस्क आप लोग ऑप्ट करेंगे? ठीक है, सो विच रिस्क इज जनरली एसोसिएटेड विद दिस? सो आपका आंसर क्या होगा? रेपुटेशन रिस्क। ठीक है, सो रेपुटेशन रिस्क इज जनरली पार्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशनल रिस्क। ठीक है, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क का ये पार्ट होता है। ठीक है, जैसे इसमें अदर है ना आपका क्रेडिट, मार्केट, फाइनेंस, सो इट इज पार्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशनल रिस्क। ठीक है, अगर हम सिंपल उसमें भी इसको जाते हैं। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, Basel committee has laid down how many principles for supervisory review under pillar 2, sorry। So pillar 2 is all about supervisory review process and how many principles are there? There are 4 principles। ठीक है, so कितने principles आपके हैं? 4 principles। ठीक है, आपका प्रिंसिपल 1 फॉर बैंक, प्रिंसिपल 2 फॉर सुपरवाइजर, थर्ड वन फॉर बैंक इन सुपरवाइजर एंड फोर्थ वन फॉर सुपरवाइजर। ठीक है, प्लीज इनको ध्यान रखिएगा, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके लिए। आपका वो प्रिंसिपल वाइज भी आपको क्वेश्चंस टेस्ट कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, सो प्लीज डू टेक केयर अबाउट दीज थिंग्स। ठीक है, चलो सब लोग ए क्यों बोल रहे हैं? देयर आर 4 प्रिंसिपल गाइज। ठीक है, नॉट 3, देयर आर 4 प्रिंसिपल्स। ठीक है, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं, नेक्स्ट वन। हाँ हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल राहुल सर, दैट इज द ट्रू वन। ठीक है, तो फॉर एक्चुअली उसका ना जो पहला स्टेटमेंट था दैट वाज आल्सो इनकम्प्लीट। ठीक है, सो वो पहला जो ऑप्शन है दैट इज आल्सो इनकम्प्लीट। मतलब आपका अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं इन केस ऑफ ओवरड्राफ्ट आल्सो इट शुड बी लाइक आपका आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर में। आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर इज लाइक जैसे ड्यू डेट था नहीं पे किया तो कल हम उसको आपका आउट ऑफ ऑर्डर बोलेंगे। ठीक है, बट ओवरड्यू अमाउंट्स में जो आपका आता है। ठीक है, बट 90 डेज तक अगर उसमें कोई आपका इन्फ्लो नहीं होगा, क्रेडिट नहीं होगा, देन ओनली वी विल कंसीडर दैट पर्टिकुलर एसेट एज एन नॉन परफॉर्मिंग। तो वो स्टेटमेंट ही अधूरा था। ओनली स्टेटमेंट आपका उसमें जो फुली करेक्ट था दैट वाज थर्ड वन। ठीक है, अबाउट द शॉर्ट टर्म क्रॉप 2 क्रॉप सीजन, लॉन्ग टर्म क्रॉप इट इज 1 क्रॉप सीजन। ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से आपको जो रहेगा internal capital adequacy assessment ICAAP outcome should be reviewed at least outcome should be reviewed at least once in a year by ये आगे अगर मैं इसको पूरा करूं by BODs, ठीक है, board of directors of that particular organizations। ठीक है, so D will be right answer। So the board of directors shall at least once year documents whether the process relating to ICAAP implemented by the bank successfully achieve the objective and the light of such in the light of such an assessment appropriate change in ICAP AAP should be instituted to ensure that underlying objectives and are effectively achieved। So it is the reporting is generally आपका year, मतलब that verification is should be done by the board at least once in a year। ठीक है, मतलब डाउन साइड आपका दे दिया गया। नेक्स्ट वन, which of the following risk is captured by pillar 1? Which of the following risk is captured by pillar 1? ठीक है, तो pillar 1 में कौन सा रिस्क आपका आता है इनमें से? ठीक है, आपका क्लाइमेट रिस्क है, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क है, लिक्विडिटी रिस्क है, या फिर आपका पेमेंट एंड सेटलमेंट है। तो सो विच रिस्क इज कवर्ड बाय पिलर 1? पिलर 1 इज ऑल अबाउट योर आपका कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट्स। ठीक है, सो मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट्स। तो बेसल के संबंध में आपका एक क्वेश्चन है। ठीक है, सो आपका सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस वन? ऑपरेशनल रिस्क। ठीक है, सो क्या होना चाहिए आपका? ऑपरेशनल रिस्क। सूरज सर नहीं, सब लोग बी मतलब सी क्यों बोल रहे हैं बहुत सारे लोग? ठीक है, इट इज ऑपरेशनल रिस्क। ठीक है, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क विच जनरली पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन। ठीक है, सो कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो प्रिस्क्राइब बाय आरबीआई अंडर द पिलर 1 फ्रेमवर्क्स is only regulatory minimum levels in all team। So आपका like credit risk, market and this liquidity risk, climate risk and others they are generally आपका जो पिलर 2 के गाइडलाइंस के अकॉर्डिंग आपका काम करते हैं। द बेसल कमेटी BCBS has agreed upon how many guiding principles on pillar 3 disclosure। कितने गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स हैं आपका पिलर 3 डिस्क्लोजर्स के ऊपर? आपका there are how many, मतलब जैसे when any company they are disclosing their liquidity statements, ठीक है, तो वो स्टेटमेंट आपका कैसे प्रेजेंट हो उसके ऊपर there are some set of guidelines। ठीक है, मतलब आपका जैसे ना आपका डिस्क्लोजर शुड बी क्लियर, आपका कंपेरेबल, मीनिंगफुल, कांस्टेंट, इस तरीके से आपका. सो देयर आर हाउ मेनी गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स? सो आपका आंसर क्या होगा? 5. ठीक है. सो देयर आर 5 गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स एज पर द BCBS. ठीक है. कौन कौन से? डिस्क्लोजर शुड बी क्लियर, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, मीनिंगफुल, consistent and comparable. Okay, so these are the one. ठीक है. So जो पिलर 3 के ऊपर आपका दिए गए. ठीक है. 3 आपका गाइस, ना सॉरी 5 आपका. ठीक है. 7 नहीं. Which of the following is incorrect regarding the audits and all? ठीक है. Or regarding the disclosure only, right? All disclosure are to be audited by external auditors. All disclosures are subject to adequate validations. ठीक है. All disclosure must be disclosed on bank website after the audits. Supplementary material that is published should be subject to sufficient scrutiny. Okay, जैसे कोई भी आपका कोई नोट टू अकाउंट्स बेसिकली हम उसको बोलते हैं. ठीक है. तो उसके ऊपर आपका एक प्रॉपर जांच होनी चाहिए, उसके बाद वो पब्लिश होना चाहिए. ठीक है. इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी कि सारे आपके जो हैं वो एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर्स के द्वारा ही आपका किए जाने चाहिए. ठीक है. मतलब ऐसा कोई कंपल्सन नहीं है कि सारे एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर्स के द्वारा ही आपका कंडक्ट किए जाएंगे. ठीक है. सो प्रेजेंटली पिलर 3 डिस्क्लोजर will not be required to audited by external auditors unless specified. The disclosure should be subject to adequate validations. In addition, these are the one. Okay, so A is the right answer for this one. Next one, which of the following is not an option available for computing capital for operational risk? Okay? So while we calculate capital charge for operational risk, तो कौन सा मेथड आपका यहाँ पे यूज नहीं होगा? So basic indicator approach, ठीक है. Then we have standardized approach, advanced measurement approach, new standardized approach. Internal model आपका VAR is generally used for the आपका मार्केट रिस्क कैलकुलेशंस. ठीक है. वार को हम लोग यूज करते हैं कहाँ पे? आपका मार्केट रिस्क कैलकुलेशन पे. ठीक है. सो नेक्स्ट वन गाइस, द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ पिलर 2 supervisory review process of the revised Basel frameworks is to ensure that banks have adequate capital to support all risk in their businesses, as also to encourage them to develop and use better risk management techniques for monitor. Okay. So question is very simple. Supervisory review process. So A only the right answer for this particular one. Next one. Next one. What does the Basel II framework include addition to minimum capital requirements? बताओ क्या होगा आंसर इस क्वेश्चन का? कुमार सर वेरी वेरी गुड इवनिंग, कैसे हैं? So what will be your correct answer guys? A आपका बोल रहे हैं ज्यादातर लोग. So Basel II framework include in addition to minimum capital requirement, operational risk, supervisory review and market, credit and ALM. Credit risk market. What does the Basel II framework include in addition to minimum capital requirement? हाँ, so operation नहीं, supervisory review. Basel II framework include in addition to minimum capital requirements. Oh sorry, ठीक है, मतलब like it is option B only ना. A क्यों लिखा है? हाँ, कुछ लोगों ने आपका A लिखा है. ठीक है. Why it is B? We have 3 pillars ना. I also got confused. ठीक है. तो हमारे पास 3 पिलर हैं. पहला आपका मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट वाज पार्ट ऑफ योर बेसल 1. ठीक है. बेसल 1 में सिर्फ और सिर्फ कैपिटल क्रिएशन के अराउंड आपका बात किया गया था. When Basel 2 came, it come up with पिलर्स. ठीक है, जो अभी आपका बेसल 3 में भी है और आज भी प्रेजेंट में भी. ठीक है. बेसल 2 में आपका अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट वी हैव 2 एडिशनल पिलर्स. वन इज आपका सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस एंड अनदर वन इज मार्केट डिसिप्लिन. ठीक है. तो इसलिए आपका आंसर क्या होगा इसका? दिस. ठीक है. एक आपका यहाँ पे था ऑलरेडी आपका इंक्लूडेड एडिशन टू मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट. दिस इज आर पिलर 1, दिस इज आर पिलर 2 एंड दिस इज आर पिलर 3 आपका. ठीक है. मार्केट डिसिप्लिन जो आपका आता है. ठीक है. सो बी इज द राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. राइट. ऑलराइट, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. So pillar 1, pillar 2 and pillar 3. Next one guys. What is the ultimate responsibility of a bank board of directors in the context of internal capital adequacy assessment process, ICAAP? ठीक है. So implement the ICAAP procedures and measures, define the specific risk exposures limit of the bank, approve the structure, design and content of bank ICAP, ensure compliances with regulatory capital. ठीक है. So कौन से उसके लिए आप जाएंगे, ऑप्शन सी, ठीक है। सो ऑप्शन सी विल बी राइट आंसर, ठीक है। सो टू डिसाइड द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ दैट ICAAP प्लान एंड डिजाइन and content which will be part of that particular process, ठीक है। So that is generally part of this one, ठीक है। No question, no worries. So the board of directors is responsible for approving the structure, design and contents of the bank ICAAP. They ensure that ICAAP is an integral part of the management process and decision making culture of the bank itself. Next one, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has agreed upon following 5 guidelines principles on the Pillar 3 disclosure. Which guideline is covered under the Pillar 3? अब बताओ, वैसे ऐसा नहीं पूछा जाना चाहिए इतना डिफिकल्ट उसमें, बट ठीक है, एक बार देख लेते हैं, मेमोरी टेस्ट कर लेते हैं, ठीक है। सो पिलर 3 में क्या आएगा आपका, ठीक है, बताओ। देयर वर 5 आपका सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइंस हमने पढ़े थे, ठीक है। आपका जैसे इसमें से लिखें, क्लियर, मीनिंगफुल, कंस्टेंट, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव और कंपेरेबल, ठीक है। सो एक कंपेरेबल भी आपका था इन पांचों में से, ठीक है। तो क्या होगा आपका थर्ड नंबर पे कौन आएगा, इट शुड बी क्लियर, आपका कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एंड आपका मीनिंगफुल। मीनिंगफुल होना चाहिए, क्या होना चाहिए बताओ जरा, याद है? अभी कुछ देर पहले हम लोग देख रहे थे इसको। मेरे को जितना याद आ रहा है मीनिंगफुल होना चाहिए, हाँ बिल्कुल सही, ठीक है। बी आपका मीनिंगफुल विल बी द राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, यस, हाँ बिल्कुल मिलन सर, ठीक है। सो इट शुड बी क्लियर, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, मीनिंगफुल, ठीक है। तो तीसरे नंबर पे जो आपका था दैट वाज दिस वन, ठीक है। तो याद रखिएगा इनको, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, which of the following is a qualitative disclosure requirements related to counterparty risk according to Basel norms? Which of the following is a qualitative disclosure requirements related to counterparty credit risk according to Basel norms? Reporting gross positive fair value of the contract, discussing policies for securing collateral and establishing credit reserve, listing credit derivatives, transaction by protection bought and sold, disclosing the market value of securities held under the STM category, ठीक है। क्या होगा आंसर आपका, सी और डी, ठीक है। सी और डी में से एक आपका इसका आंसर होना चाहिए, ठीक है। सो सुमित सर इज सेइंग ऑप्शन डी, अच्छा ओके, बी आपका करेक्ट आंसर है इसका, ठीक है। डिस्कसिंग पॉलिसीज फॉर सिक्योरिंग कोलेटरल एंड स्टेबल, अच्छा ओके, सो इट इज लाइक क्वालिटेटिव है ना, क्वालिटेटिव, हाँ सॉरी, सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर, क्वालिटेटिव, ठीक है। क्वांटिटेटिव होता तब हम इनकी तरफ जाते, क्वालिटेटिव इज लाइक कि मतलब दिस वाज द वेरी फर्स्ट टाइम व्हेन BCBS दे कम अप विद दिस काइंड ऑफ थॉट, कि उन्होंने बोला कि लाइक टेम्परेरी पैचेस के ऊपर काम मत करिए, टेम्परेरी इज लाइक काइंड ऑफ क्वालिटेटिव थिंग्स, क्वांटिटेटिव थिंग्स एंड ऑल, ठीक है। क्वालिटेटिव इज, हाँ वेरी गुड, हु मेंशन ऑप्शन डी आपका मिलन सर ओनली, ठीक है। सो क्वालिटेटिव इज लाइक कि उनके पीछे के जो रूट कॉज है उनको फाइंड आउट करके एंड फिक्स दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है। दैट वाज द लॉजिक बिहाइंड दिस, ठीक है। So discussion, the general qualitative disclosures required concerning derivatives and CCRs include, so the discussion of the methodology used to assign economic capital and credit limits for the counterparty credit exposure, discussion of policies for securing collaterals and establishing credit services reserve, discussion of policies concerning wrong way risk exposures, discussion of the impact of the amounts on collaterals, and bank would have to provide given a credit ratings downgrades and all, ठीक है। So please ध्यान रखिएगा इनको। Next one, management action within ICAAP primarily focus on, ठीक है, management actions, ठीक है। So quantitative improvements of management action, analysis of macroeconomics factors affecting the bank earnings, theoretical models used to assess diversification, projections of future CRAR during the economic, ठीक है। सो क्या होना चाहिए आपका, क्वांटिटेटिव इम्पैक्ट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट एक्शंस, ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल ऑप्शन ए, आई विल गो विद ऑप्शन ए, ठीक है। सो व्हाट इज द क्वांटिटेटिव impact of the management action? So option A should be right answer for this one, ठीक है। What do you suggest guys? Option A, right? हाँ, so option A. So the management action would elaborate on the management actions assume in deriving the ICAAP, the quantitative impact of management actions, sensitivity testing of key management actions, and revise ICAAP figures with management actions excluded. Evidence of management actions implemented in the past during the similar period of economic stress. ठीक है, तो कैसे उनका impact आपका रहा है during that particular period as well, right? Next one. So you have to find out the correct options based on these two statements, ICAAP. So the management of a bank shall develop and maintain an appropriate strategy that would ensure that the bank maintain adequate capital, uh, commensurate with the nature, scope, scale, complexity, and risk inherent in the bank on balance sheet and off balance sheet activities, and should demonstrate how the strategy uh, dovetails with the macroeconomic factors. ठीक है? A bank shall have a place a sound ICAAP which shall include all material risk exposures secured by the bank. तो दोनों ही आपके सही होने चाहिए, ठीक है, दोनों सही होने चाहिए आपका, ठीक है. अच्छा अच्छा, फूडी ईगर्स, देयर वाज वन पर्सन हु टोल्ड मी माय नेम इज मिलन इन लास्ट सेशन, ठीक है. चलो हाँ बिल्कुल, आपका नाम क्या होता है? करण. करण सर बिल्कुल से, ठीक है. चलो क्या होना चाहिए आपका? बोथ स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट, ठीक है, इन विद रेफरेंस टू ICAAP, ठीक है. सो ये थोड़ा सा ना, ये मतलब लास्ट ईयर ऑल्सो देयर वाज अ क्वेश्चन बेस्ड ऑन ICAAP प्लान, ठीक है, प्रोसेस. थोड़ा इनको ध्यान रखिएगा, ठीक है. अकॉर्डिंग टू द बेसल कमेटी की प्रिंसिपल फॉर सुपरवाइजरी रिव्यू प्रोसेस, what action should supervisors take if they are not satisfied with a bank internal capital adequacy assessment? ठीक है. तो देखो वो जो चार प्रिंसिपल्स थे, देयर आर 4 प्रिंसिपल बेस्ड ऑन SRP प्रोसेस, ठीक है. तो उसमें से एक प्रिंसिपल हमने पढ़ा था, प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2, ठीक है. प्रिंसिपल नंबर 2, इफ बैंक इज नॉट मीटिंग दैट वन, सो दे लाइक रेगुलेटर और सुपरवाइजर दे शुड टेक अप्रोप्रिएट एक्शन अगेंस्ट दैट पर्टिकुलर वन इफ एनी बैंक फॉलोइंग बियॉन्ड दैट वन, ठीक है. सो प्रोवाइड एडिशनल टाइम नहीं, नो एक्शन इज रिक्वायर्ड नहीं, कंडक्ट थॉरो ऑडिट्स ऑफ द बैंक फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट, टेक, हाँ, सो दिस वाज द लाइन विच वर पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन, ठीक है. Take appropriate supervisory action to address the issue as well. So D will be right answer for this one. Yes, बिल्कुल करें सर, ठीक है. So principle number 2, हाँ जितना मेरे को भी याद था अभी, principle number 2, if supervisors are not satisfied with bank internal capital adequacy statement, so they are expected to take appropriate supervisory actions to address that particular issue. तो जिसमें जो भी आपके like डिपॉजिट बैन करने हो या फिर आपका जो पेनल्टीज या अदर्स हैं, दे आर जनरली पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, व्हाट आर की फीचर्स ऑफ अ साउंड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम? strong regulatory compliance and adherence, comprehensive internal control and timely risk identification, sound key risk management system, regular assessment of shareholders value, swift response to market volatility and quick decision making. So comprehensive internal control and timely risk identification, I'll go with option B. What do you suggest guys? quickly, ठीक है, जल्दी जल्दी से आप लोग भी अपने आंसर सबमिट कीजिए. मॉड्यूल डी का वीडियो देख लिया ना सबने, ठीक है, कॉन्सेप्ट वीडियो आई मीन, ठीक है. सो व्हाट इज योर करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस वन? ऑप्शन बी इज द राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, बिल्कुल. सो अ साउंड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम शुड इंक्लूड comprehensive and timely identification, measurement, mitigation, controlling and monitoring and reporting of the risk. This involves having appropriate internal control in place and ensuring risks are identified promptly to effectively manage them. Okay, तो जितने जल्दी से आपको हमें पता चलेगा about these kind of uncertainty, so as soon as we can have remedial actions for that particular one. ठीक है, मतलब सिंपल भाषा में जितना जल्दी बीमारी का पता चलेगा उतना जल्दी इलाज हम लोग आपका कर पाएंगे, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, in regard to the secure portion, what will be the provision requirements if advances has remained doubtful asset up to 1 year? ठीक है, तो doubtful asset up to 1 year कितना है बताओ जरा, कौन सा सिक्योर अनसिक्योर लिखा है इसमें? हाँ लिखा है बिल्कुल, सिक्योर पोर्शन आपका, ठीक है. व्हाट विल बी द प्रोविजन फॉर दिस वन? ये तो सबको याद होगा, ठीक है, बहुत आसान है, जल्दी से, ठीक है. सो क्विकली गाइस, क्विकली आंसर फॉर दिस वन. B, D, different answers. Okay, maybe some previous answer also. B is C guys, थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ कर रहे हो आप लोग, 25% नहीं होगा, ठीक है. देखो क्या है आपका, इन रिगार्ड टू सिक्योर्ड पोर्शन, ठीक है, दिस इज सिक्योर्ड पोर्शन. what will be the provision requirement if the advance has अच्छा okay doubtful asset for up to 1 year. So now that means sorry remain doubtful category for this. हाँ बिल्कुल सही आपका 1 years में, so it is 25% itself. ठीक है बिल्कुल सही, सॉरी ठीक है, मैं I took it as आपका जो डाउटफुल मतलब विद इन 1 years वाला जो प्रोविजन है 15% प्लस 10% वाला, ठीक है. सो 15% इज द राइट वन फॉर दिस वन. ए क्यों लिखा है कुछ लोगों ने आपका, ठीक है. इट इज इन केस ऑफ आपका लाइक सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, इन केस ऑफ सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट इफ इट इज सिक्योर्ड, ठीक है. ये डाउटफुल कैटेगरी उसने क्लियरली आपका मेंशन किया है, ठीक है. सो डाउटफुल कैटेगरी में अगर वो आ गया, ठीक है, डाउटफुल कैटेगरी here we have 3 categories, doubtful 1, doubtful 2 and doubtful 3, ठीक है. so in case of doubtful 1 it is 25%, ठीक है. doubtful 2 आपका 40% and आपका doubtful 3 100%. this is even for the secured loans, ठीक है. if it is unsecured loan so it is 100%, ठीक है. अगर आपका unsecured loan होगा, ठीक है, सो इट इज आपका 100%. हमने ये डे 1 भी करा था ना, तो क्वेश्चन विदाउट ऑप्शन में बहुत सारे केस स्टडीज हमने इस पे किए थे आपका, ठीक है. सो प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा इसको, ठीक है. 25%, ठीक है. सो दिस इज द वन, ठीक है. सो 1 year आपका 25%, 2 to 3 years आपका 40, देन आपका मोर देन 48 months 100% डाउट कैटेगरी 3. नेक्स्ट वन, which of the following is not correct with regard to general provision for standard asset, incorrect about the जनरल प्रोविजन फॉर स्टैंडर्ड एसेट. स्टैंडर्ड एसेट का पूछा है. तो जनरल प्रोविजन फॉर एडवांसेस टू कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर्स इज 1%. जनरल प्रोविजनिंग फॉर हाउसिंग लोन्स एक्सटेंडेड at teaser rate 2%. जनरल प्रोविजन फॉर एडवांसेस टू कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट रेजिडेंशियल हाउसिंग, कमर्शियल रियल एस्टेट रेजिडेंशियल हाउसिंग इट इज 1.5 लिखा है, इट शुड बी 0.75%, ठीक है, जितना मुझे याद है. जनरल प्रोविजन टू फार्म क्रेडिट एग्रीकल्चर एंड एमएसएमईज 0.20%, दिस इज ट्रू, ठीक है. तो ये आपके तीनों सही है. तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या होना चाहिए इसमें? इनकरेक्ट इज ऑप्शन सी, एंड ऑप्शन सी आपका होना चाहिए बिल्कुल सही. हाँ, थोड़ा सा जो जर्नल के रिगार्डिंग भी आई हैव ऑलरेडी शेयर्ड विद यू दैट सीक्वेंस ना, कि जो जनरल एसेट्स में जनरली आपका जो रेंज है 0.40 to 0.75%, बट कुछ आपके चेंजेस भी हैं, ठीक है. अदर्स में अगर रहेगा, अदर एसेट आपको देगा स्टैंडर्ड एसेट अदर कैटेगरी, तो आपका 0.40 से आपको इसको मल्टीप्लाई करना होगा, सिंपल सा, ठीक है. सो दिस इज द वन. हाँ, 0.75% आपका जो यहाँ पे था, ठीक है. वेरी गुड. नेक्स्ट वन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज करेक्ट अबाउट द सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट? ये तो बहुत आसान है. They have remained non-performing for less than equal to 6 months. They have remained non-performing more than this. No. The current net worth of the borrowers. The current net worth value of security, this 50% recovery of this. They have remained non-performing for a period of less than equal to 12 months, and the current net worth of borrowers of this is so option D will be right answer for this one. ठीक है, क्या होना चाहिए आपका? डी करेक्ट आंसर होगा इस पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन में, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, इकोनॉमिक वैल्यू ऑफ बैंक बैलेंस शीट इज नॉट कनेक्टेड विद डैश ऑफ अ बैंक, ठीक है. सो इकोनॉमिक वैल्यू ऑफ अ बैंक बैलेंस शीट इज रिलेटेड टू एसेट्स, लाइबिलिटीज एंड ऑफ बैलेंस शीट ऑल्सो, ठीक है. सो लिक्विडिटी इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन, आई गेस, ठीक है. यस, हाँ, सो लिक्विडिटी इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन, ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे बैलेंस शीट कंपोनेंट्स की बात हो रही है रादर देन दिस मैनेजमेंट एंड नॉट. सो वी हैव 3 मेजर कंपोनेंट्स, आपका एसेट्स, लायबिलिटीज एंड ऑफ बैलेंस शीट एक्सपोजर्स, ठीक है. कंटिंजेंट लायबिलिटीज जिनको हम लोग आपका बोलते हैं. नेक्स्ट वन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज ट्रू? यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट द करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. रीप्राइसिंग schedule focus on interest rate sensitive assets and not on interest sensitive liabilities. Repricing schedule focus on interest sensitive assets and not on interest sensitive liabilities. Duration reflect the timing and size of each flow that occurs before the instruments. This is 100% true. This I'm doubtful, ठीक है. I'll go with option B only, ठीक है. What you suggest guys? ठीक है, क्या कहते हो आप लोग? Duration reflect the time and size of cash flow that occurs before the instruments. Usually like जैसे ड्यूरेशन, ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ना, वी जनरली यूज दिस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्सेप्ट इन बॉन्ड, ठीक है. सो देयर इज अ टर्म कॉल्ड मैच्योरिटी एंड अनदर वन इज कॉल्ड ड्यूरेशन. ड्यूरेशन इज लाइक हाउ लॉन्ग वी एज अ इन्वेस्टर, हाउ लॉन्ग वी नीड टू होल्ड दैट पर्टिकुलर एसेट टू गेट प्रॉफिट फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. जैसे Suppose that there is a bond whose maturity period is 15 years. We buy that bond in secondary market. After some time, we sell that particular and we book the profit. So that duration we hold that. Let's say we hold it for 1.5 years. So that is called duration. And maturity is 15 years. It can be less than equal to your maturity. इस तरीके से जो आपका डिफाइन होगा, ठीक है. सी आपका बहुत सारे पीपल कह रहे हैं देयर सी. ऑप्शन बी, हाँ सी देखो गाइस, ऑप्शन बी ओनली, ठीक है. रीप्राइसिंग शेड्यूल फोकस ऑन इंटरेस्ट सेंसिटिव लाइफ. इट शुड बी लाइक रीप्राइसिंग शेड्यूल फोकस ऑन इंटरेस्ट सेंसिटिव एसेट एज वेल एज लाइबिलिटीज आपका, ठीक है. नॉट ऑन लाइबिलिटी लिखा ना, तो एज वेल एज हमें मतलब जब हम रीप्राइसिंग कर रहे होते हैं तो हमें दोनों एरियाज का आपका ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. नाइस क्वेश्चन आई गेस, ठीक है. कुछ लोग कंफ्यूजन हुए. सो रीप्राइसिंग शेड्यूल इज अ टेक्निक फॉर वेयर एसेट्स एंड लायबिलिटीज लैकिंग डेफिनाइट रीप्राइसिंग इंटरवल और एक्चुअल मैच्योरिटीज that could vary from the contractual maturities are assigned to repricing time bands according to the judgment and the past experiences of the bank, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, बैंक अर्न इंटरेस्ट इनकम थ्रू. तो कहाँ से हमारी इंटरेस्ट इनकम होती है? लोन से होती है, ठीक है. इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन सिक्योरिटीज, बॉन्ड्स, ठीक है. तो सारे हो जाएंगे, ठीक है. ऑल आपका करेक्ट आंसर हो जाएगा इस क्वेश्चन के लिए. नेक्स्ट वन गाइज, बैंक हैव टू टेक इनटू अकाउंट्स द इफेक्टिव ऑफ एनपीए on the interest income and thereby on profitability. In case of NPA, bank are required to maintain आपका अगर किसी बैंक के NPAs बढ़ रहे हैं, ठीक है, what they need to maintain, they need to maintain some additional provisions reserve, so that is means high capital level, ठीक है. So क्या होना चाहिए आपका आंसर? A will be right answer for this particular one, ठीक है. हाई कैपिटल लेवल सिंपली हो गया ना कि अगर किसी बैंक के एनपीए ज्यादा होंगे सो दे वो ज्यादा रिस्क में है, तो कैपिटल भी क्या होना चाहिए उनको आपका ज्यादा मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है दोस्तों. बिल्कुल सही. आगे बढ़ते हैं. देन नेक्स्ट वन, in order to maximize profitability, which of the following variable need to be minimized? Interest expense, we have discussed this question, ठीक है. Quickly move forward. Next one, in our country, what take care of the norms that a certain percentage of deposits mandatorily required to be kept up in government securities, ठीक है. तो क्या होता है आपका, कौन सा वाला रूल किस में लगता है ये, ठीक है. सो इट इज अबाउट द SLR थिंग्स, ठीक है. सो CRR is all about cash with RBI, a portion of DTL, and in case of SLR we have to maintain it in the form of gold, cash and government securities or approved securities or GSEC, ठीक है. So SLR will be right answer for this particular one, ठीक है. Next one guys, next one, which of the following is a new entity set up a development financial institution to support development of long term infrastructure financing in India? बहुत आसान है, बताओ. RAROC and profit planning. If you will study your unit number 31 ना, कॉन्सेप्ट में भी मैंने आपको कराया है, ठीक है. आई डोंट नो व्हाई दे एडेड दैट पर्टिकुलर वन. वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो जबरदस्ती उसमें डाल रखा है लास्ट वाले उसमें, बट दे हैव मेंशन अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर वन एंड इट इज कॉल्ड नेफिट, ठीक है. सो नेशनल आपका नेशनल बैंक फॉर फाइनेंसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड डेवलपमेंट, ठीक है. सो ऑप्शन बी विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. द जर्नल प्रोविजन इन रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट. जर्नल प्रोविजन की बात हो रही है, ठीक है. तो क्या होगा आपका आंसर, जल्दी से बताएं. And NAFID वाला is also part of your IE and IFS in JAIIB, ठीक है, जहाँ पे DFIs हैं और ये इसका एक सेपरेट भी उन्होंने डाला हुआ है. काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि इमर्जिंग मार्केट है, ठीक है. जब आप में से कोई लोग आपका प्रिपरेशन करते हैं क्या, like you guys are also prepared for examination like RBI grade B, SEBI grade A, grade B, और ये SIDBI grade A, grade B are some like nice opportunities are there, ठीक है. और बहुत अच्छे बेनिफिट भी हैं. तो थोड़ा सा अगर पढ़ने का हिम्मत बचाए दोबारा से, ठीक है, तो उनको थोड़ा एक्सप्लोर करो. अगर कोई हेल्प चाहिए होगा तो जरूर बताएगा, ठीक है. सो व्हाट विल बी योर करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस वन? 15%, ठीक है. सो जनरल प्रोविजन है सिक्योर्ड आपका पूछा गया. इफ इट इज अनसिक्योर्ड इट विल बी 25%, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, इफ अ लॉस एसेट इज नॉट रिटन ऑफ, सो प्रोविजन विल बी कितना होगा? 100% होगा विदाउट एनी डाउट, ठीक है. सो लॉस एसेट कैटेगरी में तो वो आपका डाउटफुल में ही सिक्योर्ड वाला भी आपका 100% हो जाता है, तो लॉस एसेट इज लाइक 100%, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वन, एज पर द प्रूडेंशियल फ्रेमवर्क फॉर रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ स्ट्रेस एसेट, if principal or interest interest payment or any other amount wholly or partly overdue between 31 to 60 days, तो कौन सी कैटेगरी में डालोगे इसको बताओ जरा, ठीक है। स्पेशल मेंशन अकाउंट्स, स्पेशल मेंशन अकाउंट कौन से डेज में आपका जाएगा, कौन सी कैटेगरी के अंदर? सो स्पेशल मेंशन अकाउंट कौन सा, कैटेगरी 1, ठीक है। सो कैटेगरी 1 मींस दिस, ठीक है। देयर इज नथिंग लाइक कैटेगरी 3, कैटेगरी 3 तो आपका कुछ इसमें होता ही नहीं, ठीक है। सो आपका एसएमए यहाँ पे 0 टू 30 डेज, ठीक है, यहाँ पे 31 टू 60 डेज, ठीक है, 31 टू 60 था ना, हाँ, और 2 इज लाइक 61 टू 90 डेज। पोस्ट दिस वी विल कैटेगराइज दिस एसेट एज अ नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट, ठीक है। सो बी एसएमए 1 विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन। नेक्स्ट वन, which of the following is correct regarding to non-performing asset? A term loan is classified as NPA if interest and installment of principal is more than 30 days. In bill purchase or discounted, NPA will remain overdue for 90 days. ठीक है, remain overdue for 90 days. Short-term duration crop is classified installment of principal interest. One crop, it is 2 crop. ठीक है, आपका लॉन्ग टर्म आपका क्या हो जाएगा, आपका ओवरड्यू फॉर 1 क्रॉप, ठीक है। तो क्या हो जाएगा हमारा करेक्ट आंसर, आपका बी विल बी करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। तो ये प्रोविजंस हैं बेसिक एनपीए के, ठीक है। मैं एक शीट आपके लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, ऑलमोस्ट 90% मैंने प्रिपेयर कर लिया हो, ठीक है। मतलब जहाँ पे ना ऐसी जो गाइडलाइंस है, सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइंस, मतलब ये तो बहुत बेसिक है, सबको पता है, बट इसके अलावा भी जैसे मॉड्यूल ए बी सी डी के अंदर ऐसे पॉइंटर्स आपका जो आप एग्जाम वाले दिन, जिनको उस पीडीएफ को हम बना रहे हैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ एग्जाम वाले डे के लिए, ठीक है। मतलब जैसे आपका 8 o'clock का शिफ्ट है तो आप 4 बजे 5 बजे उठोगे, तो उससे आप रिवाइज करो, क्योंकि वीडियो देखने का इतना टाइम नहीं होता है, खासकर जो लोग सेकंड शिफ्ट या थर्ड शिफ्ट में जाएंगे तो आपको फीडबैक भी मिल जाएगा, उससे आप जल्दी से रिवाइज कर पाओगे, ठीक है। एंड I'll do it a small video on that one and I'll share कैसे उसको पढ़ना है, उसके हिसाब से भी आपको हेल्प मिल जाएगा। Which of the following is correct, ठीक है, इसमें से कौन सा करेक्ट है आपका, ठीक है। If the areas of interest and principal are recovered, the NPA can be reclassified as standard asset, ठीक है। Area of interest and principals ये करेक्ट है आपका, ठीक है। Even accounts with temporary deficiencies have to be classified as non-performing, no, ये temporary deficiency था वो सही हो गया, तो आपका एनपीए नहीं रहेगा, ठीक है। एन अकाउंट वेयर एडॉक रेगुलर क्रेडिट हैव नॉट बीन रिव्यूड renewed with 90 days from the due date, sanction will be treated as 90 days, ये भी आपका करेक्ट है, ठीक है। treated as renewed within 90 days from the due date. A working capital borrower account will become NPA if irregular drawings are permitted in the accounts a continuous period of 180 days, even though the unit may be working or the borrower's financial position is satisfactory. क्या आप कौन सा आंसर करोगे इसमें, ठीक है। If the areas of interest and principal are recovered, the NPA can be reclassified as standard. ये तो 100% सही है, ठीक है। ये भी सही आपका, an account where be ad hoc or regular credit have not been renewed within 90 days from the due date, it is considered as NPA, तो ये भी सही है आपका, ठीक है। थर्ड वाले को I need to check, ठीक है। तो ये दिस स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट गाइज, इसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है आपका, ठीक है, इसमें कुछ ऐसा प्रॉब्लम लग नहीं रहा है, ठीक है। चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज फॉल्स, क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ एसेट इज टू बी डन फैसिलिटी वाइज एंड नॉट बोरोवर वाइज, नो दिस इज रॉन्ग, ठीक है, पहला ही आपका गलत है ना। क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ एसेट विल बी डन ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ बोरोवर वाइज, ऐसा नहीं कि हम कार लोन वालों को सबको एनपी करते हैं, ठीक है। एसेट क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ अकाउंट अंडर कंस्टोरियम शुड बी बेस्ड ऑन द रिकॉर्ड ऑफ रिकवरी ऑफ इंडिविजुअल member banks, so cash basis जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं true account where there is a erosion of value of security when the realizable value of security is less than 50% value asset with this time inspection, such NPA is straightforward classified as doubtful asset. Accounts where there is erosion of value of security when the realizable value of the security is less than 10%, सो इट इज आपका लॉस एसेट, ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही, ठीक है। सो ऑप्शन ए ओनली विल बी करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, इट इज रॉन्ग, ठीक है। स्टेटमेंट 1 इज रॉन्ग अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर वन, ठीक है, ए आपका करेक्ट है, ठीक है। रिन्यूअल 80 डेज, रिन्यूअल 80 डेज 180 डेज कहाँ पे है, बसीर सर, वेयर इज रिन्यूएबल 80 180 डेज, कहाँ पे देखा आपने पुराने वाले में? अच्छा, पुराने वाले क्वेश्चन में है क्या? नहीं, ये भी आपका मतलब करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट आपका था ना, कंटिन्यूअस पीरियड वन, यहाँ पे 90 डेज होता तब ये करेक्ट होता ना। सो इन दिस पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन ये स्टेटमेंट सही है, या तो फ्रेमिंग में कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ या फिर क्वेश्चन में आपका है, ठीक है। सो दैट इज द वन। नेक्स्ट वन गाइस, which of the central system set up by RBI for lenders to report credit information, including classification of as an SMA accounts on all borrowers having aggregate exposure of 50 million and above? तो क्या नाम है उसका आपका, ठीक है। सो इट इज सिबिल, CRILC, ठीक है, CRILC, ठीक है। इसका फुल फॉर्म होता है आपका जिस सेंट्रल रिपोजिटरी ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन लार्ज क्रेडिट, ठीक है। सो सेंट्रल रिपोजिटरी ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन लार्ज क्रेडिट टू कलेक्ट, स्टोर एंड disseminate credit data to lenders. Bank are required to report credit information including classification as of account in SMA to CRILC on their borrowers having aggregate fund base or non-fund based exposure of 20 million and above, ठीक है। So that is the one. Next one, loan which are NPA over 48 months are part of doubtful 3 आपका, ठीक है। So doubtful like आपका up to 1 years, 2 to 3 years and more than this आपका, ठीक है। So doubtful 3 आपका आएगा, ठीक है। So 1 years, 2 years आपका, ठीक है। सॉरी, आपका 2 सेकेंड ईयर्स मतलब पूरा इसमें आफ्टर सब स्टैंडर्ड एसेट, देन आपका 3 to 4 years, देन मोर देन 4 years आपका 48 मंथ से ज़्यादा डाउटफुल में, ठीक है। सोर्स फ्रॉम वेयर बैंक इनकम अराइज, ठीक है। बैंक का इनकम कहाँ से होता है? वी हैव इनकम, सो इंटरेस्ट इनकम आपका, फी बेस्ड सर्विसेज एंड ट्रेजरी इनकम, ठीक है। तो दीज ऑल आर द सोर्सेज ऑफ बैंक इनकम इटसेल्फ, राइट। नेक्स्ट वन, which of the following is true about RAROC? RAROC के संबंध में कौन सा स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट है? यूज डिटरमाइन बोथ एक्सपेक्टेड एंड अनएक्सपेक्टेड लॉसेस, use matching of revenues, cost and risk on the transaction in portfolio over a defined period, ठीक है। सो सारे ही क्या हैं आपके हमारे करेक्ट है, ठीक है। ROROC से रिलेटेड आप लोग एक क्वेश्चन एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन गाइस, unexpected losses required capital allocation which is determined by the which of the following principle? तो हम लोग वहां पे क्या यूज करते हैं? कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल, ठीक है, टाइम होरिजन और डाइवर्सिफिकेशन। तो सारे ही आपके यहाँ पे अनएक्सपेक्टेड लॉसेस आपका मींस जो अननोन अनसर्टेनिटीज हैं, ठीक है। सो टू मैनेज दोज पर्टिकुलर वन वी यूज दीज काइंड ऑफ एरियाज, ठीक है। So under RAROC approach, unexpected losses are covered by specific reserve and provision, and unexpected losses require capital allocation with which is determined by the principle of confidence level, time horizon, आपका diversification and correlation. In this approach, risk is measured in term of variability of the income itself, ठीक है। Next one, which of the following is false? तो कौन सा फॉर्मूला गलत दिया है बताओ जरा। तो कौन सा फॉल्स है आपका? सो एनआईएम ही गलत है पहला ही, ठीक है। सो एनआईएम इज इक्वल टू, यहाँ पे क्या होना चाहिए था? एवरेज एसेट आपका, ठीक है। सो इट शुड बी एवरेज एसेट्स, ठीक है। सो पहला ही गलत है। एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन लीड टू इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क, दिस इज ट्रू, ठीक है। सो हमें गलत पूछा गया था, ठीक है, तो इसको डालता हूँ मैं, ए विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, ठीक है। सो एनआईएम हम लोग आपका एवरेज एसेट के साथ कैलकुलेट करते हैं। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज ट्रू? Gap risk arise when risk is holding assets and liabilities with same maturity. No, आपका गलत है, ठीक है। ट्रू हमसे पूछा है तो ये तो गलत है। प्राइस रिस्क अकर व्हेन एसेट्स आर सोल्ड बिफोर देयर मैच्योरिटी डेट, ठीक है। ऐसा होता है ना एम्बेडेड ऑप्शन वाला जो रहता है, ठीक है, दैट लीड टू द प्राइस रिस्क, ठीक है। सो बी विल बी करेक्ट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन, इन फाइनेंशियल मार्केट हाउ अ बॉन्ड प्राइस आर बॉन्ड प्राइस एंड बॉन्ड यील्ड आर रिलेटेड, ठीक है। सो बॉन्ड प्राइस और बॉन्ड यील्ड के बीच में क्या रिलेशन होता है? दे आर इनवर्सली रिलेटेड, ठीक है। सो बॉन्ड के थ्योरम्स अगर आप लोगों ने पढ़े होंगे, ठीक है, तो जिसमें अगर आपका बॉन्ड प्राइस बढ़ेगा तो यील्ड कम होगा, करंट यील्ड आपका, ठीक है, और अगर बॉन्ड प्राइस घटेगा तो करंट यील्ड विल इंक्रीज आपका, ठीक है। सो दे आर इनवर्सली रिलेटेड टू ईच अदर्स। नेक्स्ट वन, which of the following is true about earning at risk? Earning at risk, यूज, हाँ ये हमने डिस्कस कर लिया था. यू एनालाइज इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क, लेस डिपेंड ऑन कैपिटल एलोकेशन, मोर ऑन कैश फ्लोज. ठीक है, सो ऑप्शन डी विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. नेक्स्ट वन, बैंक एक्ट एज व्हाट फॉर द डिपॉजिट केप्ट विद देम एंड प्रोटेक्टिंग द डिपॉजिटर्स फंड. तो हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं, किस तरीके से काम करते हैं, वी वर्क एज अ ट्रस्टी. ठीक है, हम लोग यहाँ पे एज अ ट्रस्टी आपका क्या कर रहे होते हैं, काम कर रहे होते हैं. ठीक है, डिपॉजिटर्स, we borrow deposit, we lend that particular one as an trustee. ठीक है, next one, depository services, internet banking, guarantee are activities related to which of the following bank income. ठीक है, तो ये किस में है, हमारे fee based services में. ठीक है, so these are fee based services. ठीक है, so option B आपका fee based services. Next one, what is the primary objective of RAROC in evaluating the performance of business activities. तो RAROC में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, आपका बिजनेस लाइन बेसिस पर आपका कैलकुलेशन करते हैं टू मेजर expected losses and allocate reserve accordingly, to determine all amounts of economic capitals required to support financial. No, to establish benchmark for evaluating the economic return of the business activity. बिल्कुल सही. टू कैलकुलेट, ये तो कभी नहीं होगा. ठीक है, ये थोड़ा सा डाउटफुल है, बट हाँ इसका जो सबसे सही डेफिनेशन होगा दैट इज टू स्टेब्लिश बेंचमार्क फॉर इवैल्यूएटिंग द इकोनॉमिक रिटर्न ऑफ बिजनेस एक्टिविटीज. ठीक है, सो सी विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वन, व्हाट इज प्रोविजनिंग कवरेज रेशियो. ठीक है, तो प्रोविजनिंग कवरेज रेशियो आपका क्या रिप्रेजेंट करता है. ठीक है, रेशियो ऑफ प्रोविजनिंग टू ग्रॉस नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट, पहला ही सही है. ठीक है, टोटल नो, सो फर्स्ट वन ही आपका जो इसका क्या है, करेक्ट आंसर. ठीक है, तो प्रोविजनिंग रेशियो टू ग्रॉस नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट आपका. नेक्स्ट वन, अनसिक्योर्ड एक्सपोजर, the unsecured exposure which is identified as substandard would attract additional कितना attract करेगा. in case of substandard asset आपका कितना होता है, secured portion के लिए 15%, unsecured अगर है, ठीक है, तो उसमें आपका additional 10%. ठीक है, तो total आपका 25%. तो आंसर क्या होगा हमारा, 10% will be right answer for this particular question. ठीक है, next one, what is the full form of MRR in the context of originator of asset. ठीक है, तो क्या होता है आपका मिनिमम आपका रिटेंशन रिक्वायरमेंट्स. हाँ, बी आपका मिनिमम रिटेंशन रिक्वायरमेंट्स विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन. ठीक है, सो which refer to the portion of the asset that can originator is required to retain when pool of loan is securitized. ठीक है, सो स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल्स और उसमें हम इसको यूज करते हैं. ठीक है, what are the three classes of a person who can trigger the corporate insolvency resolution process under IBC? Shareholders, creditors and guarantors, operational creditors, financial creditors, corporate debtors, or debtors, national. No, option B should be right answer for this one. Yes, ठीक है, so these are the three: shareholders, operational creditors, financial creditors and corporate debtors. ठीक है, so they can initiate the solvency. ठीक है, insolvency process. Which entity is responsible for acquiring bad loans from bank and helping to sell them in the market in the context of bad bank. तो बैड बैंक के उसमें हमने क्या बनाया है, आपका भी जो नया बना है. ठीक है, नेशनल एसेट रिकंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी लिमिटेड. सो NARCL विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर वन. तो NARCL जो आपका बैंक को हेल्प करता है टू क्लीन देयर बैलेंस शीट. Basel Committee on Banking Supervision in April they come up with new standards which is called IRRBV. तो इसका फुल फॉर्म पूछा गया है. इसका फुल फॉर्म होता है इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क इन बैंकिंग बुक्स. ठीक है, सो बेसिकली बैंकों को दे हैव टू डिस्क्लोज देयर इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क ऑन ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स. ठीक है, तो इसके ऊपर में आपका ये क्वेश्चन था. बी विल बी राइट आंसर. So to promote global consistency, transparency and comparability of interest rate risk in banking book, with that global banks, it is considered appropriate to require bank to compute IRRB separately and disclose it based on BCBS prescribed standards as well. Right. Next one. Which of the following strategies can bank adopt to manage interest rate risk according to given passage? So what they can do, increase the maturity of investment portfolio to reduce liability sensitivity, selling fixed income securities and reinvesting the proceed in securities with short term maturity, मैचिंग लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट प्रिफरेबली विद नॉन इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग लाइबिलिटीज, ठीक है। तो हमारे पास क्या है, हमारा क्वेश्चन क्या है, अडॉप्ट टू मैनेज इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क। इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क अगर हमें मेंटेन करना है, इंक्रीजिंग द मैच्योरिटी ऑफ द इन्वेस्टमेंट पोर्टफोलियो टू रिड्यूस द लाइबिलिटी, नहीं पहला तो नहीं होगा, ठीक है। फर्स्ट सेलिंग आपका फिक्स इनकम सिक्योरिटीज, री इन्वेस्टिंग द प्रोसीड इन सिक्योरिटीज ऑफ शॉर्ट टर्म, दिस कैन बी मैचिंग लॉन्ग टर्म एसेट। हाँ, तो दूसरा और तीसरा होना चाहिए, आई विल गो विद ऑप्शन डी, ठीक है। सो ऑप्शन डी यस, सो दीज टू आर सुटेबल एक्शंस। ये हमने ना कहीं तो पढ़ा था, मतलब मॉड्यूल बी के अंदर आपका एक्शंस में हमने ये डिस्कशन किया था, अगर आप लोगों को याद होगा तो, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट वन गाइस, which principle for sound liquidity risk management is about, किसके ऊपर है आपका, बैंक should have a sound process for identifying, measuring, monitoring and controlling liquidity risk। तो कौन से उसमें था ये, प्रिंसिपल नंबर 5 आपका, ठीक है। सो प्रिंसिपल 5 which generally deal with this particular one, ठीक है। सो प्रिंसिपल 5 is related to measurement and management of liquidity risk। According to it, a bank should have a sound process for identifying, measuring, monitoring and controlling liquidity risk. This process should include a robust framework for comprehensively projecting cash flows arising from assets, liabilities and off balance sheet items, ठीक है। Next one guys, which of the following statement of structural liquidity is required to be submitted at quarterly interval, ठीक है। तो quarterly interval पे आपका there are 5 type of reports ना, जो भी हमने पढ़े थे, ठीक है, जिसमें फर्स्ट 3 आपका फोर्टनाइट बेसिस पे, वन इज ऑन मंथली बेसिस, एंड आपका एक जो रिपोर्ट है वो आपका क्वार्टरली इंटरवल पे यू हैव टू सबमिट ऑन विद आरबीआई। सो कौन सा था आपका, कंबाइंड इंडियन ऑपरेशन, कंसोलिडेटेड बैंक ऑपरेशंस, ठीक है। सो ऑप्शन बी शुड बी राइट आंसर फॉर दिस वन, ठीक है। सो कंसोलिडेटेड बैंक ऑपरेशंस, सो दिस रिपोर्ट नीड टू बी सबमिटेड ऑन आपका क्वार्टरली बेसिस, ठीक है। इसके अलावा जैसे जो पहले 3 है आपका, ठीक है, दीज 3 आर ऑन फोर्टनाइट बेसिस, दिस इज आपका मंथली बेसिस एंड दिस इज ऑन योर क्वार्टरली बेसिस, ठीक है। कंसोलिडेटेड बैंक ऑपरेशंस, ठीक है, लिक्विडिटी के ऊपर आपके जो पैरामीटर्स हैं। नेक्स्ट वन गाइस, फी बेस्ड इनकम इज डिराइव फ्रॉम विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सोर्सेज। फी बेस्ड सर्विसेज किस में आएगा हमारा, डिमांड ड्राफ्ट, डिपॉजिटरी सर्विसेज, सेफ कस्टडी आपका, ठीक है, फी बेस्ड, ठीक है, हाँ बिल्कुल ये सभी होने चाहिए, ठीक है। सो ऑल विल बी राइट आंसर फॉर फी बेस्ड सर्विसेज ऑफ द बैंक। नेक्स्ट वन, the balance sheet of a bank include a variety of asset and liabilities that demand sufficient management. Select the suitable options after carefully examining the following statement. ठीक है, so statement, capital reserve provisions or bad loans and non-performing assets are all liabilities written on the bank balance sheet. ठीक है, capital reserve provisions for bad loans and non-performing assets are लाइबिलिटी रिटर्न, हाँ। सो ये प्रोविजन की बात कर रहा है गाइस, हाँ ठीक है, एसेट की बात नहीं हो रही, ठीक है, पहला सही है। कैश एंड कैश इक्विवेलेंट्स, लोन एंड एडवांसेस, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आर सोर्स बैलेंस शीट एसेट में रहेंगे आपका, ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही है। assuming liquid, assuring liquidity, lowering credit risk and optimizing return are all critical aspect of effective management or ALM of the bank balance sheet. True. Maintaining proper capital levels, maintaining managing interest rate risk and ensuring regulatory compliances are the major goal of liability management इन बैंक, ठीक है। मेंटेनिंग कैपिटल लेवल, हाँ बिल्कुल सही, तो सारे ही सही हैं, ठीक है। डी आपका, अच्छा सी पहला गलत है, पहला कैपिटल रिजर्व, प्रोविजनिंग फॉर बैड लोन्स, नॉन परफॉर्म, फर्स्ट वाले में व्हाट इज द रॉन्ग, ठीक है, आपका कैपिटल रिजर्व, ठीक है, कैपिटल रिजर्व, प्रोविजनिंग फॉर बैड लोन्स एंड नॉन परफॉर्म, अरे ओके सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, ठीक है, हाँ। सो ये दैट इज आपका प्रोविजनिंग फॉर लोन, आई गेस ना स्टेटमेंट में थोड़ा ट्वीक है, कैपिटल रिजर्व, नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट वाले पार्ट को इन्होंने मित्र आपका अलग किया हुआ है कॉमा के साथ, ठीक है। तो नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट रहेगा फिर भी वो दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ द एसेट इटसेल्फ, ठीक है, तो दैट इज द ओनली वन, ठीक है। एडजस्टमेंट और प्रोविजनिंग अगेंस्ट एसेट रादर देन लाइबिलिटीज इंक्लूड कैपिटल रिजर्व, बैड लोन्स, प्रोविजंस एंड नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट्स, तो दिस इज द वन, ठीक है। हाँ, इसको एक बार दोबारा से पढ़िएगा, अच्छे से पढ़ेंगे तो समझ में आएगा, ठीक है। Which statement best describe why ALM is important for financial institutions? ALM guarantee that bank institutions has sufficient asset to cover liabilities. By matching asset and liabilities by tenure and amounts, ALM reduce liquidity and market risk. The main goal of ALM is minimize interest expense from obligations and interest revenue from assets. Maximize this. ALM incorporate financial product innovation. ALM guarantee option B should be right answer. देखो B क्यों सही है? By matching asset and liabilities of tenures and all we reduce. Guarantee वाला thing is not like I just eliminated through this particular one. बाकी तो वैसे ही आपका eliminate हो रहे हैं, ठीक है? So this is it guys. I hope you enjoy. So कैसा लगा जरूर बताइएगा comments के through. Now I'll let you know around the how you can practice or how you can start practicing things around BFM as well as other subject. Okay? So I have created one course for content things, that is BFM, CAIIB BFM. It is in the name of CAIIB BFM, but you will get access to other subject also, ABFM and BRBL as well as ABM classes, right? So you will get everything in this particular one. And even if you ask me around the elective subject, so HRM, which is done by Disha ma'am, that is also there. And during the exam week, I'll definitely do session around those particular one, and risk management. Okay, so this is the one. If you'll come to this particular one, you will see the different model, and it will cost you after taxes, internet handling charge, everything. It will be 1000, and it is worth it. You'll get unit wise MCQs and आपका then module wise mock, full length mock test, and all PDFs of my sessions they'll be here only. Okay? So you can, like, if you haven't purchased any batch from anywhere, so then you can go for this particular one also, right? And I believe me, that is a value investment. Okay? So this is my Telegram group. You can connect me here. I hope you enjoy these particular session. Now I'll start with the BFM restart series. So in BFM restart series for next 31 days, you guys will get one video one day, which will be covering your concept and MCQs. Okay? So there are so many candidates who recently joined my channel. So they have a query ki sir, they are facing some sort of challenges in finding concept video, then finding unit wise MCQs. So what I'm going to do, I'll be delivering on regular basis for next 31 days. You'll get one video one day, which will be covering entire concept of that particular topic, as well as the MCQs or the application based and statement based questions around that particular one. ठीक है, तो इस तरीके से आप प्रैक्टिस को जारी रखिए. Later on we will be practicing through the during exam week this year. We are lucky, we got 10 days. So during those particular days, every day I'll come up with some sort of marathons, and we will be covering or discussing each and everything. All right, so this is it from my side guys. Thank you for joining this session, thank you for watching this session. I'll see you with our ABM classes. Thank you, and all the very best for your preparation. Thank you.